We cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you the performance of Tari Saman from Nangro Aceh, Darussalam.
Dengan Bismillah awai len pupun len lake ampun segala dosa, segala puja mewakil Allah, ke Rasulullah, salam sejahtera. Hai janan, rata mendadak, hai janan, rata mendadak, hai la ilallah ilallah he, lale lale getanya lale, hana janta te muka Tuhan, alhamdulillah puja ke Tuhan, puji Allah melangit ngendanya. Allah Allah Allahu Rabbi bila nabi kiamat donya. Ku tiding lahang dinham Allah lam aneri mungbu, hai aneri mungbu barat di rantau barat, hai barat di rantau barat, layang bule jagat, hai yang bule jagat, aulia rimung aulia, aulia rimung aulia. Allah hai bukanlah sayang, hai bukanlah sayang, sayang kalan pade, lan kalan pade, hai dipot angin le, hai dipot angin le, mentimpa rebah mentimpa, mentimpa rebah mentimpa. Allah hai muputeh puteh, hai muputeh puteh, hai puteh bunga puteh, hai puteh si bunga puteh, lelat babinte, hai lelat babinte mata ayu mata ke ayu mata. Amin Allah, soma amin. Urang mukmin gelaka laki-laki doa Allah berkaramat, Allah yang beri dan doa jemamu sejahtera. Amin Allah semua amin. Orang mukmin ke laki-laki doa berkaramat, Allah yang beri dan doa jemamu sejahtera. Lale getanya lale hanajan tate umu kaduha putih nyonjang gede kuneng on bisa hatam tak combe kamu mumu salah putih nyonjang gede hai kuneng on bisa hatam tak combe kamu salah hatam tak combe kamu mumu salah hatam tak combe kamu salah. Lale getanya lale hanajan tate kiamat donya umalam donya lepas kesalahan tiga sembahyang dengan puasa. Oh malam donya lepas kesalahan hati kamu salah lale cuh hakalahan menan hakalahan menan. Di langit bintang di bumi pada hai bulan atuh lem melele nasa. Haila utsah ila umbakmu hai perahu raya bungkau cabang kapatah tiang tamongku wala hai menyona gase diulen salah lekang be udah bagetanya dua. Hai perahu raya bungkau cabang kapatah tiang tamongku wala hai menyona seh diulen salah lekang be udah bagetanya dua. Perahu raya buka ucapan kepada hati yang temengku walah menyena seh diulas sayang lekang baik udah katanya dua lesah. Sesebo benyanka uronyo sesebo benyanka sesebo benyanka uronyo sesebo benyanka sesebo benyanka.
Do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to take off my medical mask. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me, Tia Yustia, to be your MC today. On behalf of IndonesiaRe, allow us to convey our sincere gratitude to all of you who have attended today's conference in person and virtually. I would like to welcome every one of you to the IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. With the theme today, Reinsurance and Economic Resilience, dealing with climate change, pandemic, and geopolitical challenges. IIC 2022 will last for 2 days, and we will discuss the role of reinsurance in supporting economic resilience in Indonesia, and it's very interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to extend our warmest welcome to our honorable speakers. Good morning and welcome to His Excellency, Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Airlangga Hartarto, MBA, MMT, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs. Her Excellency, Ms. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, SA, MSc, PhD, Minister of Finance, who will be represented by Ms. Titik Anas, expert staff of the Ministry of Finance for Financial Services and Capital Markets. Mr. Kartika Wiryoatmojo, SA, MBA, Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises. Mr. Beni Waworuntu, President Director of IndonesiaRe, also panelists and moderators who attend both in person and virtually. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand together for the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start today's session, we will first listen to the welcoming speech from the President Director of IndonesiaRe. Please welcome Mr. Beni Waworuntu.
participants who attend this conference, both offline and online, who I cannot mention one by one. First and foremost, let's express our gratitude toward the Almighty, whose blessings are always with us, so that we all could be here in a good health, attending the IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 under the theme Reinsurance and Economic Resilience, dealing with climate change, pandemic, and geopolitical challenges. With its roles as the pillar for insurance companies, reinsurance industry plays a very important function in supporting the insurance industry, in which a solid financial capacity is the core principle that must be possessed by reinsurance companies. General Insurance Associations of Indonesia data showed that every year, the country's 6 reinsurance companies contribute premium of nearly $2 billion. However, with a total equity of just around $460 million as June 2022, the country's reinsurance industry did not have the capacity to reinsure the risk of national insurance companies. This has negatively contributed to Indonesia's current account deficit. Should we not able to anticipate the ongoing risk, the deficit will continue to grow. The risks arising from climate change, pandemic, and geopolitical issues are global challenges that we should mitigate urgently. Indonesia, being part of the Ring of Fire, as a high disaster risk, with the ongoing climate change and our commitment to protect the Earth by implementing net zero emission in 2060, as well as carrying out green economy program, it is important to discuss the risk of environmental issues and climate change toward our business. COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, particularly the reinsurance and insurance industry, the importance of implementing a risk management well, which involve conducting stress tests, occurrences that we had never imagined before. Although the pandemic is now under control, we should anticipate the effects of it on the economy and people's lives. The increase in morbidity resulting in an increase in cost of healthcare under a diminishing purchasing power environment has contributed to the weakening economic growth. One of the consequences is the inability to pay credit installment, which for that matter should be one of the focuses of insurance industry, especially reinsurance. Credit insurance is one of the biggest contributors, hence claims, which has allegedly exceeded the estimated threshold. Nevertheless, the reinsurance industry should perceive issues in credit insurance as a positive problem. It is viewed as a positive because we understood that credit is required to elevate people's purchasing power and activate the real sectors. It only becomes a problem when the financial lacks the understanding on how to properly mitigate credit risk and manage it comprehensively. The above condition is worsened by the fragile geopolitical situations. We should anticipate negative impacts arising from Ukraine-Russia war, US-China Cold War, and the upcoming presidential election year in Indonesia towards the business. As a risk administrator whose duty is to either hold its own risk, share it with other insurance or reinsurance companies, and or transfer the risk into the other local or overseas reinsurance companies, the reinsurance industry plays a very important role as a catalyst for overall financial industry. The concentration of risks that occur in Indonesia should be spread out and replaced with batteries from overseas. The global reinsurance industry has been hardening. In years, due to rising price caused by increased claim, resulting in a limited capacity availability. The situation has resulted the domestic reinsurance industry being exposed to an even greater pressure and therefore has aligned as well. The above factors have driven the domestic reinsurance industry to transform and improve, increasing financial capacity, improving business models to maintain business continuity, strengthening research and learning centers are crucial at this phase. The reinsurance industry should transform from relationship-based industry to a knowledge-based industry. Through IndonesiaRe International Conference, we invite all stakeholders to jointly find solutions to strengthen the national reinsurance industry in Indonesia and establish a stronger backbone to support the economy in Indonesia. Once again, a very warm welcome to everyone. May this event be beneficial to all of us. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Benny Waworuntu, for delivering the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 years, we have been facing uncertainty conditions that result in massive impact on Indonesia's macroeconomic. Now, we would like to invite Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises to deliver the keynote speech with the topic Economic Recovery Post-Pandemic. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Kartika Wirjoatmojo.
Selamat pagi, good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Yang saya hormati Direktur Utama, Komisaris Utama, Reinsurance Indonesia Utama, dan jajaran direksi yang lain, Bapak Ibu pembicara yang hadir pada pagi hari ini maupun besok, dari regulator, dari kementerian, dan sebagainya, serta hadirin sekalian para pelaku industri asuransi yang saya hormati. Ini pertama saya harus memberikan disclaimer dulu, saya ini bukan orang asuransi, saya orang bank ya. Tapi karena 2,5 tahun, 3 tahun ini banyak berkecimpung dengan permasalahan asuransi, mau nggak mau harus belajar. Jadi ini saya mencoba untuk memberikan nanti masukan-masukan terkait apa yang harus kita perbaiki secara industri dan bagaimana BUMN-BUMN di asuransi ini bisa bersama-sama dengan industri meningkatkan kapasitas dan meningkatkan kualitas dari industri asuransi maupun reinsurance di Indonesia. Tapi sebelum itu saya ingin menyampaikan mengenai Economic Recovery Indonesia, di mana kita tahu bahwa saat ini Indonesia merupakan salah satu negara yang sebenarnya mendapatkan windfall dari perang di Ukraina dan Rusia, karena memang kita bisa meningkatkan ekspor kita secara signifikan, terutama di komoditas-komoditas dasar seperti sawit, batu bara, nikel, dan sebagainya, sehingga kita melihat bahwa pertumbuhan di tahun 2022 ini insya Allah bisa mencapai 5,3 sampai 5,5%. Kemarin saya rasa dari Ibu Menteri Keuangan menyampaikan bahwa kemungkinan di triwulan 3 ini, pasca recovery COVID ini memang aktivitas ekonomi meningkat tajam, diharapkan bisa mencapai di kuartal 3 ini 5,6 sampai 6%. Jadi ini signifikan sekali, menarik bahwa Indonesia dengan penanganan COVID yang lumayan berhasil di level dunia, dan recovery daripada domestik ekonominya bisa mendorong pertumbuhan yang sangat cepat di triwulan 2, triwulan 3 ini menjadi modal untuk sampai di akhir tahun nanti. Di sisi lain kita tahu bahwa tahun depan global akan mengalami resesi, karena krisis energi, krisis pangan, inflasi yang meningkat tajam. Kita juga sekarang mengalami inflasi karena penyesuaian harga bahan bakar untuk mengurangi subsidi. Tentunya ini kita antisipasi, dan BI telah melakukan langkah-langkah peningkatan suku bunga maupun peningkatan likuiditas dengan peningkatan GWM. Diharapkan dengan berbagai ramuan daripada kebijakan moneter dan fiskal ini, Indonesia juga tetap akan bisa stable dan tetap mencetak growth yang tinggi di tahun depan. Kita percaya bahwa windfall daripada komoditas masih akan berlanjut, dan juga pertumbuhan ekonomi juga masih berlanjut. Dan ini diharapkan membuat nanti di 2023 pun diharapkan pertumbuhan masih ada di kisaran 5% lebih. Dan peningkatan inflasi diharapkan mulai menurun. Dan tentunya nanti kalau nanti pada saatnya harga crude oil bisa menurun, tentunya kita akan bisa lebih longgar dalam mengelola defisit fiskal kita maupun mengelola neraca pembayaran kita yang saat ini juga sudah positif. Jadi saya rasa Indonesia merupakan salah satu negara yang dalam 2 tahun terakhir menunjukkan kinerja ekonomi yang sangat baik. Tadi saya baru lihat beberapa angka juga, kinerja rupiah ternyata 1 atau nomor 2 terbaik di dunia. Jadi rupiah itu selama year to date sekarang hanya terdepresiasi terhadap dolar, tapi terapresiasi terhadap currency utama, termasuk terapresiasi terhadap yen dan Great Britain Pound. Jadi ini menurut saya merupakan satu prestasi bahwa di saat Fed di Amerika melakukan peningkatan suku bunga, Indonesia hanya mengalami depresiasi yang terbatas dan bahkan mengalami apresiasi terhadap mata uang lainnya. Di sisi lain kita lihat bursa efek Indonesia juga salah satu yang well performing in the world. Ini juga menarik bahwa equity inflow dari foreign masih terus masuk dan market capitalization dari bursa kita terus meningkat 7.300 triliun, going up terus. Ini menunjukkan bahwa confidence dari para investor terhadap resiliensi dan kinerja korporasi di Indonesia sangat kuat, dan kita terbukti juga dari result quarter 2 kemarin, hampir seluruh big caps Indonesia mengalami pertumbuhan laba yang signifikan. Teman-teman juga melihat sebagai contoh di BUMN, para bank yang ada di BUMN, perusahaan seperti Telkom, perusahaan swasta seperti Astra, Unilever, semua mencetak pertumbuhan laba yang luar biasa. Jadi ini saya rasa menjadi bekal kita untuk optimis bahwa dunia mengalami resesi tahun depan, insya Allah Indonesia masih mempunyai resiliensi, dan kita bersama-sama mendorong terus pertumbuhan ekonomi dan menjaga stabilitas sehingga kita bisa menjaga bahwa pertumbuhan kita tetap inklusif dan dengan kondisi moneter dan fiskal yang terus terkendali. Nah, saya masuk ke industri asuransi, saya mengamati bahwa industri asuransi memang masih mengalami banyak tantangan. Di BUMN sebenarnya kita mempunyai cukup banyak anak usaha asuransi, kita mempunyai holding AFG, di mana di situ ada Askrindo, Jamgrindo, Jasindo, kemudian AFG Life yang kita bentuk untuk menjadi cangkang untuk penyelamatan restrukturisasi Jiwasraya, dan juga Jasara Harja melakukan asuransi sosial. Nah, kita juga mempunyai juga anak-anak usaha di bawah usaha tadi itu, maupun juga anak usaha di bawah bank yang bergerak di asuransi general maupun di asuransi life, seperti di BRI ada BRI Life dan BRI Insurance, di Mandiri ada Mandiri Aksa, Mandiri General Insurance, di BRI juga ada BNI Life. Jadi cukup banyak yang bergerak di bidang asuransi, dan di luar itu juga kita memiliki RIU yang memang hari ini menjadi host dan membuat conference yang menurut saya sangat tepat dan baik waktunya, termasuk juga anak usaha kita dari Insurance yaitu IndonesiaRe melalui Askrindo. Nah, kami melihat bahwa industri asuransi ini dalam beberapa tahun terakhir mengalami banyak tantangan ya. Saya sendiri secara personal harus menangani permasalahan di Jiwasraya, di Asabri, di Jasindo, dan sekarang di IndonesiaRe. Nah, ini terus terang kami banyak berdiskusi dengan regulator, dengan para pelaku, sebenarnya apa yang terjadi dan kenapa ini perlu untuk kita jadikan lesson learn untuk perbaikan bagaimana tata kelola dan bagaimana asosiasi maupun industri menjaga industri ini agar menjadi industri yang lebih sehat dan lebih stabil ke depannya. Yang pertama saya melihat memang tantangan terbesar adalah mengenai ketersediaan data. Bagaimana kita bisa mempunyai database yang bisa melakukan forward-looking loss assessment. Yang ini tentunya menjadi tantangan, bagaimana ada pooling data. Tadi saya baru diupdate oleh Pak Julian, Pak Beni, bahwa sebenarnya ada BPPDAN ya, di bawah Rio yang sebenarnya tugasnya mengumpulkan data yang bisa nantinya membuat database nasional mengenai loss events di Indonesia. Ini tentunya menjadi penting untuk bisa kita mempunyai satu statistical database yang bisa memberikan satu forward-looking estimation mengenai future claim dari berbagai LOB yang ada di Indonesia. Yang kedua memang terkait dengan pricing, kita tahu bahwa pricing selalu menjadi tantangan, karena saya juga melihat dinamik di industri bahwa asuransi ini seringkali mempunyai daya tawar yang di bawah perbankan. Nah, ini tentunya menjadi tantangan besar. Dulu ada isu mengenai tantangan daripada premi di industri motor vehicle dengan multi finance industry. Sekarang saya rasa banyak teman-teman mengalami sendiri tantangan mengenai premi di industri karena adanya asuransi AJK, asuransi jiwa kredit, yang ternyata bukan hanya asuransi jiwa aja, tapi juga mencakup asuransi kredit yang sifatnya juga term kondisinya sangat lebar sekali. Intinya melakukan absorption terhadap losses di industri perbankan, pindah ke industri asuransi, dan kemudian pindah ke reasuransi dengan pricing yang sangat salah. Ini tentunya menjadi penting untuk kita sebagai industri untuk memahami bahwa bagaimana dinamika pricing ini harus terbentuk, dan bagaimana peran regulator untuk bisa melakukan sanity check dengan surveillance-nya untuk melihat setiap tahun apakah ada satu produk yang kemudian meningkat tajam ini sebenarnya dengan pricing dan dengan klaim yang wajar nggak? Ini saya melihat memang interception ini terlalu terlambat, kita menyadari permasalahan selalu terlambat, dan ini saya rasa masukan dan kritik juga untuk kita semua, bagaimana industri bisa melakukan surveillance dan melakukan early interception apabila ada mispricing yang kemudian mempunyai dampak luas. Tentunya jadi pelajaran kita bersama, termasuk bagaimana regulator harus memperkuat fungsi surveillance-nya untuk memberikan indikator-indikator yang memastikan bahwa tidak ada produk yang kemudian mengalami kerugian besar dan kemudian memakan capital dari industri asuransi di Indonesia. Yang ketiga tentunya kekuatan capital. Di perbankan kita tahu CAR itu dijaga sekarang di sekitar 20% secara industri, dan saat ini juga di regulator perbankan memaksa seluruh perbankan harus minimal mempunyai modal 3 triliun. Dan ATM-RE pun direview terus. Nah ini saya rasa juga satu hal yang perlu dilakukan di industri asuransi untuk memastikan bahwa kesehatan industri kita, baik di depan, di asuransi maupun di belakang di reinsurance, benar-benar mampu mengcover berbagai resiko masa depan. Dan ini langkah di industri perbankan tentunya nantinya harapkan bisa mulai berjalan di industri asuransi juga. Memang tantangannya besar. Kalau di industri perbankan, Bapak Ibu sekalian tahu bahwa ada bank buku 1, bank buku 2, yang memang secara skala harus ditingkatkan, maka terjadi M&A, merger dan sebagainya, karena itu satu hal yang tidak terhindarkan untuk mendapatkan capital yang memadai, scale yang memadai, harus ada konsolidasi dan harus ada berbagai regulatory action dan regulatory forbearance untuk bisa benar-benar menjaga industrinya supaya sehat ke depan. Nah ini saya rasa industri asuransi mungkin sedikit terlambat untuk bisa melakukan perbaikan ini, untuk bisa memastikan bahwa capital, baik di life, di general maupun di back end dari insuransinya benar-benar bisa memadai untuk mengabsorb future losses. Saya rasa ini topik yang ingin saya sampaikan untuk bisa benar-benar bersama-sama, nantinya juga diskusi dengan regulator untuk bisa berjalankan ini. Nah saya menarik juga di dalam pelaksanaan restrukturisasi yang dilakukan di Jiwasraya dengan pemegang polis, maupun juga kemarin di Jasindo dengan para perbankan terkait dengan premi AJK, kami mengamati secara hukum bahwa di Undang-Undang Asuransi itu sebenarnya ada pasal restrukturisasi yang sebenarnya bisa digunakan, bahwa tidak selamanya itu kontrak yang harus diakui. Karena apabila kontrak itu ternyata merugikan salah satu pihak, itu harusnya bisa dilakukan bilateral adjustment. Nah ini saya rasa juga menjadi satu hal yang saya ingin put on the table, bahwa saya rasa satu hal yang wajar apabila ada satu pricing yang tidak masuk akal, dan tentunya dengan dasar Undang-Undang Asuransi mengenai restrukturisasi dan sudah dikerjakan di Jiwasraya, di Jasindo, harusnya bisa juga menjadi pintu untuk kita melakukan restrukturisasi untuk memperbaiki kondisi neraca termasuk potensial future claim di masa yang akan datang. Nah, ini saya rasa beberapa poin terkait dengan ketersediaan data, estimasi future claim, kemudian bagaimana melakukan right pricing, dan melakukan surveillance untuk memastikan bahwa tidak ada kerugian yang masif yang bisa menggerus capital, ini saya rasa menjadi catatan sehingga ke depan juga tidak terjadi secara berulang. Dan saya juga ingin menyampaikan dalam kesempatan ini juga baik saya sampaikan bahwa di masa lalu juga kita tergantung dari pricing yang kemudian didrive oleh para broker insurance. Dan ini juga saya rasa menjadi tantangan ke depan bagaimana regulasi dan mengatur mengenai brokers supaya ini benar-benar kita mengambil resiko dan melakukan pricing yang benar-benar based on assessment dan benar-benar sesuatu yang memang tidak menjadi moral hazard dalam penjaminan-penjaminan maupun asuransi premi yang kita terima. Tentunya dengan PSAK 74 ke depan ini menjadi tantangan juga bagaimana dengan earn revenue, pasti earn premium tentunya nanti labanya pun akan terkoreksi, bagaimana nanti itu bisa mengimbangi peningkatan klaim, jadi tentunya akan muncul tantangan besar dari sisi capital dan revenue stream maupun profit stream ke depan dari industri asuransi. Sebagai contoh memang yang unik, saya saat ini juga mereview di BRI Life munculnya micro insurance, bahwa ternyata micro insurance juga menjadi satu tren baru, nantinya juga mungkin masuk kepada digital micro insurance, yang juga nantinya membuat satu perubahan besar di mana mungkin coverage-nya kecil tapi dengan skala coverage yang lebar untuk penduduk Indonesia yang jumlahnya 270 juta. Jadi ini saya rasa juga menjadi tren baru ke depan bagaimana industri asuransi secara kreatif mulai masuk kepada proses pencarian market-market baru, produk-produk baru untuk mengcover real risk yang ada tapi dengan proper assessment on statistical future claim-nya dan juga proper pricing untuk bisa memastikan kesehatan ke depan. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan, kami sekali lagi sebagai Wakil Menteri BUMN mendukung seluruh industri asuransi dan khususnya industri asuransi BUMN terus bertransformasi, khususnya industri asuransi bertransformasi dan juga untuk secara proaktif menyelesaikan tantangan-tantangan di depan yang muncul, dan kami mengimbau untuk para pelaku industri dan regulator untuk terus memperbaiki pola kerja, pola tata kelola sehingga nantinya bisa dicapai cita-cita bersama industri asuransi yang sehat dan sustainable ke depannya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Kartika Wiryoatmojo, and please to remain on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite Mr. Beni Waworuntu as a President Director of Indonesia, IndonesiaRe, to join us on the stage to give the token appreciation to Mr. Kartika Wiryoatmojo. Dan kepada rekan-rekan media, kami persilahkan untuk dapat mengambil posisi untuk dapat mengabadikan momen ini hingga momen opening ceremony. Silahkan kepada rekan-rekan media. And please, please give a round of applause to our keynote speakers, Mr. Kartika Wiryoatmojo. And please remain on stage to Mr. Beni and also Mr. Kartika. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed for the opening ceremony, and we also want to invite our honorable guests to the stage, Mr. Anindita Eka Wibisono, as the Deputy Assistant of Insurance and Pension Fund of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, our President Commissioner of IndonesiaRe, Mr. Julian Nur, and Board of Directors of IndonesiaRe, Mr. Robi Anwar Walid, Director of Risk Management, Compliance, Human Capital, and Corporate Secretary, Ms. Maria Elvida Rita Dewi, as the Director of Finance and Actuary, Ms. Beatrix Santi Anugrah, Director of Development and Information Technology, Mr. Delil Khairat, as the Director of Technical and Operation. Kepada rekan-rekan media kami persilahkan untuk dapat mengabadikan momen opening ceremony ini. So, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Kartika, we would like you to mark the opening ceremony of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 by hitting the gong in our clue. So, to Mr. Kartika, please proceed the ceremony. Congratulations to the opening of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Once again, congratulations to the opening of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. And please take a picture together. Kepada rekan-rekan media kami persilahkan untuk dapat mengabadikan momen ini, untuk mengabadikan foto-foto dari para tamu kehormatan yang ada di atas panggung. Once again, please give a round of applause to the opening of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Thank you to our honorable guests, and you may return to your seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next keynote speaker of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. And please allow me to invite His Excellency, Mr. Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Erlangga Hartarto, MBA, MMT, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, to deliver the keynote speech. Please welcome.
Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance Republik Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Erick Thohir, Indonesia Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, His Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Indonesia Minister of Industry, Honorable Ibu Satu Kahkonen, World Bank Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Bapak Beni Wawaruntu, President Director of PT RE Asuransi Indonesia Utama, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this event, and it's my honor to say a few words on the topic of reinsurance and economic resilience in dealing with climate change, pandemic, and geopolitical challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now living in such a turbulent and uncertain times. The phrase of perfect storms was hunting all of us. It was also named the 5C for COVID-19, conflict or geopolitical conflict, climate change, commodity price hike, and the cost of living with increase driven by inflation. The 5C storm has not over yet. World oil price keep rising, and luckily now is more flat through the cost of living for consumer around the world keep on increasing. The IMF revised upward the inflation outlook by 0.9% points to 8.3% in 2022 due to the rising prices and supply demand imbalance. With the rising prices continue to depress the living standard, taming inflation should be a priority for policymakers around the world. Developed countries such as US have raised interest rate by 300 basis points since the beginning of 2022, responding to their highest inflation in 40 years. The issue of stagflation and even recession has become a red light for all policymakers around the world. We are currently in the same ship and must work together to weather the storm. Ladies and gentlemen, while the global uncertainty is looming, Indonesia still has a good domestic economic condition. With the pandemic easing and people's mobility and activities starting to return to normal, the economy is expected to continue to recover and become stronger. In the second quarter this year, we were able to grow at 5.44%. If we compare with other countries, we are still in the strong or around among the 7 countries in the world. The government also doing extra effort to maintain price stability and people purchasing power amidst the national economic recovery. The leading indicators for the real sector are still solid, as seen from the expansion of PMI manufacturing, the growth in retail sales, and the consumer confidence index. We also continue to increase the investment opportunity through various policy and projects. During the pandemic COVID-19, Indonesia has established Omnibus Law, which streamlines 80 number of regulation, among others, trade, industry, investment, and employment. And this is one way that Indonesia reform the economy, especially in investment, promoting ease of doing business in Indonesia. Excellencies and distinguished guests, the favorable economic condition is expected to be catalyst for the development of the insurance industry. This become potential for reinsurance the industry. According to OJK on July 2022, the total amount of insurance industry asset has reached 1,738 trillion rupiah, with reinsurance asset only contribute 2.1% or 35.76 trillion, but it has been growing 33.6% compared to December 2019. There are only 8 reinsurance players in Indonesia, so the market share is still large. Considering the number of insurance players in Indonesia is around 138 companies. Indonesia is realized that most Indonesian insurance companies still place their risk with offshore reinsurance. The amount of premium transfer to non-residents has deteriorated. Our current account balance from the insurance services. This is the things that we have to do. How can we increase the Indonesian reinsurance companies' capability of accepting the risk held by Indonesian insurance company? To support the effort, in developing and increasing the growth of the insurance and reinsurance industry in Indonesia, Government Regulation 3 of 2020 has been issued to relax the foreign ownership cap on insurance-related business. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world full of risks. We are now exposed to unthinkable risks that keep emerging, the constantly changing technology, the unpredictability, climate and natural disaster, and unimaginable new kind of disease. We must get used to the fact that another surprise or another storm is coming, and we have to be ready to mitigate it. So now is exactly the time for the reinsurance to make this uncertainty as an opportunity to participate in maintaining national economic resilience. Reinsurance plays a significant role in ensuring the insurance industry to recognize what exposure should be expected in the near future. With that, I wish to congratulate the IndonesiaRe for the very first International Conference 2022. It is hopeful that the conference can create specific and actionable outcome for the developing growth of the reinsurance industry in Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, for delivering the keynote speech today. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving right along to the third keynote speakers. Please welcome Ms. Sri Mulyani Indrawati SA, MSc, PhD, as a Minister of Finance, who will be represented by Ms. Titi Anas, expert staff of the Ministry of Finance for Financial Services and Capital Markets. Please welcome.
Minister of Economic Affairs, His Excellency the Vice Minister for State-Owned Enterprises, President Director of IndonesiaRe, and distinguished speakers and ladies and gentlemen who attend this event. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Let's first express our gratitude to the Almighty for the blessed and that we can attend this event. And we also would like to express our appreciation to the organizer who arranged this excellent event. And secondly, we'd like to send our apology from our Minister of Finance, who cannot attend this excellent event due to other commitment. This event, according to our minister, is very relevant as we are working toward the recovery of our economy. We survive as Excellency Coordinating Minister Dr. Erlangga suggested that we survived the bottom of the economic condition due to the pandemic, and we currently have reached the 5% growth pathway, so that in Q1 and Q2, as also the third quarter, has shown the high growth in our economy. However, the challenge remains that the pandemic is not yet over, but we are already back to normal working condition with one difference, which is the health protocol that we have to abide into. The recovery worldwide has also pushed the inflation worldwide to the level never seen before. It exacerbated by the war in Ukraine that provided impact to the price of energy and food. Many countries worldwide experience very high inflation. In Indonesia, although we currently have much lower inflation compared to the US or the European countries, we have to be also vigilant. We can be affected by high inflation if we are not paying careful attention. The pandemic, however, has taught us the importance of collaboration across stakeholders, not only within the government, but also with the stakeholders across the economy. For example, the close collaboration of the Committee for Financial System Stability, or we call KSSK, is very important at the early step of addressing the impact of the pandemic to Indonesian economy. We have managed to come out from the pandemic successfully due to close collaboration between the government, in this case, the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank of Indonesia, the OJK, and the LPS, so that we did not experience the financial crisis during the health crisis. The burden sharing between the Ministry of Finance and Central Bank has helped the risk of high yield experience with our sovereign bonds. And the specific policy design between the Central Bank and the OJK also help the private sectors, the real sectors, to come out of the crisis. For example, the help on the property sector, the auto sectors, and the other collaborative policy instruments designed to help the private sectors. However, challenges in the future will also going to come from many angles. We are out of the pandemic, but we are still facing the impact of the war. We are also going to face the risk of the climate change, including natural disaster. So far, the burden of natural disaster borne to the government in terms of mitigating the impact to the most vulnerable groups. During the 2010 to 2017, the government allocated more than 3 trillion rupiah for natural disaster mitigation. However, the loss due to the natural disaster is more than that. There is a huge gap between what the government can afford and the need of the affected region. In the future, we really hope that the insurance company and industries can help filling the gap as in other countries, including, for example, pooling risk globally, so that the burden to the fiscal can be eased and can be allocated to other productive use of the public money. This will open opportunity, of course, to the insurance and reinsurance industry. Government and financial sector authorities also continue to support the development of Indonesian financial market. DPR, the Parliament, on Tuesday, September 20, has approved the P2SK, the bill, as a Parliament's initiative, and send it to the government for further process. With this reform, this bill is expected to reform our financial sector further, increase access to financial sector, expand long-term financial sources, improving competitiveness and efficiency of the sector, developing instruments and strengthening the risk mitigation, improving investors and consumer protection, and of course also strengthening the integrity and quality of human resources of the financial sector, strengthening financial governance and reporting and supervisory role in the sector. The bill is expected to provide a reform in the financial regulation to increase efficiency and certainty and open up opportunity for a prudent financial market that will positively contribute to supporting economic growth. With this financial sector reform, it is hoped that the financial sector can play an increasingly important role in ensuring the functioning of the economy with a healthy and efficient intermediation function. With that, I would like to end this speech by sending warm regards from our minister and big congratulations to the organizer to hold this important event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Titik, for your insight keynote speech today. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move along to the first session of the conference, we will take a short break, and please enjoy the coffee break menu provided in the left, in your left, and also in the front of area at the foyer. And don't forget, we also inform you that there are showcase corner area that you can visit in front of this ballroom, and you may watch the videos and ask questions to the person in charge in each showcase. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the coffee break.
IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions. Various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider, we continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions. We, IndonesiaRe, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by a strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions. We, IndonesiaRe, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of culture, with a variety of superior risk transfer products, and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please return to your seat. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat duduk Anda, karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Kami persilahkan untuk Anda yang masih berada di area foyer untuk dapat memasuki ke dalam ruang acara karena acara segera dilanjutkan. Terima kasih.
We,
Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan untuk Anda yang masih berada di area foyer untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Dan diperkenankan untuk Anda yang masih...
For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity. As the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. we continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated and joining us to the first session of the conference. Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih menikmati coffee break, dipersilahkan untuk dapat membawa coffee break Bapak dan Ibu ke dalam ruangan. Sekali lagi, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated and joining us to the first session of the conference. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami mohon berkenan untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Dan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih menikmati cafe break di area foyer, dipersilahkan untuk dapat membawa cafe break Bapak dan Ibu ke dalam ruangan. Terima kasih.
We, IndonesiaRe, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, IndonesiaRe is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions.
Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Please give a round of applause. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to say thank you to Aon and IndonesiaRe, who have contributed to our event today. And now, we are going to watch together the testimonials video from Aon and IndonesiaRe.
I would like to thank IndonesiaRe for inviting Aon as one of your speakers alongside your various other illustrious speakers for this conference. I wish you great success, and I truly believe after the two-day event, there will be great takeaway and thought-provoking discussion along the way as well. Most importantly, this event serves to showcase the importance of the reinsurance industry in this insurance ecosystem. And I certainly hope, and I truly believe, the great takeaway from this event will serve to be impactful for all of us in years to come. Thank you again, IndonesiaRe, for hosting such an event.
Congratulations, IndonesiaRe, for the launch of IndonesiaRe's International Conference 2022, Reinsurance and Economic Resilience Conference. We at Munich Re are delighted to be IndonesiaRe's leading partner in supporting Indonesia and the region in dealing with the risk of climate change, geopolitical and pandemic challenges. Collectively, the reinsurance industry will be stronger when we come together to work on critical issues to reduce risk and vulnerabilities. Congratulations again, and we look forward to meeting everyone soon.
Thank you so much, Aon and IndonesiaRe, for the testimonials. Thank you. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the first session of the IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 with the topic Global Economic Overview. And we are pleased to invite the moderator for this first session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the professional moderator and presenter of Metro TV, Miss Johanna Margareta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Johanna Margareta. It's a great day for all of us being able to gather here and discuss about very thought-provoking topics, and I believe that we all find it as an enthralling subject. And in this first session, we are going to discuss concerning the global economic overview. As we know by now, COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the global stability, especially on the economic standpoint. While we are still recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, at the very moment, we also have to face another economic threats due to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which will sideline the geopolitical landscape in Indo-Pacific, global economic resilience, and more. And ladies and gentlemen, right now, we will join by 4 remarkable speakers who are profoundly experienced in their own expertise and inspired to provide us with many valuable insights regarding the global economic overview. Before we start, allow me to introduce you to all of our incredible speakers for our first session. And I would like to invite our speakers, first speakers, Mrs. Henry Saparni, PhD, as Senior Economist of Center of Reform on Economics Core Indonesia. Mrs. Saparni, please welcome. And the second speaker, Mrs. Dr. Koni Rahakundini Bakri, as Indonesian Military and Defense Analyst. Good morning, Mr. Koni. And third speaker, Mr. George Attard, as the CEO of Aeon Reinsurance Solutions Asia Pacific. Mr. George Attard, please give big round of applause. Great to have you here, Mr. Attard. And lastly, Mr. David Lovinger as the Managing Director of TCW Group. And Mr. David will be joining us today through online video conference. Mr. David Lovinger from USA. Hello, Mr. David.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good morning from Indonesia, Mr. David.
It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. David Lovinger to begin our first session. Mr. David, please begin when you're ready. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, first, it's such a pleasure to be able to speak to this conference. I'm sorry I couldn't make it here in person, but I did have the honor of coming to Indonesia in the summer and be able to reconnect with my good friends at TCW Bahana. TCW has invested in Indonesia for a long time, but our most important investment by far is our partnership with Bahana. And we were also very honored to be able to host a delegation from Bahana last week, which included members from the Indonesia Financial Group. I was going to talk today about how we see global markets. It's been a challenging few weeks. It's been a challenging year, I have to say. I promise at the end of my presentation, I will end on a hopeful and positive note. I don't know if you guys have my slides that you can put up, but there are a number of challenges that are hitting markets at this time. First and foremost, it's been all about the Fed for the last certainly since their meeting on September 21st. Again, I don't know if you guys have access to my charts, but anyway, there was a very clear message from the Fed that it only has one objective. Normally it has two objectives, inflation and jobs. Right now, it only has one objective, which is to bring inflation down to its long-term target, and it will keep interest rates high and as high as they need to be to meet these targets. This is called the Fed dot plot, and the red dots represent every member of the Fed's Monetary Policy Committee. That was their expectation for policy rates at their meeting in June. The blue dots were their expectations for policy rates going forward at their September meeting. The lines are the median expectations of the members. And what you can see is what happened in September is there was a very clear signal that a majority of the Federal Reserve Board expects rates to not only be higher, but higher for longer, not only this year and next year, but also in 2024. Let's go to the next slide. This has led to a significant repricing of global interest rates, but I think most relevant for emerging markets like Indonesia is the rise in interest rates that we've seen, particularly since the Fed meeting, but pretty much all this year has been a rise in real interest rates. And that reflects expectations of tighter global monetary conditions. The red line is the 10-year real interest rate. The black line are interest rates on 10-year Indonesian US dollar bonds, and you can see that they track very closely. Let's go to the next slide. It's not only been higher rates, but it's also been a strong dollar, and there's a very famous phrase from a former US Treasury Secretary that the dollar is our currency and it's your problem. And in the last few weeks, we've been reminded that we're in a US dollar world. I think many people remember in the depth of COVID in 2020, there was a mad scramble for dollar financing. Many businesses all over the world had borrowed in dollars and then their revenues were cut because of the COVID pandemic, and they needed dollar financing to pay their bills in dollars. And that put a lot of stress on the system. I still think it was a mistake that the Fed did not provide Indonesia with a credit line that it provided to other major economies. But once again, we're seeing that tighter US monetary policy is being reflected not only in interest rates, but in a strong dollar. And it's the combination of those two that's putting pressure and stress on both companies and governments around the world. Of course, it's not just the Fed, but central banks around the world, the ECB, Bank Indonesia, across Asia and other emerging markets, central banks are tightening monetary policy. And all this is occurring as global growth is slowing. Let's go to the next slide. We're seeing growth starting to slow in the US. The market actually is a pretty good predictor of US recessions. The yield curve becomes inverted. That means lower short-term interest rates are higher than long-term interest rates. That was a good predictor of the last 3 recessions in the US. You can see right now we're very close to an inverted yield curve. We're not quite there yet, but the bond market is certainly signaling slower growth ahead. Of course, it's not just in the US. Europe is going to have a very difficult winter with higher gas prices. Let's go to the next slide. And I think the big issue for the global economy is in the past. In 2008 and 2012, when the US and Europe were having difficulties, China was an important source of counter-cyclical growth. And I think the challenge is we're seeing, even though growth is recovering in China, this is going to be a very slow and uneven recovery in China, particularly because of a very deep downturn in the property sector as China pivots from decades of property-led growth. I don't see a robust recovery in China anytime soon. That's obviously going to impact demand for commodities, including from Indonesia. Let's go to the next slide. Keep going to the next slide. We're also seeing all kinds. This one just shows what's happening to Asian exports. And Nomura Securities has put together a leading indicator for Asian exports. And what you can see is the outlook is a pretty difficult one for Asian exports as demand weakens both in the US, Europe, and China. And I think what we're seeing in emerging markets, but particularly in Asia, is weaker exports, but very strong imports as economies are opening up after COVID. That's reducing trade surpluses, increasing trade deficits, and along with capital outflows, is putting pressure on foreign currencies. Let's go to the next slide. We're seeing all kinds of political risks. Obviously, the war in Ukraine is a big one. But what worries me as an investor is we're seeing an increase in trade sanctions and technology sanctions, and particularly a weaponization of the dollar. Remember, I said, we live in a dollar world, and the U.S. is becoming increasingly aggressive in its use of financial sanctions. So in Russia, they not only froze, but it looks like they're going to seize the assets, right, of a major central bank. They're seizing assets of rich individuals, not because they were involved in specific crimes, but because of their citizenship. And, what was interesting to me is I think China is very focused on finding ways that it can conduct trade and investment in its own currencies and currencies other than the dollar to reduce its vulnerability to financial sanctions. I was a little surprised on my recent visit to Indonesia and the rest of Southeast Asia that they don't seem as focused on the risk that the US might not allow them to settle trade with their largest trading partner, China, at some point in the future in US dollars. Let's go to the next slide. And the problem we face in investors is we've got all these issues: tighter monetary policy, slower growth, political risks, supply shocks, but there's so much uncertainty. We don't know how much the Fed is going to have to tighten and how long it's going to have to keep rates high. We don't know if the US and China can achieve a soft landing. We don't know how long the war in Ukraine is going to last. And that has led to an increase in uncertainty, and in markets, that's led to an increase in volatility. So these are two measures of volatility. The black one is volatility in US bond markets. The blue one is the VIX. It measures the volatility in the US stock market. US bond market volatility is the highest today that we've seen since the global financial crisis. The more volatility we see, the higher risk premia investors demand. Let's go to the next slide. The last risk I wanted to mention is the risk that faces global governance. Before I came to TCW, I worked for the US Treasury Department, and we were involved in creating the G20. And I know this is the year that Indonesia is hosting the G20. Back in 2009, we created the G20 summit because it was clear to us that the G7 could no longer speak for the world. Emerging markets comprised of a bigger and bigger share of global GDP. The G7 no longer had either the ability or the legitimacy to address by itself global issues. That's why we created the G20 to bring together the biggest advanced economies and the biggest emerging markets. And my concern is, in the last 5 years, including in the current administration in the US, it seems like we're moving back to a G7 world, but global problems haven't gotten any easier, and G7's and advanced economy share of the global economy continues to get smaller. I promised you guys I'd finish on an optimistic note. These are the challenges that we see in global markets. I think it's going to be a difficult few months. The first half of 2023 is probably going to be difficult, but let's go to the next slide. I remain optimistic on emerging markets in general. I remain optimistic on Indonesia. You can see from this slide that emerging markets are going to account for a continually large share of global growth. Let's go to the next slide if we can. Right now, the growth advantage of emerging markets over advanced economies has shrunk, but I think we're going to see that advantage widen, particularly as we get later into 2023 and 2024. We are going to see fiscal contractions in advanced economies. We're going to see tighter monetary policy, and we're going to see very weak growth in Europe and the US. We're going to see much stronger growth in emerging markets and particularly in Indonesia. And just to finish, when I look at prices of emerging market equities and emerging market fixed income, yeah, they've been hit hard. I'd say the good news is a lot of risk is priced in. Investors are very underweight emerging markets. They're underweight Indonesian equities and fixed income, and I think they will return sometime later next year. Thank you. It's been an honor to speak with you.
Please put your hands together for Mr. David, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. David, for giving us such an informative and comprehensive presentation as the opening session regarding the present global and emerging market condition. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to our second speaker, Mrs. Henry Saparini. Mrs. Henry Saparini, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Ioana, good morning everybody. I would like to continue the presentation about the global economy overview, and please allow me to make a presentation in Bahasa because the organizer said that there are also an interpreter. So, is it okay? Okay. So, let's we start. I will share to you some issues. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tadi sudah kita dengarkan presentasi tentang bagaimana kondisi global ekonomi. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang ada di sektor keuangan, yang transmisinya itu nomor satu. Apa yang terjadi di global akan tertransmisi yang pertama kali adalah lewat sektor keuangan. Lewat suku bunga, lewat nilai tukar. Jadi memang kalau kita bicara apakah kita cukup harus berhati-hati. Ya. Kalau kita melihat dari sisi ini, ya. Tapi nanti kita akan bicara apakah kita harus khawatir tadi. Karena sebenarnya kesimpulan kita hampir sama, bahwa kebijakan moneter global akan lebih ketat. Kemudian juga Amerika akan menaikkan suku bunganya dan itu akan berdampak pada kita. Global growth juga pasti akan terkoreksi. Kemudian juga perdagangan global akan melambat. Kemudian kita punya faktor yang lain adalah faktor China. Yang kita tidak tahu apakah kemudian setelah Oktober ini akan ada koreksi kebijakan dari sisi penanganan COVID. Baik, kita lihat satu persatu. Kalau kita lihat konsensus, hampir semua menyampaikan tahun 2002 akan ada koreksi growth. Kemudian tahun 2023 hampir semua juga sepakat akan worse than this year. Jadi banyak risiko-risiko sehingga growth 2023 itu lower dibanding dengan 2022. Ini beberapa koreksi-koreksi yang dilakukan, tetapi ini akan terus berkembang. Nah, ada faktor-faktor yang kita tahu, Eropa akan ada faktor yang berbeda dengan Amerika, berbeda juga dengan China. Kenapa kemudian ekonomi mereka akan terpengaruh? Next slide-nya, saya akan masuk. Next slide. Ya. Kita tiba-tiba global ada lonjakan inflasi. Hampir semua negara mengalami inflasi yang jauh lebih tinggi. Nah, ini menjadi tentu saja catatan bagi semuanya bahwa yang akan kita hadapi itu tidak mudah. Karena respon kebijakan masing-masing negara pasti akan berbeda. Respon kebijakan dari masing-masing negara akan berbeda, tergantung kepada kondisi di negara masing-masing. Nah, jadi ini yang akan menjadi PR. Tadi Pak Erlangga juga menyampaikan, Pak Wamen juga menyampaikan, Pak Tiko, bahwa secara umum global ekonomi akan berpengaruh kepada kita, tetapi ekonomi Indonesia relatively resilient. Nah, ini yang disampaikan. Kenapa bisa demikian? Kita bisa lihat satu persatu. Next slide-nya. Untuk satu hal yang tadi disampaikan Pak Tiko, bahwa kita masih akan aman karena akan ada commodity price di global, itu yang akan tetap baik. Saya rasa ada beberapa hal yang perlu dicatat, saya sebutkan di atas. Ada faktor-faktor yang mempengaruhi harga minyak, harga batu bara, harga CPO, yang kira-kira tahun depan tidak akan sebagus tahun. Perlambatan ekonomi yang terjadi, itu akan berpengaruh terhadap demand, akan berpengaruh terhadap harga. Sehingga kita juga perlu untuk berhati-hati apakah benar bahwa kita cukup aman ya untuk mengandalkan saat ini dengan tingginya harga komoditas. Next slide-nya. Next. Oke. Lalu bagaimana dengan kondisi yang ada di Indonesia? Karena tadi berbagai hal yang sudah dipresentasikan tentang kondisi global. Ya. Yang pertama, tentu yang menjadi kekhawatiran adalah dari sisi inflasi. Inflasi kita sudah relatif cukup tinggi. Kemudian yang kedua adalah dari sisi nilai tukar. Pelemahan nilai tukar rupiah sudah terjadi. Walaupun tadi Pak Tiko menyampaikan, kita depresiasi rupiah yang terjadi itu masih pada relatif aman. Karena jauh lebih rendah dibanding dengan negara-negara peer kita. Ya. Kemudian juga kalau kita melihat apakah ada ancaman tentang capital outflow? Saya rasa tergantung pada kekuatan Indonesia ya untuk menjaga apakah kita akan mampu untuk membayar ongkos untuk menahan agar tidak ada capital outflow. Jadi kalau kita melihat sekarang ini obligasi pemerintah sudah bergerak naik, yield-nya sudah mendekati 6% lagi dengan kebutuhan yang masih jauh lebih tinggi. Nah, jadi ada beberapa hal yang saya rasa perlu kita diskusikan di sini. Kemudian saya tidak bisa melihat materi saya di sana ya. Baik. Kemudian saya bicara yang kedua adalah tentang inflasi. Apakah inflasi di Indonesia ini cukup perlu kita khawatirkan, Bapak Ibu sekalian? Inflasi kita relatif tinggi, yang pertama tentu saja karena pangan. Ya. Kemudian yang kedua adalah, tambahan yang kedua adalah energi. Nah, kalau kita melihat yang terjadi, maka menurut kami, inflasi 2022 ini akan bisa mencapai 7%. Most likely 6,5%. Tapi tergantung respon yang akan terjadi. Karena kita tahu, kenaikan harga BBM subsidi ini, ya, dampaknya itu kita melihat dua hal. Yang pertama adalah direct impact, kita bilang itu adalah first round-nya. Yang kedua adalah second round-nya, itu adalah dampak lanjutannya. Seperti misalnya kenaikan harga yang dilakukan oleh industri-industri belum dilakukan sekarang, transportasi juga belum, dan sebagainya. Nah, ini akan terus berlangsung paling tidak sampai semester 1 2023. Nah, jadi kebijakan yang diambil oleh pemerintah, baik itu fiskal maupun moneter, itu akan menjadi catatan-catatan kita, apakah kita akan bisa melewati ini atau tidak. Kalau dilihat, ancaman kita sangat banyak, tapi semestinya kita memiliki opportunity, kita memiliki ruang untuk bisa menyiasati apa yang terjadi di global. Bapak Ibu, ekonomi kita tidak dibangun oleh ekspor, tidak dibangun oleh investasi asing, tidak dibangun ya porsi yang besar itu dari transmisi yang diakibatkan oleh perubahan di global. Tapi ekonomi Indonesia 80% itu masih mengandalkan kepada domestic economy. Yang pertama adalah domestic consumption, porsinya 56%. Kemudian kita juga mengandalkan konsumsi pemerintah atau belanja pemerintah, hampir 18%, dan juga investasi dalam negeri. Jadi semestinya ruang yang kita miliki memungkinkan kita untuk merespon kebijakan atau kondisi yang tadi sudah dipaparkan, akan ada kondisi yang kalau IMF menyebutkan lebih gelap dibanding 2022. Tapi saya rasa tidak demikian. Bisa jadi banyak negara yang akan resesi, tetapi tanda-tanda itu sampai hari ini semestinya belum ada di Indonesia. Next slide-nya. Bagaimana kemudian dengan cadangan devisa kita? Bapak Ibu, apakah ada yang perlu kita khawatirkan dengan cadangan devisa yang semakin lama semakin menurun? Saya rasa itu juga sesuatu yang menjadi catatan. Tetapi kalau kita bandingkan dengan negara-negara lain yang sekarang ini sudah mendekati pada resesi, cadangan devisa kita masih bisa untuk menjaga 6-7 bulan impor. Dengan pertumbuhan impor yang lebih landai, maka semestinya cadangan devisa kita masih bisa untuk kita amankan. Yang kedua, cadangan devisa kita juga digunakan untuk menjaga rupiah. Jadi kalau kita melihat apakah kita cukup khawatir dengan kondisi yang sekarang ini dilakukan, pemerintah masih bisa memiliki ruang untuk menerbitkan kembali global bonds, yang itu kemudian akan bisa memperkuat cadangan devisa kita. Tapi kalau saya, kali ini kan saya hanya bicara short term ya, outlook 2022 dan outlook 2023. Kita tidak sedang bicara tentang struktur ekonomi Indonesia yang memang perlu ada reform gitu untuk kita bisa menghadapi dengan lebih kuat lagi. Next slide-nya. Bagaimana dengan kondisi reaksi atau respon kebijakan di sisi moneter? Bapak Ibu sekalian, memang tidak mudah dan menurut saya kenaikan suku bunga yang dilakukan oleh Bank Indonesia dengan sangat hati-hati menjadi pilihan yang tepat untuk bisa menggerakkan sektor real. Kita tahu kalau saat ini sektor usaha belum sepenuhnya kembali. PMI atau manufacturing index kita itu juga sekarang sudah mulai menurun dari 5,7% di 2021, sekarang 5,1. Itu yang menyebabkan kenapa kemudian impor kita juga menurun. Ya, jadi kehati-hatian ini memang kita perlukan karena memang kita memiliki banyak PR. Next slide-nya. Next. Kemudian bagaimana dengan perbankan, Bapak Ibu sekalian, yang saya potret di sini di sektor keuangan hanya perbankan. Kalau kita melihat dari sisi kredit, pertumbuhan kredit masih akan tetap bagus. Yang kita perlukan sekarang ini, kalau selama pandemi, fokus kebijakan pemerintah itu adalah pada supply side, maka sekarang yang perlu digarap adalah dari sisi demand side. Karena perbankan perlu mendapatkan guideline. Sebenarnya sektor-sektor mana yang akan menjadi prioritas dan kemudian kebijakan apa yang akan dilakukan oleh pemerintah untuk mendorong sehingga fungsi dari perbankan ini bisa kembali dengan lebih baik. Next slide-nya. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini sebagai penutup, ya. Kenapa saya katakan bahwa sebenarnya domestic demand ini lebih kuat dan kemudian di semester 2 ini juga kita masih bisa pertahankan karena dampak dari kenaikan harga BBM itu akan lebih terasa nanti setelah 2 bulan ke depan. Jadi sekarang ini kita belum sangat merasakan itu, tetapi semester 2 terutama di kuartal 4 kita akan menghadapi permintaan yang akan menurun cukup tajam. Nah, jadi, next slide-nya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau demikian, yang perlu saya sampaikan sebagai penutup, mungkin next saja, sudah mau habis waktunya, terus. Ya, sebagai penutup, sebenarnya kita perlu ada kekhawatiran, tetapi kita masih punya ruang untuk melakukan pilihan-pilihan kebijakan yang bisa diadres oleh pemerintah agar kita tidak mengalami resesi. Kalau definisi secara teknikal resesi adalah pertumbuhan ekonomi yang negatif selama 2 kuartal berturut-turut, itu tidak akan terjadi sampai proyeksi kita hari ini. Akan tetapi yang kita khawatirkan adalah daya beli masyarakat. Walaupun tadi saya sebutkan daya beli atau konsumsi rumah tangga masih tumbuh 5%, tapi di Indonesia 5% tadi disumbangkan 80% oleh kelompok menengah atas yang itu hanya 20% dari penduduk. Sementara 40% penduduk mereka hanya hidup dari BLT. Kalau kita lihat APBN pemerintah tahun depan masih akan ada BLT, tetapi BLT itu tidak akan untuk sepanjang tahun dan tidak akan bisa mengkompensate kenaikan harga yang terjadi dan yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat. Nah, perlu ada terobosan-terobosan agar ada gerakan, agar potensi pertumbuhan ekonomi atau pemulihan ekonomi yang jauh lebih baik, ini bisa betul-betul kita realisasikan dan rencana pemerintah untuk tahun depan akan tumbuh 5,3, menurut proyeksi kami, mungkin secara resmi lembaga kami akan menerbitkan di bulan November sekitar 5%. Tapi tahun ini kita memang masih akan tumbuh 4,5 sampai 5%. Nah, jadi saya rasa kita perlu ada optimisme, tetapi kehati-hatian kita sebenarnya bisa kita mulai dari sekarang untuk memilih kebijakan yang paling tepat. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can I have a big round of applause for Mrs. Henry Saparini? Thank you very much. That was a comprehensive presentation, Mrs. Henry Saparini. And now, after we know about the extensive outlook of Indonesia economic update, now let's hear more from our next speaker, Mrs. Dr. Connie Rahakundini Bakri. Mrs. Connie, please be our guest.
Thank you and good morning. From all these numbers and everything, let's jump to the defense perspective, and I would like to thank IndonesiaRe for inviting me. I think part of as a defense analyst, part of the things that we have to think is actually about threat. And somehow, if we don't manage risk very well, then it's become a bigger threat than threat itself. So that is what we have to underline. So my topic is about the global economic resilience we are going to discuss a bit about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But the most important thing is we have to know exactly what is the future Indo-Pacific geopolitical landscape, because it's going to affect us directly and closer instead of the Russia and Ukraine things. Next, the man actually live more than 40,000 years, but actually only 800 years people are free from war. So the conflict that turn into large-scale wars have immense potential to create destructions, to explain just now. And the present-day Ukraine-Russian war would have impact in the coming years. And it's very obvious it's going to impact on the sovereignty, the economic, the citizens, the behavior of the future of the state as well. But this is not only direct manifestation of war. Next. Because actually we have to understand. I wish the war I wish people will listen to what is the defense perspective more. It's not a very simple or a weak country. If you see from the history, from the first SAR, attack as a defense is a very main concept. It's applied in Russia, and it's a main doctrine. So during 15th century, when the Urals, Caspian, and when the Ural, Caspian, and then the Arctic, the Black Sea, and the Caucasus Mountain is actually been not only attacked, been controlled by Russia. It's continued to the 17th century on the Sweden, and under the leadership of the Peter the Great, actually Russian Empire is established, and the Catherine the Great is actually on the 17th century as well, moved toward the Europe and actually for trade and nationalism, and Ukraine and Carpathian actually conquered during these days. What I'm trying to tell you is actually Russia facing a lot of wars around for 500 years, with France, Napoleon period on 18th centuries, and then German on 19th centuries, up to the World War 1945. So the Russian going to war approximately 33 years, every 33 years. Now the question is, next slide is, whether President Putin is a student of history, that the oversetting NATO is actually makes the Putin change on 2016 almost the entire Russian military strategy, and is actually the first time declaring openly that America is the external threat against Russia. And therefore, on February 24th, Russia launched the large-scale special military operation on Ukraine. And the response is actually that make us scared, because not only US, but EU and now the UN actually exert the political, economic, and technological pressures. Next, is mentioned before that the commodities impact to the natural gas, because of Russia is account for about 40% of natural gas resource, and the oil producer of about around 10% of global productions. And Russia and Ukraine alone is they actually involved in 25% of global wealth exports. And the fertilizer, palladium, and everything. And the things that affect Russia is only things, because Russia is somehow depend heavily on the technology, semiconductor, and oil equipment from the West. Next, we can see from this map of Bloomberg Economic, actually the severe and moderate target is targeted to Russia with this sanction. But let's see what happened next. Russia economic resilience showed that financial and any sanctions will not be a barrier for Russia. I just visited Russia for the International Security Conference last month, and I will be there next month for the Valdai Club meetings. And actually, what I see there, the sanctions is affecting the globe very heavily, but not to the target that they wish actually to be to Russia. Next, so the Russia-Ukraine conflict has quickly spiraled down into the declared war involving not only two countries, but now involving many countries. And the revival of the East-West war has triggered political, economic, and environmental instability. War is exceptional risk for insurers who definitely acquire a system know how to covering acts like piracy or terrorism. But insurers still doesn't have solution for dealing with war situations. Now we talk about the global impact. Next, the risk that the economy will be enter recessions will be 30% in the US, 40% in the EU, and 45% in the UK. And the recession probability are significantly higher than average 50%. Unemployment rate will be increased as well, or rises, and economic overheating will be happen in US, UK, Canada, Japan, and the EU zone. And of course, the monetary and fiscal policy response might be more limited with the energy disruptions. So what I'm going to say is next, the world need no other wars. We definitely need no other wars to be happen, because like the train road connecting the region, which become highly competitive during the height of COVID-19, is now stalled because of this model of transportation that changed. Next, the claims are beginning to emerge for Russian and Ukrainian trade credit. More trade credit in structured credit claims, and Russia will be anticipated on the 2022 and the first quarter of next year. And the Russia-Ukraine conflict underlines the increased volatility in geopolitics in recent years. which create the complexity for managing risks and supply chains. Now we are facing the next world timeline issue. Next, today, only impact of Ukraine-Russia war, global inflation is already 7%. This year, this year up to 2024, not only Indonesia will face election, but Turkey, Israel, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Brazil, and the United States. And this is going to have some impact as well. The inflation forced country to change policy. The race of nationalist versus protection issue will be arisen. And I think somehow Biden wants to create change to the world course for the sake of American interests, and this is going to be dangerous. Let us talking about Taiwan now. Next, Taiwan. If Taiwan war happen, the mega recession will be happen, and the collapse of the world for sure will be happen. And therefore, all these people and all these countries in the region has to do something somehow to really make anything we can do to stop this war or the possibility of war in the Taiwan area or even the South China Sea. Next, why? Because talking about Russia-Ukraine war is only talking about the GDP of 1.7 trillion US dollar. But if something happened with Taiwan and China, we are talking about almost 13 trillion US dollar. So the effect of the war is 6 times bigger than what we are facing today. Next, Taiwan war could bring worse impact to the world than Ukraine because Taiwan located near the busiest world shipping lane, and 30% seaborne trade passes Taiwan Strait. The trade disruption will be far more bigger than Russia and Ukraine war. The recession will be explode, and the projected GDP hits US decline GDP to 5 to 10%, while China to 35%. Again, we have to remember that China holds the trade percent of 12% world trade, and Taiwan holds about 1.7%. Next, we have to remember again, Taiwan can give huge economic impact because Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC, we call it foundry, is actually control half of the, almost half of the world need, around 65%, which is actually worth about 100 billion US dollar. Now we have to go to the Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific have a problem because we have actually facing the common regional ignorance. Next slide, please. The superiority of rivalry, the heavily alliance militarized. Next slide, please. The complex overlapping countries' national interests, the South China Sea issue, and how the Taiwan or South China Sea area will be the next war zones. Next, we don't understand what is the reason for the South China Sea become so hot or boiling, become so, the increasing boiling pot for the conflict. But if you see from this data, actually 7.7 billion barrels discovered oil reserve is there, 10% of global fish reserve is there, 25 billion barrels of estimated oil reserve is there, 266 cubic trillions estimated natural gas reserve is there. What I'm going to say with this chart is the energy and the food security of the future is on the South China Sea. The problem is, next, which China we are talking about? The Republic of China, which is Taiwan, or the China itself? Because if we are complaining about the South China Sea issue, we have to mention about 9-dash line or 11-dash line. And to understand about 9-dash line and his 11-dash line history, is actually formally published by ROC, by Taiwan. It's not by China, but not by China mainland. And is published by Minister of Internal Affairs of Taiwan on 1948. Next, so regarding South China Sea, we have to understand as well, so we are not going to buy these buzzers or this funny idea that China doesn't have a historical claim. China did have the historical claim there. You can see from here, during the first country that discovered and named the South China Sea and its island is starting on the Han Dynasty on 206 BC. During the Tang Dynasty, actually Sisa and Nansa Island were actually mentioned. The Sultan Song Dynasty as well actually doing the maritime mission to that area. And the Song Dynasty actually having the biggest naval capability with 10 soldiers aboard at that time. And actually on the book of Daozi written by Wang Dainan, it's actually Nansa Island, details of Nansa Island is there. There was a total of 347 military treaties is actually listed. And at the end of the Qing dynasty, China's government actually protests against German and France invasion into Nansha Island. So what I'm going to say is, the next slide. Even PRC, both, next slide please, both PRC and ROC have the standpoint on the South China Sea, on Uti-Pacific Doctrine, on the Terra Nullius, on even the U-line. So we have to be very careful on handling this issue, because otherwise we are going to believe that China will do something to Taiwan, Taiwan will do something to China, and everything's about it. Next, because what I'm scared is actually people or some countries, especially Western countries, perhaps is going to Ukrainization Taiwan. If this has happened, this is going to be a big war. Because if you see from this position of of China positions of the military capabilities from the data by ISS, the latest on 2022, and you can see from Taiwan strength there, of course, Taiwan will be like Ukraine. Somehow Taiwan will be helped by the Western countries and the NATOs, and this is going to be dangerous for our region. So next, what is the Indo-Pacific tendency security aspect? Countries in the region driven to put focus only the PRC powers, which is ignoring the US and the ex-colonial power into our regional waters. In fact, coalition of actions by non-Taiwan states will trigger the conflict, and conflict in the region is directed to see military threats only on coming from China, which is wrong. I'm going to show you after this what is coming into our region. In fact, regional threat coming from many directions, and ADIS or a defense identification zone issue will be the new conflict on the airspace area of our region. And so China Sea dispute will be sharpened by the geopolitical considerations, which is approach to a wider military operation other than war approach. Next, this is all very fast. This is what happened in our region today. France is there, the capability is there. So we can see not only the United States, France is going to be there. It's there already. Next, UK. With the economic, security, and values, they are coming to us to preserve freedom from navigation and to care regarding geopolitical competition and the potential flashpoint. Next, by the Ukraine war itself, actually is expecting the geoeconomic, the BRI, the Global Gateway, the US BDN, the B3W, the KII, the EIEU, and the INSTC. So the impact is very big. Next. So the new major global trade hub will be happen, and I think if the need of the ASEAN countries look to and East-West trade routes need to have the new Eurasian land bridge, of course, if this happen, Iran could become a major global trade hub. So we have to be very careful on hitting Russia too much or giving sanctions too much, because these countries has to survive and they are going to find another hub, and another hub is Iran. Next. The many companies also seeking new suppliers, point of manufacture, route of shipment. And the major shift of thinking taking place from just-in-time supply chains delivery to just-in-case supply chains delivery. And this is the combination of this issue with the geopolitical and inflation means that the value at risk have increased in less well-known locations. Next, marine insurers are usually mindful of geopolitical and development and what we call the considered war risk zones. And the dangerous area is actually identified by specific list. Following the outbreak of Russia-Ukraine conflict, actually the GCC considered a Sea of Azov and the destruction of looting of cargo, then making this area is increased risk as well. What I'm going to ask or to tell in this presentation is we have to be very careful and we have to be very prepared for the insurer and how to take care of if Indo-Pacific things happen. Indonesia maritime borders, next. We have a problem on 10 borders, and it is actually limit on the borders of the Philippines, on the Timor-Leste, and the Malaysia. The implication will be huge to the suspension of the insurance coverage, to the enforcement of our ship are banned, and the insecurity on the shipping routes from the war sea area. Because of the spirit of globalization, any war today, we have also impact on the global supply chains. And this is impeding on the flow of goods, fueling dramatic costs to product shortage, and of course the food shortage around the globe. So we have the grand strategy of UF and the global series. Actually, we have to see my system thinking slide. You can see if US and the NATO is pushing too much to this war, to the sanction, The global need will rise and will raise to global scarcity, and the financial and economic repercussion will be happen. Volatility in stock, additional risk on inflation, colossal claims for credit insurers, loss on import-export contract, and halt in the production of certain raw and agricultural materials, and suspensions of insurance coverage due to the war's risk exclusion. Impact to the global risk and the resolution, actually, the global risk would keep rising, becoming the global business threat, and this would create some national interest. I think now we are on the slide number 35, please. And the interest will be create an international pressure to the US and alliance strategy to the end global tension. My two final point is, now is slide number 36. Indonesia will see immediate impact on inflation with rise in fuel and food prices. Supply bottleneck aggravated due to sanctions and the war situation. The investment climate will deteriorate and due to uncertainty, and capital flow into the country will decline, leading to further decline in the stock market. Exports are likely to be hit due to the decline of the growth in the world economy and the globalizations. Balance of payment, which was already turning adverse, will be even more severe. Uncertainty, demand, investment, inflation will reduce the rate of growth in the economic, which is badly hit by the pandemic. Expenditure will increase. And finally, difficulty in procuring defense equipment already contracted will delay delivery and given their order requirement. So I think we really have to be prepared for this. I'm not going to scare anybody, but the risk that Ibu just now mentioned before is actually, if we go, look closer to Indo-Pacific, we are going to have a very big homework in the future. Thank you.
Once again, let's give a round of applause for Mrs. Connie. Thank you very much, Mrs. Connie. Much obliged for your elucidation concerning the future of Indo-Pacific geopolitical landscape and global economic resilience in the midst of Russia-Ukraine conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? We are now going to listen to our first speaker, Mr. George Attard. Mr. George, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Selamat Pagi. It's nice to be here after almost 2.5 years, and wonderful to be in the same room with everyone at IndonesiaRe's International Conference. I think we've heard a great overview this morning of the world macroeconomic environment, a focus on Indonesia, and then of course geopolitics in detail. And I think what I wanted to do today was just cover three sort of risks that we're seeing in the market: longevity, catastrophe, and credit risk, and how the economic environment does play a part in managing those risks and where the industry sits within that framework. So if we go to the next slide, please. And just to recap, really, from the themes that we've heard this morning around global trends, COVID-19 clearly has changed consumer behavior and economies, shifting demand from services to goods. We've seen economies implement stimulus packages to boost spending and prop up economies, production being scaled down, therefore reducing supply, and of course border restrictions leading to supply chain disruption and labor shortages. The other point to add there is really with that backdrop and the pressure in causing supply chain issues leading to inflationary impact, that's of course now been exacerbated by the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which we've heard a lot about this morning already. But really just highlighting global energy prices increasing, supply chain issues around wheat, fertilizer, supply shocks in the global food chain, all leading to significant food inflation. And again, being exacerbated by trade sanctions. So ultimately, supply chain disruption will be something that we'll continue to hear about, and it ultimately has implications for risk management. If we go to the next slide, and just highlighting again the impact on Indonesia. Typically, over the last 3 to 5 years, running at somewhere between 2 to 3% inflationary impact, and now elevated as of August up to the high 4s, close to 5%. But interesting when you break down CPI and seeing what some of the key contributors are, And we can see that top red line being food, and food really driving some of the inflationary impact. And that comes back to the supply chain issues we talked about earlier, and also implications on the agricultural sector. Energy is something that will also play a part, and we heard earlier, this month, subsidies on gasoline being removed and causing some inflation on the energy side, and that will continue to play a part in terms of driving inflation in Indonesia. So we'll come back to inflation and particularly how it impacts insurance and the reinsurance sector, but I thought we'd start first by looking at longevity risk. So if we go to the next couple of slides first. And next one, please. Sorry, back one. And so around longevity, you look at life expectancy increasing. I think most of us would not call that a challenge. We want our own life expectancy, of course, to increase. But really the perspective here that we're looking at is the financial impact and the burden that it has on both government and private balance sheets. And literally how that equates to increased liability now being transferred to future generations through fiscal policy, tax change, etc. And just some statistics there. When we look at the world population in 2021, about 10% of it was over 65. In Indonesia, I think the number's closer to 7%. When we project forward to 2050, we're looking at 16% of the world's population moving into the older age bracket, and therefore creating more liability from both a public and private balance sheet perspective. So historically, global life expectancy has doubled over the past 100 years, and ultimately what this means is small increase in life expectancy when looking at things such as pensions, annuities, life insurance, that has an outsized impact and can create deficits in those aspects. It also has impacts on aged care and medical expenses as well globally. On the right-hand chart, we can see as life expectancy increases into 65 and beyond, we can see that people aged 65 and over can now be expected to live over 16 more years on average from a global perspective. Just 50 to 60 years ago, it was only 10 more years, and just 14 years 2 decades ago. So we can see the life expectancy is increasing as well as the population over 65 is increasing. And so that will have an impact, again, on those public-private balance sheets. One of the questions that often comes up, of course, is what is the impact of COVID on life expectancy? And we've seen that as a short-term shock, it's caused something like 7 million deaths over the last couple of years, so significant impact globally on outsized mortality and reducing life expectancy by 1 to 2 years, but it will ultimately unlikely to impact that longer-term trend, and therefore we continue to see the underlying longevity risk increasing over time. Next slide, please. So really around addressing that challenge, well, clearly government plays a part in assessing the impact of longevity risk on government funding and fiscal policy. And really it's around education around longevity and what financial consequences it has. So with extended lifespans, financial products, insurance products, health products, how do we ensure that they're financially sustainable over the long term? In terms of managing shifts in longevity risk, there's risk transfer solutions across the insurance, reinsurance and capital markets, and they range from things such as hedging longevity tail risk to protect against adverse longevity experience. We've got swaps where reinsurers can pay the difference between actual and expected mortality. And then we also have products that can actually take market risk and provide market hedging and therefore can actually take some of the impact from inflation. And then ultimately risk sharing. So with the increased longevity risk over time, how do we think about sharing between individuals, employers, insurers, pension schemes and government? And one example there is, of course, increasing the retirement age with expected longevity, or looking to delay a retirement voluntarily. which is very relevant to me personally, as I have 3 young children and I'll need to be working for a number of years yet to be able to fund that expense. If we go to the next section, we'll touch on catastrophe risk, and clearly something that is close to us as an advisor to the insurance and the reinsurance industry. So again, the challenge here is around increased loss activity. If we look at the trends over time, we'll see that over the last 10 years, insured losses globally have increased from an average of 60 billion per year to almost $100 billion per annum. That's just over the last 10 years. It's over a 50% increase in catastrophe insured loss. And what's interesting about that is that the losses are not just increased frequency of peak perils, such as hurricane, typhoon, or any increased frequency of earthquake over the past 10 years, but it's really driven by secondary perils. So flood, hail, bushfire, and not necessarily those peak perils that drive catastrophe capacity globally, but secondary perils. And so if we go to the next slide, sorry, back one slide. Sorry, just wanted to finish off on that point. Back one, please. Back to the slide 8, please. Thank you. And I guess, sorry, one major point to highlight here, which we'll hear a lot about later today and tomorrow, is the discussion around climate change. And I think one key point to highlight here is that when we think about increased loss activity, it's very easy to put it under the banner of climate change, but we also need to recognize the impact of increasing exposures over time and wealth values where inflation plays a part. Short-term climate variability, so when we think about La Nina and the impact it's having on flooding, for example, we've seen Australia's had one of the largest floods in its history with over a $6 billion loss. And then also climate change as well, obviously having an impact. But I think it is important to note it's not just climate change, there are exposure impacts which we need to discern. There's climate variability on the short term, and then there's the longer term climate change signal coming through. So to the next slide, please. And so inflation also plays a part and exacerbates the impact of that increasing loss trend over time. And it's not just headline CPI. For example, we talked about Indonesia, 4.7% inflation in August. But actually, when you think about replacement values and reconstruction of property, it comes down to construction cost indices that include the cost of materials and labor costs. And they typically, when we look at these charts, we can see that the cost of materials and labor are outstripping that core inflation. So it's important that we also consider other impacts on property exposure when assessing that potential risk. And property is one example. There's obviously the impact on motor. We've talked about inflation, we've talked about supply chain impacts, there's the impact on health, and then there's also the impact on food security and agriculture. And catastrophe risk can play a significant part in impacting supply chain, availability of food and food security as well. So next slide, please. So addressing the challenge, the insurance and the reinsurance market is at the core of providing catastrophe risk protection globally. It plays a critical part in catastrophe risk transfer, but over the last 5 years, the risk environment to reinsurers and the insurance sector has become very challenging, with increased focus on climate change, inflation now coming through, the geopolitical environment, and also the fact that reinsurers have not been making strong underwriting results over the last 5 years. So many reinsurers are reviewing their appetite for volatility, their appetite to take on catastrophe risk. And the chart at the bottom there just shows you reinsurers globally and how their appetite is rapidly changing, with a number that are reducing their capacity or exiting the market, others that are holding flat and potentially looking to see how supply-demand dynamics play out, how pricing plays out, and then to determine how they deploy capacity. And then there's those that see this as an opportunity in this environment and looking to potentially grow and support their clients with increased capacity. But the key here is really differentiating yourself as an insurer when accessing that reinsurance capacity. And that comes down to looking at your portfolio results, both pricing and underwriting, how you're improving your data quality, how you're assessing catastrophe risk, and then how you're positioning yourself in inflation. And that will all be critical in differentiating and accessing that global catastrophe capacity and bringing it to the market and enabling that sustainability of catastrophe risk management. And then the last one here, credit risk. And on to the next slide. Again, we've heard a lot about the macroeconomic environment, increasing interest rates, inflationary impacts, and clearly an outlook there where we're looking at credit conditions expected to deteriorate given those macroeconomic environment. North America, we touched on earlier, as we did for Europe. I think in Asia Pacific, increased costs. We shouldn't underestimate the impact of rate of exchange impacts and the increased costs from a supply chain perspective of leveraging goods that are required for onshore manufacturing. And then higher borrowing costs and just facilitating trade. And then in the emerging markets in the region, again, the outlook there, persistent inflationary pressures, tightening financing conditions and credit, increasing interest rate, potentially driving more default. But we have seen some appetite to increase loan and lending in order to support the environment with some relaxed underwriting criteria and to stimulate economic activity. But ultimately, with a deteriorating macroeconomic environment, the potentially for elevated credit risk and default risk. So just on the last slide, on the next one, there are risk transfer solutions around the credit space, whether it's trade credit, surety bonds guarantees, or political risk insurance, which we've touched on earlier. We also see on the mortgage side, lenders insurance and mortgage insurance. But the key here is in a heightened credit risk environment, ensuring that these products are achieving sustainable pricing. And so I think, with higher default rates and the risk of default, we will see some pressure there on capacity being deployed and again on pricing for these products. So in conclusion, just a short overview there on three key risks around longevity, catastrophe, credit risk. The insurance and reinsurance industry is at the heart of this, and not just in risk transfer, but it also plays a significant role in risk management, given the uncertainty in the environment and encouraging economic resilience. And if we think about it, it's one of the few industries that actually puts a price on risk and gives us a signal of what the current risk environment is. So thank you very much, and terima kasih.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Mr. George Attar. Thank you, Mr. George, for the comprehensive presentation with focus on how the current world economic condition affect the longevity issue, catastrophe risk, and credit risk exposure in the midst of uncertainties to a large extent in Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a thunderous round of applause for all of our speakers? That was absolutely impressive presentations from all of speakers in the first session. As we learned, I have some notes. The transition toward endemic does not necessarily mean an easy economic recovery back to the condition before the COVID-19 pandemic. We are also heavily devastated by the geopolitical issue, even though there are only 2 countries that are in dispute now. Its impact is unbelievably onerous for the rest of the world. Over and above that, we too have apprehend the longevity may be a slow and yet financially painful risk. All right, before we continue to Q&A or discussion session, let me check. Mr. David, are you still there? Mr. David? Okay, Mr. David, hello? Are you still joining with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Now, before we will continue to discussion session, I have a question to all speakers. Maybe Mr. Attard, Mrs. Connie, and Mrs. Saparni can answer my question. Recently, all of us are very familiar with VUCA, V-U-C-A. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, those are not easy to deal with. This existence of pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical issues are certainly factors that boost VUCA. All the speakers have explained that the consequences we actually might already have endured this whole time. And question for all speakers, Mr. David, hi. How can we escape and be free from those effects? And also at this very moment, which country is proven to be successfully able to anticipating those effects? Maybe Mr. Tart first, and then Mr. David, Mrs. Connie, and then Mrs. Safarini.
Look, it's a good question, but I think to your last point, it's not about escaping volatility, it's about embracing it, understanding it, and pricing it. And I think this is where the insurance and reinsurance industry, that is the core part it plays. If there was no uncertainty in underwriting or volatility, there would be no need for the insurance industry to transfer risk. So I think we're at the heart of embracing volatility. You know, we touched on longevity, catastrophe, credit, but it's also thinking about, you know, emerging risks. Pandemic clearly front of mind now. Cyber's a big topic. One of the areas that we're exploring as Aon is intellectual property. When you look at market capitalization of companies, many years ago it was physical assets, but now 85% of the S&P 500 is intellectual property. So there's volatility in intellectual property. How do we manage that and convert that intellectual property into something that can then be used to access capital markets? And so, you know, volatility management is at the heart of what we do and fundamental to what the industry's value proposition is.
Okay, wow, good point. Embracing it, not escape, Mr. Attard. Okay, Mr. David, what do you think about it?
Yeah, so my concern is, in particularly major economies, we're seeing less support for open trade and investment. And, you know, for many years, countries got together and agreed to trade agreements and investment agreements, and the whole objective was to increase certainty for businesses so they could go ahead and invest and create jobs and growth. And for example, in the US, we're not doing trade agreements anymore. And what I worry is the increased aggressive use of trade and investment sanctions were actually increasing uncertainty. That increases perceived risk, that increases the cost of capital. That's going to lead to less investment, fewer jobs, less growth. It was very you know, good for me to see when the US pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement that with the leadership of Japan. Most other Asian nations went ahead and concluded the CTPP. I think Asia understands how important global trade and investment is, and it's heartening for me to see that at least in Asia there seems to be more support for open trade and investment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David. And Mrs. Connie, please.
I think the VUCA era is actually, to put it simple, is actually everything's going to be very hard on planning, on preparing things to be happen. So actually we have to understand the geopolitical aspect of the economic and defense because it's interconnected and interconnecting. It's because I think to plan things is very complicated now. So we have to emphasize as well on the capability of our defense and resilience on the network-centric operations and network-centric warfare to understand the situations, because we cannot expect the war will be happens like the Ukraine and Russia war. But I think in the Indo-Pacific it will be worse. It's going to be like what happened if you see this past 2 days we hear the issue of Xi Jinping being, coup d'etat or something like that. It's starting by only one click and everything's going to happen. And for this, I just want to emphasize on the reinsurer to make sure Indonesia will be survived. Because what? Because of only simple click in the Twitter, things will be changed. The second thing is our capability on defense industry is still weak. And as we can see from my presentations, the procurement issue will be big because we are not independent on the defense industry. So we are going to be hit by the procurement aspects. And as well, we have to understand we are going to build our new city, IKN. That's going to face a big risk as well. So everything has to be calculated very carefully. Otherwise, we are going to have a big challenge in the future, especially in the VUCA era.
Okay, there are so many weaknesses as we know. So what should we do actually right now?
I think what we should do actually, I hope some our defense policy makers, economic policy makers will see and understand that threat is not actually a threat itself, but the threat that coming from the ignoring risk, that's more bigger than the threat itself.
Ignoring risk. Oh,
yes.
Can
And
you explain details?
therefore, we have to understand the situations of the geopolitical and geoeconomic. Because why? Because of that, we can predicting things what will be happen. So Russia-Ukraine is one thing, but from Russia-Ukraine issue, we can see if this war is moved to the area, to our regions. I just want to remind all of us that the impact will be even bigger than Russia-Ukraine, or maybe about 6% bigger.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Kani and Mrs. Sabarani.
Yeah.
Silakan.
If we talk about the VUCA, we have to face this VUCA, and I think for the future, it's going to become bigger, and we don't know what is the source of the VUCA. So it's not easy to predict. But what should we do to facing this? Like what David said, we have to do more cooperation between countries. But this is not easy. Like right now, we just suddenly facing about the Russia and the Ukraine war. And then every country said that, so we do protection. So now every country more protectionist than before. So I think we have to do both. One is still we have to maintain the cooperation between countries because there is no general policy for all. It depends on the characteristic of the country and then the trade and also the strength of each country. But the second, each country have to prepare, like what Bukoni said. We have to make a preparation. Like Indonesia, for us, food and energy is very, very important since we have a huge population. But if we look at the dependency of Indonesian food from the import product, it's increasing very, very fast. So should we look in the domestic capability? So we have to do both. Like in G20, this is our effort to work together, but it's just we cannot say that, okay, we do together about this, let's we agree about this. No, it's not easy. And that forum is just like gathering. We will not do something like, okay, this is our commitment. No. So I think we have to do both. And for Indonesia, we're facing a very, very huge risk since we are a country with thousands of islands. So the cost of our business will be, uneasy to predict. Like for the transportation and then how to stabilize the price. So this is our homework. But I think for us, it's still, we still have to be optimists. Indonesia, for example, if we compare to Singapore, we are not Singapore. Singapore really depend on the services sector. But Indonesia is depend on many sectors. We still have agriculture and also manufacturing sector, but we need to develop the policy to plan, have a good plan, not only for the short term. And our political policy right now, we only have a 5-year plan. I think we need to revisit, maybe to facing this uncertainty of the global economy, we start talking about how to make not only respond. Right now, our policy is full with response, not how to preparing if this happen, if that happen. I think that.
Talk about with G20, what can we expect from that conference?
This is important because we as the presidency in G20 with this uneasy condition. And the topic and the issue that we will raise in the G20, I think most of those we can make like not agreement, but common acknowledgement and also something that we agree together. For example, for exit strategy, and also the problem is same. We facing the same problem, but the response, every country should understand that the response of each country cannot to be the same. Because the fear in each country is different. We're talking about the productivity, but the developed country, they aren't anymore talking about the productivity. So the homework is different. So we work together, we sit together, we agree for part that we can do and we can agree.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Connie, Lil, about G20, what can Indonesia do with this forum?
I think this is the good things that we are facing. I think, 2 months from now, the G20, we hope President Putin will come, we hope President Biden will come. But if our target for G20, which our presidency doesn't get as we wish, even though our Minister of Foreign Affairs speak very well in the UN 2 days ago, what we have to think as well is Indonesia is non-alignment movement countries. This is where we have to remind ourselves. As non-alignment countries, we can push G20 countries to work with us to achieve our goals. But if they keep keep putting our position difficult because of our relations or our vision with Russia, then perhaps we have to build as well the new G20. No, the G7, the new G7, which is proposed by Russia, which is now involving China, involving some North America countries, involving Indonesia, involving India even. So India, I think, in the problem between joining which side of the world. I simply put it as like joining coalition of the willing or coalition of the non-willing. Coalition of the willing is United States and alliances, and the rest of the world is a coalition of the non-willing. So as a non-alignment movement countries, to reduce the risk, we really have to play very smart on this non-alignment positions and visions.
Okay, thank you. Please give round of applause for our speakers. Wow, fantastic. And now we've come to the Q&A or discussion session. Due to time limitation, we're going to select the first 3 selected questions from the audience for our speakers. Okay, first, I want to read the first question for Mr. George Attard, asking about inflation impact. Since inflation directly affects the rising price of commodities, do you think that this is a threat for insurance penetration?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Since inflation directly affects the rising price of commodities, do you think that this is a threat for insurance penetration?
It will help insurance penetration. So when I think, if I can broaden that to beyond commodities to something like agriculture. And because I think food security is a big topic, and it's an area that we've been very active in, and the insurance sector has been very active in providing protection across the region. If you see increased volatility in food prices and also potential impacts on production from things such as climate, catastrophe, etc., then clearly there's an opportunity to use insurance to transfer some of that risk to support sustainability in terms of the agriculture sector, and particularly in Asia, where you do not have necessarily a large industrial farming capability, but it tends to be conglomerates of small farm capacity and communities. We've seen that the agriculture insurance underpinning that has been fundamental to supporting supply chain from food security and increasing insurance penetration. So there's a recognition of the benefits it brings to the sector, and with some government support and subsidy, it's helped us grow that business and drive more penetration. But that's just one example. I think the challenge you have with rising commodity prices is what we talked about earlier, with the flow-on impacts of inflation into the value of the underlying insured assets. And that's where I think, with increased insured values, there will be less appetite to retain some of that risk. So that should also drive more risk transfer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attar, for the first question. And then the second question for Mr. David Luvinger. Mr. David, is there any strategy from the U.S. government to cope with the economic downturn which can potentially be applied in Indonesia?
Well, I think the most important strategy right now is to get inflation under control. If we don't bring inflation down, it will require a much tighter monetary policy in 2023 that will have a much more detrimental impact on the U.S. economy and the global economy in emerging markets like Indonesia. Unfortunately, I think we're likely to see a tightening of fiscal policy in the U.S., particularly because it looks likely that the Republicans will probably, in the November election, get control of at least the House of Representatives, so half of the Congress. So it'll be very difficult to get agreement on any kind of fiscal stimulus next year. But I do think the focus will be on reducing inflation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. David. Okay, due to the time limitation, third question from Mrs. Connie. Everyone worried that China and Taiwan will be the next Russia and Ukraine. Nobody knows. Please tell us how the ASEAN region respond to the China-Taiwan tension.
I think we have the problem with ASEAN because I think ASEAN is not as united as we expect, because some of the ASEAN countries is actually involving in the FPDA, Five Power Defense Arrangement. And I think the Five Power Defense Arrangement will be closer to the AUKUS, which is established by the Australia, UK, and US. And the Quad is there as well. So what scared me actually, if we don't unite as a regional countries, trying to stop or to even inform the United States for not doing anything to Taiwan issues and China, we really have to think the risk is very, very, very huge. I think from the Ukraine-Russia case, you will see from only GDP 1.2 trillion, the effect is almost to the whole world. So if we are talking about the 13 trillion US dollars GDP altogether between China and Taiwan, we are going to have a very severe impact. We don't need nuclear weapon. To be honest, if we keep saying that Taiwan and China issue will be increasing and then becoming the biggest risk, and we don't do anything about it, we don't need nuclear weapon. It's going to destroy the world economically, socially, politically, and everything. I think so. We really have to be very careful about it, because I see from our people, we're so scared about the nuclear weapons. Okay, I don't think Putin will do that. But again, if we push America to do something to China, to Taiwan issue and to the South China Sea area and the China itself, that is going to be our regional nuclear weapon. So that's what our task is, actually to reduce the tensions, keep the stability and security of this area. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mrs. Connie. And last question for Mr. Saparini from the audience. It seems monetary policy has gone bit behind the curve responding to global transition thanks to confidence of tower core inflation. Should BI be more active?
I don't think that the central bank, Bank Indonesia, right now is doing like a behind the curve response, but still ahead curve response. And we cannot do, we cannot ask BI or central bank to be more active because they have to look at the many sector. For Indonesia, the problem not more is in monetary problem, but mostly is in real problem. If we talk about the inflation, mostly it's not about the monetary, but this is in real sector's problem and also in fiscal policy. So then, if we too attractive in monetary policy, then we will create a new trap for ourselves. So I think we have to be careful to maintain the coordination between central bank and then Ministry of Finance. And then the third is a coordinating Minister of Economy, because they can create so many policy to drive the real sector that right now the growth is quite low. So not only in financial sector, but we need more creative policy in real sector.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Saparini. Apparently, we still have a numerous question or topic to be discussed, but however, due to time limitation, we need to end our discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to end of today's first session. Before I close the session, I would like to invite all the speakers to give us some short closing statement. To Mr. David first, please, short closing statement.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm hearing from the panel is it's time for Indonesia to step up and be a global leader. Don't expect the US, don't expect China to lead the world. It's time for Indonesia and ASEAN to take the lead.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Connie?
I think we really have to look to revisit our strategy and vision for this, especially for the defense aspect, since I tell you we have to really take care of the stability and security of the area, of this region. So I think we have to really revisit our strategy on the visions of our economic together with the defense issue. I really hope actually this morning, if I know this is going to be very interesting issue, actually the Minister of Defense and our National Security Council should be here to understand, which is actually the interconnected situation between war in Ukraine and Russia, the region, geopolitical situations, the economic impact to the economic and the scarcity of the foods and energy. But the most important thing is actually we manage the risk. And this is very important because we seem not to care about the risk. We're always talking about threat, but never about the risk. So I think this is a good moment to really think about it.
Okay, wow, let's focus on risk, not only for threat. Okay, Mr. George.
Look, I think it's been fascinating to listen about macroeconomics and geopolitics, and I think it just heightens that we are in an increasingly volatile environment. And I think my key takeaway is that the industry, insurance and reinsurance, it's at the heart of what we do, and we can continue to play a big part in driving sustainability and resilience.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. George.
We facing many issues right now, not only climate change and also the geopolitical. And for both, Indonesia will impact more. So let's start to talking about the strategy and policy, not only for the short term, but for the long term, because our homework is too much, and also we still have to create the cooperation, tight cooperation with other countries, as well as preparing for the domestic issues.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sapareni. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge applause for all speakers. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the speakers, Mr. David Lovinger, Mrs. Henry Saparini, Mrs. Connie Rahakundini, and Mr. George Attard for their informative and interesting presentation. I also like to thank to all the participants for the active participations. Please give applause once again for the speakers and followers. I should remind all participants that we will be seeing you again on the second session of the 2022 IndonesiaRe International Conference. So see you all later. I'm Johanna Margareta. Thank you very much, and over to you. See you again, and bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Margareta, and all the panelists. Please remain on the stage and also remain on your screen, because next will be a presentation of token appreciation. And now we kindly invite President Commissioner of IndonesiaRe, Mr. Julian Nur, to present the token appreciation from IndonesiaRe to our speakers and moderator. And please, Mr. Julian Nur, to deliver the token appreciation to the panelists. Thank you so much, Ibu Henry Saparini, PhD, as a senior academist of CORE Indonesia. Thank you, Miss Dr. Connie Rahakundini Bakri, MSI, as a defense and military intelligence analyst. And also thank you to Mr. George Attard, as a CEO Reinsurance Solution, Aeon. And also to our moderator, Miss Johanna Margareta, as a professional moderator and presenter of Metro TV. And also, we have a procession virtually to Mr. David. Mr. David will be deliver the token appreciation to your office after this event. Thank you. And please take a picture together. Mr. David, please remain on your screen. Smile, please. And round of applause to our panelists and also moderator. Thank you, Mr. Julian Nur. Mr. David, thank you so much. See you later. Thank you for really insightful information. Once again, please round of applause to our panelists and also moderator for the insightful information. And once again, we would like to extend our sincere thanks to our speakers and moderator for sharing the valuable knowledge insight regarding global economic overview. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the second session, we are going to have a lunch break. And so please enjoy the lunch we have prepared for you, and we will see you again in our second session. And don't forget, we also have a showcase corner area that you can visit in front of this ballroom, and you may watch the videos and ask questions to the person in charge in each showcase. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you again at 1 o'clock, 1 to 10 for the last. So enjoy the lunch.
Love was changing the minds, tender, while changing Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Chi, hey, hey.
And the living is easy. Fish are jumping and the cotton is high. Oh, your daddy's rich and your ma is good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of this morning, you're gonna rise up singing, and you spread your wings, and you take to the sky. But till that morning, there is nothing can harm you. With daddy and mommy standing by. Standing by, standing by, standing by, standing by. It's summertime when the sun goes up and it's all warm. Did I just turn and stare in icy silence? What was I to say? What can his heartbreak and his last look. How he must have asked, could I just turn and stare in icy silence? What was I to do? What can I do when a love affair is over? Is over, is over, is over. Funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, you make me smile with my heart. Your looks are laughable, unphotographable, yet you're my favorite work of art. Is your figure less than Greek? Is your mouth a little weak when you open it to speak? Are you but don't change your hair for me. Not if you care for me. Still, little Valentine, each day is Is your mouth a little weak when you open it to speak? Are you smart? But don't change your hair for me. Not if you care for me. Still, little Valentine, each day is Valentine's Day. Lying in my bed, I hear the clock tick and think of you. Caught up in circles, confusion is nothing new. Flashback, warm nights almost left behind. Suitcase of memories, time after. Sometimes you picture I'm walking too far ahead. You're calling to me, I can't hear what you have said. Then you say, goes autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear a winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. The fallen leaves drift by the window, the autumn leaves of red and gold. I see your lips, the summer kisses, the sunburned hands I used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I'll hear your winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves starts to fall, start to fall. When autumn leaves start to fall, start to fall. Autumn leaves start to fall, start to fall. When autumn leaves start to fall, start to fall. My heart is sad and lonely. For you I sigh, for you, dear, only. Why haven't you seen it? I'm all for you, body and soul. I spent my days in longing and wondering why it's me you're wronging. I tell you I mean it. I'm all for you, body and soul. can't believe it, it's hard to conceive it that you turn away romance. Are you pretending it looks like the ending? Unless I could have one more chance to prove, dear, my life a wreck you're making. You know I'm yours, for you just take it. I'd gladly surrender myself to you, body and soul. My life a wreck you're making. You know I'm yours, for you just take it. I'd gladly surrender myself to you, body and soul. Tall and tan and young, She's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gentle. When she passes, each time she passes goes oh, but he watched her so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she doesn't see. She doesn't see.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. We cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan bagi Anda yang masih berada di area foyer untuk bisa kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia, karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara, karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
He sang as if he knew me in all my dark despair, and then he looked right through me. If I was
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. We cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly to continue the second session of the conference. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia, karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami persilahkan untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia, karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami mohon dengan hormat untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara karena sesaat lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
Eis aqui esse sambinha, feito de uma nota só. Outras notas vão entrar, mas a base é uma só. Essa outra é consequência do que acabo de dizer. Como eu sou a consequência inevitável de você. Tanta gente existe por aí que fala tanto e não diz nada, quase nada. Já me utilizei de toda a escala e mesmo assim não sobrou nada. Não deu em nada e voltei pra minha nota. Como eu volto pra você, vou contar pra minha nota como eu gosto de você. E quem quer todas as notas, é mi, fá, sol, lá, si, dó. Fica sempre sem nenhuma, fique numa nota só. Eis aqui esse sambinha, feito de uma nota só. Outras notas vão entrar, mas a base é uma só. Essa outra é consequência do que acabo de dizer. Como eu sou a consequência inevitável de você. Tanta gente existe por aí que fala tanto e não diz nada, quase nada. Já me utilizei de toda a escala e nada, não deu em nada. E voltei pra minha nota, como eu volto pra você. Vou contar pra minha nota como eu gosto de você. E quem quer todas as notas, é mi, lá, si, dó. Fica sempre sem nenhuma, fiquem numa nota só. Fica sempre sem nenhuma, fiquem numa nota só. Fica sempre sem nenhuma, fiquem numa nota só. Tristeza não tem fim, felicidade sim. Tristeza não tem fim,
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. We cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly. And to continue the second session of the conference. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan kita akan melanjutkan sesi berikutnya. Sekali lagi, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami persilahkan untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia dan kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya. Terima kasih. Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. How was your lunch? Ya, ini sepertinya kalau habis makan kayaknya agak sedikit challenging ya. This is a very challenging session after the lunch and then we sit down and listen carefully. So everyone, I hope you still have a pay attention to the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now entering the second session of the conference to discuss about reinsurance industry and economic growth. So this session will be moderated by Technical and Operation Director of IndonesiaRe. Please welcome Mr. Delil Khairat.
After lunch. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi everyone. Thank you. One more. Selamat pagi everyone. Thank you. We need more energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, our world today where we live in is getting more dangerous from day to day. From increasingly intense existing risks and the new emerging risks. From critical disease to pandemic, from NatCat to man-made disaster, from social unrest to war, from credit crunch to economic crisis. And everyone talk about VUCA. We also heard that word in the previous session. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Many have come up with so lengthy, boring discussion about this jargon. It sounds cool, doesn't it? But such lengthy deliberation about the VUCA is basically can be summarized into one word that we are all familiar with. It's called risk. In Indonesia, we call it risiko. They're all just trying to say that our future just simply riskier and more uncertain. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I hope you will agree with me that basically these FUCA things indeed a good news for us, most of us at least in this room, because that means that anything to do with risk management, including insurance, will always be relevant. Our industry will never end up being sunset industry. Simply put, insurance will never die. Beyond offering peace of mind to individual businesses and government, over a long period of time, insurance has been contributing massively to the economy in many ways, such as promoting the entrepreneurship, enabling efficient resources allocation, promoting risk mitigation, reducing economic volatility, facilitating trade and commerce, and not to forget, insurance also funneling saving into investment. All those I just mentioned, in fact, boosting economic growth. When I mention insurance, it does include reinsurance, Bapak, Ibu, and ladies and gentlemen. Although they are in the different position in the value chains of insurance, because reinsurance is always behind insurance, but both are playing exactly the same role, taking over risk from the economy. However, in many markets, in many places, including Indonesia, I'm afraid, the reinsurance role has been underrated, underappreciated, received less recognition than it deserves. With no intention whatsoever to undermine insurance. Insurers, please don't get me wrong, reinsurance role, in fact, is extremely critical because reinsurance take over the most volatile part of the risk portfolio managed by insurers. Furthermore, reinsurance also broaden the spectrum of risk spreading by its global nature and reach, leading to enhanced capacity to absorb risk and making possible to achieve optimum diversification. And here we are now, in this second session of the day, we are going to discuss and assess the role of insurance industry in supporting economic growth. We are so fortunate today to have a lineup of 4 excellent speakers who will feed us with thoughts and insights from various angles. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speakers currently is Member of Parliament or DPR Commission 6, covering trade, cooperative, SME, investment, national standardization, and BUMN, state-owned enterprise. He is faculty members of several well-known universities and business schools. And perhaps the most astonishing fact about this gentleman is that he's holding a MURI record. MURI is a museum record in Indonesia for the fastest completion of PhD. Thank you. Wow. He completed his PhD at University of Indonesia in 22 months, 25 days. It was less than 2 years. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Insinyur Haris Turino, SH, MSI, MM. Welcome to the stage, Pak Haris. Our next speaker is heading Bilateral and Regional Policy Center, a unit under Fiscal Policy Agency, BKF, Ministry of Finance, mandated to coordinate and execute analysis and formulation of policy recommendation, monitor and evaluate ASEAN financial and economic cooperation, interregional, bilateral, and trade cooperation. Born in Padang, West Sumatra, and holding a PhD from Victoria University, Australia. Please welcome Ibu Nela Sri Henriette, PhD. Welcome, Ibu Nela. Our third speaker has been well known as a strategy professional with reputation for ability to solve complex problems and to execute large and company-wide transformation. With financial and technical experiences for more than 20 years, he has been cracking some of highly complex issues, specializing in restructuring, business transformation, and turnaround activities. Holding MBA from the University of Chicago, and he is currently Business Director of Indonesia Financial Group, IFG. Please welcome Bapak Pantro Pander Silitonga. Welcome, Pak Pantro. Last but not least, we have a gentleman who is leading a team of client managers in India, Japan, and Singapore, marketing, selling Swiss Re Group's risk solution to the public sectors, closing transaction covering wide range of risks from agriculture, disasters to health, digital services, and solution. Graduated in banking and finance from University of Applied Science, Bern, Switzerland, and currently head of Southeast Asia, India, and Dragon and Japan for public sector solution at Swiss Re. Please welcome Thomas Heller. So, welcome Ibu Nela and gentlemen. This session definitely is the riskiest one today after lunch. And so our biggest challenge will be to keep them, all of them awake while trying to make sure also that we don't fall asleep ourselves, right? So good luck to all of us. A quick reminder to all audience offline and online, you can ask questions at any time to panelists using Slido. And then we will then read some of most relevant, the best question later on. Now, without further ado, I'm pleased to invite our first speaker, Bapak Dr. Haris Turino, to deliver his presentation. Pak Haris, you have 10 minutes from your first word, and to help you managing keeping your pace, you will see a counting down timer on the screen after 5 minutes. It's no pressure at all, Pak. Over to you.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. It's a great honor for me to be here in front of the very important person from the insurance and reinsurance industry. Saya akan coba bawakan presentasi saya dalam bahasa Indonesia, but the text will be in English. Next slide, Pak. Next lagi, Pak. Ya, saya akan menyoroti dari 3 sisi. Yang pertama adalah dari sisi macroeconomics, yang kedua dari sisi politicals, karena kebetulan saya adalah anggota DPR RI, Komisi 6, dan yang ketiga kita akan melihat the role of IndonesiaRe. Nah, kalau kita lihat dari sisi macroeconomics, kita sekarang tidak sedang baik-baik saja. Ya, negara-negara di dunia pertumbuhan ekonominya melambat. Bahkan bendahara negara kita sudah menyatakan bahwa tahun depan kita akan masuk pada tahun resesi. Dunia akan masuk pada tahun resesi, kecuali Indonesia. Amerika sudah masuk pada kondisi stagflasi. Pertumbuhan ekonomi di Amerika kuartal pertama sudah minus 1,6% dan kuartal keduanya sudah minus 0,9%. Kita akan lihat di kuartal ketiganya. Luckily, ya kita masih orang Jawa ya, apalagi orang Tegal, kita masih beruntung. Beruntung terus karena kita punya komoditi dan kita tertolong oleh komoditi. Tapi kita lihat inflasi juga sudah mulai merambat naik. Next slide, Pak. Next slide. Kita lihat inflasi kita sekarang posisinya paling tidak data terakhir sudah mendekati 5%. Next. Nah ini yang menarik nih, tadi saya ngobrol dengan Ibu Nela dari Departemen Keuangan, ini yang menarik nih, bahwa Ibu Sri Mulyani mentargetkan ya APBN kita di 3041. Dan kalau 3041 maka dampaknya adalah bahwa pendapatan negara dari pajak, kita lihat penerimaan negara dari pajak itu paling tidak di 2016 triliun. Ini angka yang tidak mudah, karena tahun ini saja kita tahu bahwa pendapatan kita hanya di 1.600 triliun. Itu saja sudah tertolong oleh pajak ekspor dari sisi sawit, kemudian dari sisi batu bara. Ya, jadi ini akan menjadi tantangan yang besar sekali untuk tahun depan. Nah kalau kita lihat dari subsidinya, tahun ini 502 triliun dan akan dipotong menjadi 336 triliun. Apa artinya? Artinya adalah harga sudah dinaikkan, adjustment itu dampaknya tidak gede, berarti harus diikuti bukan cuma kenaikan harga BBM, tetapi harus diikuti dengan pembatasan BBM. Kepres 191 tahun 2014 yang mengatur tentang siapa sih yang boleh menggunakan BBM bersubsidi, ini harus direvisi supaya nanti akan diatur dengan baik. Ya. Tetapi kenaikan harga BBM kemarin kita tahu menyebabkan terjadinya pergerakan inflasi yang mulai merangkak naik. Next. Next, Pak. Nah ini yang tadi saya katakan, dari 1.600 tahun depan di 2017. Ini angka yang tidak mudah bagi para pengusaha. Tentu ya siap-siap bayar pajak lebih. Karena dari mana? Angka kenaikan sebesar 25% ini sumbernya dari mana? Tidak mungkin dari masyarakat yang paling kecil. Walaupun NIK sudah menjadi nomor NPWP, tebakan saya ke depan yang paling banyak adalah dari pengusaha besar. Karena itu paling mudah untuk menaikkan pajak menjadi 2.000 triliun. Kalau ini tidak tercapai seperti apa? Maka pembangunan akan ditahan. Tidak mungkin. Karena budget defisit maksimal 600 triliun. Tidak bisa lebih. Kalau lebih maka Presiden akan melanggar undang-undang perekonomian negara. Dan ini akan tidak baik. Next. Nah kita lihat inflasi. Harga pangan masih tetap tinggi, next ya. Harga minyak dan harga gas juga mengalami kenaikan. Pun kita tahu bahwa beberapa hari ini Brent juga sudah turun, tetapi hanya sementara, sedikit menyentuh di 78 dan kemudian bergerak lagi naik. Next. Dan ini yang menarik, Pak. Ya, ini yang menarik. Bahwa BI rate sudah mulai dinaikkan. Walaupun menariknya adalah BI rate naik, tapi harga saham kita juga naik. Ya. Tetapi kalau kita lihat dari sejarah, ya selisih antara BI rate dengan Fed Fund itu selalu kisarannya antara 3 sampai 6%. Dan kalau kita lihat target Fed Fund, kira-kira di kisaran 3,75 sampai 4% nantinya, maka BI rate kita itu akan ada pada kisaran 6,5 sampai 7%. Dan itu artinya adalah cost of fund akan meningkat, ya, supaya kalau tidak akan terjadi capital flight. Capital flight sudah terjadi, sudah mulai terjadi. Kita presiden dengan bangganya mengatakan bahwa 28 bulan neraca perdagangan barang kita selalu positif. Ya. Tetapi kalau kita amati Desember 2020 cadangan devisa kita 131 miliar. Sekarang cadangan kita 132 miliar. Kok enggak naik? Ya, salah satunya adalah karena sudah mulai ada yang keluar, paling tidak dari obligasi sudah mulai keluar, portofolio asing di saham juga sudah mulai keluar. Next. Nah, kalau kita lihat World Uncertainty Index, WUI juga masih sangat volatile. Sehingga ini menjadi satu opportunity bagi perusahaan-perusahaan asuransi. Next ya. Kita akan lihat sekarang dari sisi politik. Ya. Nah, harapannya tentu pembangunan ini akan berjalan berkelanjutan. Paling tidak kita masih tumbuh di atas 5%, paling tidak inflasi kita masih di bawah 6% saat ini. So, bisa dikatakan bahwa we are going on the right direction. Tetapi persoalannya adalah tahun 2023 adalah tahun politik. Next ya. Ya, tahun politik. Di mana tahun politik ini kita tahu sudah mulai ada yang goyang-goyang kan? Sehingga kalau kita lihat 2024 next, no incumbent. 2019 paling tidak Pak Jokowi masih incumbent. Pak Jokowi masih bisa punya kontrol terhadap BIN, terhadap kepolisian, terhadap tentara. 2024 semuanya bertanding pada level par. Dan kita tidak tahu sampai sekarang siapa yang akan maju. Dan ini menjadi menarik karena semuanya bertanding dengan modal yang sama dan tidak mudah. Pertandingan di 2024 menjadi pertandingan yang tidak mudah. Kalau kita lihat apa yang terjadi di 2014, apa yang terjadi di 2017 di Pilkada Jakarta, dan apa yang terjadi di pemilu 2019, next. Kejadian seperti ini kan terjadi di 2014. Ya, ada majalah Obor yang mengatakan bahwa Pak Jokowi adalah presiden boneka keturunan Singapura katanya. Ya, Jokowi mungkin namanya. Kemudian selanjutnya di Pilkada DKI ada nenek yang meninggal tidak boleh disolatkan karena memilih Ahok. Next. Ini ada orang yang katanya dipukuli, ya ternyata operasi plastik. Ya, ini terjadi. Dan di 2024 kejadian-kejadian seperti ini next, Pak. Ini sudah mulai muncul nih. Ya. Kalau polisinya tidak kuat, kalau TNI-nya tidak solid, kejadian-kejadian seperti ini akan semakin banyak terjadi. Sehingga ini menjadi tidak mudah. Ya, 2024 akan menentukan keberlangsungannya seperti apa. Apakah kita akan lanjut seperti sekarang, going on the right track, atau kita terpaksa harus berhenti sejenak, ya, karena kalau berhenti itu startingnya akan susah lagi. Ini menjadi satu tantangan yang luar biasa. Jadi kalau kemarin Pak SBY mengatakan dua pasangan itu ada diarahkan ke dua pasangan, Kalau saya pribadi, saya lebih setuju 2 pasangan. Bukan apa-apa. Jadi tidak ada rubber set, Pak. Ya, bayangin kalau rubber set, Pak, Februari pemilu. Rubber set akan terjadi di bulan Juli. Kemudian bulan Novembernya akan ada pilkada serentak seluruh Indonesia. Lah kapan orang bisnis akan cari duit kalau seperti ini? Berapa banyak anggaran negara yang harus dihabiskan hanya untuk memilih para pemimpin. Sehingga straight set biayanya akan lebih murah dengan pertimbangan biaya, Pak. Bukan, saya tidak akan masuk ke politiknya. Ya, ini yang terjadi next. Nah, ini masalah reasuransinya, Pak. Bahwa di Komisi 6 saya sangat mendukung bahwa IndonesiaRe itu harus diperkuat. Karena memang fakta menunjukkan selama bertahun-tahun neraca perdagangan barang kita selalu positif. Ya. Tetapi kalau kita lihat bagaimana neraca jasanya selalu negatif. Nah, neraca jasa yang negatif penyebabnya ada 4 yang paling besar. Yang pertama adalah jasa atas modal. Karena lebih banyak orang asing masuk ke Indonesia, maka kita lebih banyak membayar dividen ke luar negeri dibandingkan dengan kita menerima dividen dari luar negeri. Yang kedua adalah jasa atas utang. Lebih banyak kita membayar bunga atas utang dibandingkan dengan kita menerima bunga karena kita ngutangin orang lain. Yang ketiga, yang membuat neraca jasa negatif adalah shipping, pengapalan. Semakin banyak ekspor, tentu biaya pengapalannya semakin negatif. Karena tidak mungkin dikapalkan pakai kapal Indonesia. Shipping lainnya pasti punya shipping lain asing. Dan yang keempat adalah lebih banyak kita membayar premi reasuransi ke luar negeri dibandingkan dengan kita menerima premi reasuransi dari luar negeri. Lebih banyak kita membayar premi reasuransi ke luar negeri dibandingkan dengan kita klaim asuransi dari luar negeri. Sepanjang sejarah Republik ini baru 1 kali, yaitu kejadian tahun 98, kita mendapatkan klaim lebih banyak dibandingkan dengan premi yang kita bayarkan dari luar negeri. Kalau premi reas kelihatan sekali, 17 triliun kita bayarkan ke luar negeri, yang masuk adalah 3,2 triliun. Nah, dari sini saja kelihatan sekali bahwa perusahaan reasuransi Indonesia harus diperkuat. Karena ini satu-satunya, 3 yang lain kita tidak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Ya, bunga atas utang, bunga atas modal, sama pengapalan, shipping itu selalu negatif dan nothing that we can do. Karena kita lebih banyak utang ke luar negeri, lebih banyak orang asing invest di Indonesia. Maka satu-satunya untuk memperbaiki neraca jasa Indonesia adalah memperbaiki reasuransi. Makanya secara terbuka dan terang-terangan di rapat di Komisi 6 saya mendukung bahwa IndonesiaRe perlu mendapatkan tambahan dana, tambahan ekuitas. Ya. Kalau tidak nambah ekuitas, yo ora iso, next slide-nya. Tidak bisa karena jelas sekali di sini angkanya. Net preminya itu 4.300. Sementara equity-nya 3.400. Berarti perbandingan rasio antara net premi dibandingkan dengan equity masih di atas angka 1. Kalau masih di angka 1, artinya adalah ratingnya tidak bakalan naik. Perusahaan reasuransi adalah perusahaan semata-mata bicara soal reputasi. Nek modalmu cilik ya reputasimu cilik. Ya, untuk meningkatkan ini salah satu caranya adalah equity-nya dinaikkan. Kalau equity-nya dinaikkan menjadi 6.400, kita lihat net premium to equity-nya di 0,68. Ya, dan apakah ini saja sudah cukup? Tidak cukup, karena harus dilanjutkan dengan satu lagi, slide terakhir. Ini, setelah equity-nya ditambah, tentu capability-nya harus ditingkatkan internal. Kalau cuma dikasih duit saja, tanpa memperbaiki internal capabilities untuk mengatur portofolio, ya duit ini seperti garemi laut, bablas angine. Ya kan? Nah ini mumpung orang baik yang memimpin. Ya, kesempatan yang luar biasa. Bu, nanti disampaikan ke bendahara negara, nggih. Ini penting. Ya, penghematannya akan luar biasa sekali, Pak. Apalagi Presiden memutuskan tahun depan saja nanti Bapak dari Jamkrindo Askrindo Holdingnya akan cerita soal KUR. Targetnya saja sedemikian gede, 470 triliun KUR untuk masyarakat paling bawah yang utang 100 juta enggak perlu kolateral apa-apa, Pak. Bayangin, utang 100 juta tanpa kolateral. Masyarakat kecil. Kalau tidak dijamin oleh asuransi, apa dampaknya? Bedet akan naik, apa dampaknya? Bisa berdampak sistemik terhadap himbara, karena ini yang menjalankan adalah himbara. Sehingga kepada Jamkrindo dan Askrindo yang akan menjamin KUR ini, kita di DPR RI Komisi 6 juga mengusulkan adanya penyertaan modal negara sebesar masing-masing 3 triliun. Nah, sebagian dari premi reasnya Jamkrindo dan Askrindo jangan keseluruhan dibuang ke luar negeri. Sebagian direasuransikan di Indonesia setelah perusahaan reasnya menjadi perusahaan reas yang lebih baik. Kira-kira itu yang bisa saya share. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow, terima kasih banyak Pak Haris for your very insightful presentation and also of course very strong message. You are my favorite speaker by far. Thank you. All right, that was the perception or perspective of a legislative, right? So now let's move to the other side of our democracy, to governments. We invite Ibu Nela. Please, Ibu Nela.
Thank you, Pak. Maybe I cannot beat Pak Haris. He's still your favorite speaker, I think.
Let's see.
So, like Pak Haris, I will speak maybe English in the beginning only, because I get brief from my team that this is Indonesian speaking session, but then I prepare Indonesian in my slide, but then I found out we can speak English too, so maybe a bit mixed in the middle. Thank you very much. And then actually this should be my boss, Pak Febrio, to come today, but he has a meeting that he cannot avoid, so he assigned me last night to come today. I hope that I still can satisfy your curiosity about disaster risk financing for today. So today, hari ini saya akan menceritakan 3 hal, yaitu tentang risiko dan dampak bencana di Indonesia, terus tentang disaster risk financing dan insurance strategy, dan tentang asuransi barang milik negara. Jadi disaster risk financing dan insurance strategy ini satu hal yang baru di Indonesia yang sedang kita bangun untuk masa depan Indonesia di jangka panjang sehingga kita lebih resilient terhadap disaster dan lebih resilient juga terhadap pendanaan dan pertumbuhan ekonomi kita di masa datang. Lanjut. Mungkin sebagaimana Bapak Ibu lihat di sini bahwa secara indeks risiko bencana sebagaimana Jepang kita berada di level yang sedang dan tinggi, kalau Jepang mungkin lebih tinggi ya. Kita dari 237 dari 514 kabupaten dan kota memiliki indeks risiko bencana yang tinggi dan kita lebih terpapar dari lebih dari 9 jenis bencana alam. Jadi kalau saya presentasi di internasional, you mention it, what type of disaster you know, and then we have that in Indonesia. So we almost have that many types that international know. Jadi saya nggak tahu kalau di puting beliung, longsor, banjir, kebakaran hutan dan lahan kita punya. Jadi Indonesia secara World Bank kita berada pada peringkat 12 dari 35 negara yang rentan terhadap bencana. Dan dengan adanya perubahan iklim, tren itu menjadi semakin meningkat. Dan risiko kerugiannya itu setiap tahun selalu meningkat, yaitu sekarang kita melihat ada tren sekitar 20 sampai 50 triliun setahun. Itu lanjut. Di sini kita bisa lihat total kejadian bencana mengalami peningkatan dalam 3 tahun terakhir. Jadi dari 2019 itu 3.814, kemudian di tahun 2021 itu menjadi 5.402. Dampak kerusakannya juga meningkat dari 2019 sampai 2021. Dampak itu bisa juga terjadi karena climate change, tapi juga bisa karena urbanisasi. Jadi karena peningkatan penduduk, peningkatan jumlah bangunan dan lain-lain, jadi victimnya juga semakin meningkat. Lanjut. Kalau dilihat, jadi di masa lalu, di tahun 2006 sampai 2016, kalau kita lihat di sini gempa itu adalah tsunami, banjir bandang dan longsor. Jadi rata-rata kerugian itu adalah per tahun, kita menggunakan research dari TB ya ini, Melano dan tim ini, sekitar 22,8 triliun per tahun. Jadi dan itu banyak ini rata-rata kerugian itu berasal dari gempa bumi. Dan realisasi dana cadangan itu juga berfluktuasi. Saya melihat karena di sini agak kabur Pak, maaf. Jadi berfluktuasi ya Pak, sesuai kita juga mengalokasikan pendanaan, tapi cadangan itu berfluktuasi tergantung kondisi keuangan negara pada saat itu. Jadi kalau memang kondisi keuangan kita lagi bagus, kita juga mengalokasikannya lebih baik. Tapi kemudian permintaan karena bencana itu semakin besar, jadi kita melihat trennya itu alokasinya dibutuhkan menjadi lebih besar. Pendanaan bencana itu juga berasal dari beberapa sumber ya Pak, jadi ada cadangan khusus bencana, ada belanja di kementerian dan lembaga, dan ada juga di Pemda, ada dalam bentuk asuransi, bantuan internasional, pendanaan sendiri, dan kurang lebih setengahnya menjadi risiko yang belum ditanggulangi. Ini mohon maaf yang kelihatan di sini sama yang jadi kalau saya refer ke sini ya, kalau yang di silinder ini kita lihat Pak, jadi residual risk-nya ini masih besar. Jadi residual risk yang belum bisa ditanggung dari setiap bencana itu masih besar di Indonesia, masih 50%, masih banyak victim, masih banyak kerusakan yang masih belum bisa ditanggulangi. Lanjut. Nah, oleh karena itu pada tahun 2017 dan 2018 di Kementerian Keuangan juga dengan bantuan internasional kita melakukan research dan berdiskusi dengan internasional, dan waktu itu juga diinisiasi dengan gempa Padang kalau salah, dan kita melakukan mapping langkah-langkah pengembangan disaster risk financing strategi ini, Yang pertama kita lakukan adalah mengidentifikasi respon pemerintah saat itu terhadap bencana. Jadi pada waktu itu ada gempa Padang, kita langsung melakukan interview. Waktu itu tim saya belum di situ, melakukan interview terhadap pemerintah Sumatera Barat pada waktu itu, apa yang mereka lakukan, apa yang pemerintah lakukan, pemerintah pusat lakukan dalam mengidentifikasi respon dalam respon bencana. Kemudian diidentifikasi juga masalah dengan skema pembiayaan risiko bencana saat itu. Jadi masalah-masalah, jadi apa kelemahan-kelemahan dari skema pembiayaannya saat itu. Kemudian didesainlah apa sih prioritas kebijakan, dan kita juga melakukan konsultasi dengan berbagai negara, Meksiko, Jepang, banyak ya contoh-contoh dan literatur review juga pada waktu itu. Dan kemudian dikembangkanlah strategi 2017 dan 2018. Itu waktu itu kita dibantu oleh World Bank dan ADB juga. Lanjut. Nah, pada waktu itu kenapa kita come up dengan strategi itu? Karena belajar dari beberapa disaster yang besar seperti Aceh, seperti Padang, bahwa setiap bencana itu bukan hanya risiko kerugian secara mental, kerugian secara korban ya, tapi kita juga mengalami kerugian secara fiskal, secara uang, dan menyebabkan pengeluaran yang tidak terencana. Jadi shock dan kapasitas fiskal yang kita yang terbatas. Jadi recovery kita itu menjadi sulit gitu. Jadi pengelolaan fiskal terhadap risiko yang bencana yang seharusnya sejalan dengan pengelolaan risiko bencana secara keseluruhan seperti kesiapsiagaan, mitigasi, dan pengurangan risiko itu jadi terbatas karena kita tidak siap. Nah, dengan kita melakukan DRFI ini atau dengan bahasa Indonesianya pembiayaan dan asuransi risiko bencana, itu kita bermaksud melindungi keuangan negara serta masyarakat juga melalui mekanisme pendanaan yang sustainable, efisien, dan menjawab kebutuhan dan belanja bencana yang itu terencana, tepat waktu, sasaran, akuntabel. Nanti saya cerita, ada ceritanya di belakang. Lanjut. Nah itu kan dari sebanyak pilihan-pilihan kebijakan, kita waktu itu pilih mana yang bisa dengan cepat dilaksanakan dulu. Waktu itu dipilih melindungi barang milik negara, barang milik daerah, melindungi rumah tangga dan masyarakat, pemulihan kehidupan masyarakat terhadap yang terdampak bencana, dengan dan memperkuat peran sektor swasta dalam pendanaan risiko bencana, khususnya pengembangan industri asuransi dalam negeri. Jadi tadi yang kita cerita di holding room Pak, jadi part of the disaster risk financing insurance itu juga kita bagaimana memperkuat domestic insurance kita sebenarnya, pasar asuransi kita di dalam negeri. Nah, ini cerita transformasi pembiayaan penanggulangan bencana kita. Jadi ini kalau kita kasih cut off-nya itu sebelum 2019 dan setelah 2019. Tapi turning point kenapa pemerintah berpikir untuk mengalokasikan uang untuk bencana itu adalah tsunami Aceh tahun berapa itu? 2004. Nah, pada waktu itu pemerintah akhirnya mencadangkan bencana, dana siap pakai, dana rehab rekon itu di setiap KL. Tapi pada waktu itu kita nggak punya program yang terencana, jadi lebih bersifat reaktif, hanya bersifat retensi, tidak ada transfer risiko. Jadi hanya ada satu instrumen APBN, APBD. Jadi ketika bencana terjadi, datanglah bantuan gitu ya. Jadi sering penyelamatan bantuan yang terjadi itu tidak tepat sasaran. Jadi kadang-kadang si victimnya itu bantuan itu misalnya orangnya perlu baju atau orangnya perlu rumah, tapi ternyata baju dan rumahnya yang banyak datang hanya baju misalnya gitu ya Pak. Jadi sering tidak satu, jadi bersifat reaktif. Nah setelah 2019 balik lagi, sebelum 2019 akhirnya residual risk-nya itu masih besar. Jadi kita punya APBN, APBD, juga masyarakat juga ada asuransi yang kecil-kecil dan ada bantuan internasional. Karena tidak terstruktur, risiko yang tidak tertanggung itu juga masih besar. Makanya setelah 2019 kita bangunlah disaster risk financing insurance itu, kita harapkan ada bauran dari beberapa instrumen. Nanti jadi ada beberapa instrumen asuransi dan diharapkan nantinya itu tidak tergantung kepada APBN. Di dalam long term-nya, jangka panjangnya, pooling fund, kita namakan pooling fund for disaster atau pooling fund bencana, PFB ini akan menjadi instrumen utama. Tapi itu perlu proses, kita perlu akumulasi dana, dan pendanaan ini bersifat proaktif, terstruktur, accountable, dan tepat sasaran gitu. Jadi dan diharapkan nanti ya residualnya semakin menurun gitu Pak. Jadi kalau dilihat dari sini, karena kan kita masih mempuling dana ya Pak, jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi ini kan kalau dilihat dengan jangka pendek APBN, APBD-nya masih tetap ada, pinjaman siaga. Nah pemerintah akan slowly akan mengakumulasi dana di dalam pooling fund bencana ini. Dan sekarang kita juga sudah memulai ada asuransi BMN atau barang milik negara dan barang milik daerah. Kemudian kita juga ada asuransi mikro, ada bantuan internasional, tapi residual risk-nya mungkin masih besar, tapi sudah agak berkurang daripada dulu. Nanti kalau jangka panjang kita akan semakin terstruktur, mungkin alokasi APBN dan APBD akan semakin berkurang, standby loan-nya juga akan kita kurangi untuk risk retention ya. Jadi APBN, APBD mungkin saya akan jelaskan di slide berikutnya nanti bagaimana pemerintah, balik dulu Mbak, sorry, menahan itu akan semakin kecil, nanti pooling fund bencana itu akan semakin besar, risk transfer itu akan kita lebih besarkan sehingga nanti residual risk-nya itu akan semakin kecil. Sekarang lanjut. Nah ini idealnya untuk disaster risk financing strategi itu nantinya. Kita akan punya pooling fund bencana, ada risiko yang akan kita retensi. Jadi kombinasi instrumen keuangan sesuai layering bencana. Akan ada pooling fund bencana, dan ada dana cadangan bencana. Sekarang itu kita sudah ada di setiap KL dan BNPB ada dana cadangan bencana. Selain itu kita juga ada standby loan dari organisasi internasional dan kita harapkan juga akan ada asuransi mikro dan realokasi anggaran nasional dan staf nasional. Lanjut. Mbak, balik lagi saya lupa menjelaskan di atas tadi. Balik satu lagi. Sorry. Nah, di sini yang saya belum jelaskan gini. Di sini nantinya kalau untuk bencana yang berisiko, untuk bencana yang berisiko tinggi tapi jarang terjadi, itu pemerintah akan cenderung jarang terjadi berisiko tinggi, pemerintah akan mentransfer risiko tersebut dalam bentuk transfer asuransi, dalam bentuk asuransi. Sedangkan kalau bencana itu sering terjadi dan kecil-kecil, itu pemerintah akan cenderung retensi. Jadi kan kalau Pak Haris, kalau perusahaan asuransi, kalau sudah jelas-jelas bencana itu akan terjadi, nggak mau pasti Pak ya. Orang kan dia kan mainnya di probability itu ya Pak ya. Jadi kalau memang, jadi kita pemerintah yang akan ditahan risikonya, yang akan ditanggung oleh pemerintah melalui APBN, APBD adalah bencana-bencana yang kerusakannya itu kecil tapi sering terjadi. Sedangkan yang jarang terjadi tapi risikonya akan besar, seperti tsunami, itu akan kita lakukan risk transfer. Lanjut. Oke. Nah, ini salah satu pilot project kita adalah mengasuransikan barang milik negara. Nah, di sini kita bisa melihat potensi kerugian aset publik berupa gedung kantor, kesehatan, dan pendidikan berbeda untuk setiap provinsi, dengan kerugian terbesarnya itu sebenarnya berada pada DKI Jakarta, Jawa Timur, dan Jawa Barat karena padatnya bangunan dan populasi pada 3 provinsi tersebut. Jadi kita lihat DKI Jakarta dan Jawa Timur, Jawa Barat kerugiannya sangat tinggi. Lanjut. Nah, pada waktu itu pemerintah come up dengan kita harus membangun skema untuk bisa mengasuransikan aset publik. Jadi ketika kita memilih ini sebagai pilot project untuk implementasi, satu hal yang kendala pada waktu itu bahwa kita menganggap mengasuransikan aset barang milik negara itu adalah kerugian negara, Pak. Jadi pada waktu itu kita tidak punya peraturan seperti itu. Jadi kalau secara governance itu salah. Jadi pada waktu itu kita melakukan revaluasi aset. Yang pertama dilakukan adalah revaluasi aset, inventarisasi. Tadi di holding room juga ditanya, oh ya kita Kementerian Keuangan kita melakukan revaluasi aset. Kemudian setelah kita inventarisasi, kita melakukan revisi regulasi dan standar, membuat regulasi baru asuransi aset publik di Indonesia. Kemudian setelah itu menetapkan standar polis asuransi aset publik di Indonesia. Kemudian setelah itu diterapkan, kita mengadakan sistem pengadaan, procurement-nya, jadi supaya sejalan dengan sistem di pemerintahan dan di industri. Kemudian kita juga bekerja sama dengan asuransi, dengan industri, yaitu dengan Asosiasi Asuransi Umum Indonesia, Pak. Jadi mendirikan konsorsium asuransi aset publik di Indonesia, dan kemudian kita melakukan piloting, mengasurasikan aset publik. Nah, pada waktu itu percontohannya adalah Kementerian Keuangan pada tahun 2019 itu adalah Kementerian Keuangan, kemudian 2020 meningkat menjadi 13 KL ya, dan 2021 73 KL. Lanjut. Enggak, balik lagi. Nah, ini objek asuransi BMN itu sebenarnya bisa banyak, cuman kita baru fokus kepada gedung dan bangunan. Dan nantinya itu mungkin akan mengikutsertakan sarana dan prasarana seperti mobil, seperti jembatan, bahkan mungkin genset gitu ya. Nah, kalau mau dilihat dari sini, dari gedung dan bangunan aja, dari hasil revaluasi aset, itu kalau Bapak Ibu lihat itu nilainya sekitar 420 triliun. Nah, kalau dilihat dari sini, yang sudah diasuransikan BUMN, office building, bangunan kesehatan dan education, ini nilainya baru 200 triliun. Jadi masih ada aset negara, gedung dan bangunan milik pemerintah yang belum diasuransikan sekitar 220 triliun. Itu baru gedung dan bangunan, jadi belum yang lain-lain. Lanjut. Nah, ini tadi yang breakdown dari mekanisme implementasi aset milik negara. Jadi kalau bisa disampaikan, tahun 2019 kita mengasuransikan aset milik negara itu sekitar 1.337 NUP itu nomor aset, itu nilainya sekitar 10,74 triliun, belum ada klaim. Tahun 2020 naik menjadi 2.000, nilainya aja 17 triliun. Ada klaim sekitar 0,54 miliar. Tahun 2021 menjadi 37 triliun yang diasuransikan, kita melakukan klaim dapat 4,55 miliar. Dan tahun 2022 kita mengasuransikan sekitar 44,75 triliun, dan ketika terjadi bencana kita mendapatkan klaim sekitar 78,92 miliar. Lanjut. Nah, kalau ini key point-nya, untuk supaya lebih crowding in pasar asuransi Indonesia, pemerintah juga menginisiasi pemanfaatan industri asuransi umum, sehingga pemerintah mengeluarkan Perpres nomor 75 tahun 2021 tentang dana penanggulangan bencana, jadi untuk mendukung dan melengkapi ketersediaan dana penanggulangan bencana yang memadai. Jadi semakin membuka jalan bagi perusahaan asuransi umum untuk bisa ikut dalam membantu pemerintah untuk industri asuransi ini. Lanjut. Ini kami memperlihatkan statistik bagaimana industri asuransi bencana, mungkin dengan semakin kita mengembangkan industri asuransi bencana ini, diharapkan demand-nya akan semakin tinggi, dan diharapkan bantuan dari IndonesiaRe untuk nanti juga bisa membantu kelancaran disaster risk financing Indonesia. Terima kasih, Pak.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nela, for another insightful presentation. Let's move on now to the third presenter from the industry. Pak Pantro, time is yours. Before Pak Panto starts his presentation, let me quickly remind participants that you can ask questions now through Slido. Please, Pak Panto.
Terima kasih. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable speakers, Pak Haris Turino, Bu Nela, Mr. Thomas Heller, and honorable guests, thank you for allowing us to share our case. I would like to share with you today the role of guarantor in supporting one of the most important government programs in stimulating the economy, which is KUR, the loans given to micro, small to medium enterprises. Let me first introduce myself. I'm representing Indonesia Financial Group. Indonesia Financial Group is a state-owned holding company for insurance and capital market. We were established in 2020, so most recently, about 2 years, through government regulations number 20, the year of 2020. In our group, we have 2 subsidiaries that have been designated by the government to support the KUR programs. We have Askrindo, a general insurance company, and also Askrindo. Among us, I think si Pak Erwan, selamat datang Pak Erwan from Askrindo. So 2 of our subsidiaries, Askrindo and Jamkrindo, are supporting KUR program. And since the launch of the program in 2007, the impact to the economy is actually quite massive. We have observed the impact to employment and the number of micro and small to medium enterprises that were given the KUR loans. I think to date, we're looking at more than 51 million of entrepreneurs and also about 81 million of jobs or people have been employed through this program. So I think this is one of the government programs that is, I would say, quite pragmatic, but yet effective. Yeah. Why is it pragmatic? Because it helps the banks to extend loans to the segment of customers who otherwise are not eligible for loans, be it because of credit history, collaterals, bankability, and so on and so forth. So now the question we have is that how strong are the guarantors in ensuring that the KUR program can be sustained and even given the increased level of KUR targets that has been given by the government. Now, we have received the information from the Coordinating Minister of Economy with regards to the KUR targets for 2023 and 2024, and we've used this information as a critical element in our model. So this year alone, the target for KUR disbursement is 373 trillion rupiah. 373 trillion rupiah, a significant increase from last year realization of 285 trillion rupiah. So around 26% increase. Next year, the government has indicated through press conference of Coordinating Minister of Economy that the target for KUR next year would increase further to 470 trillion rupiah, and in 2024 will increase again to 585 trillion rupiah. Now the question is, do we have the capacity? Do we have the capacity to make sure that we can cover the credit risks of the banks? And given the factor of the economy and the pandemic that we're still in the process of recovering. Now, let me actually give a bit explanation of how this program works. Yeah. So in the ecosystem of KUR, of course, you have the entrepreneurs representing micro and small to medium enterprises, and then you have the banks that extend the loan to the entrepreneurs, and then we have the guarantor, in this case, Askrindo and Jamkrindo. And in the end, there's actually a reinsurance company role. In this case, RIU, or in our group, we also have IndonesiaRe and several others reinsurance companies. Now, if we look at the correlation between NPL. And why NPL is important? Because at the end of the day, we cover the credit risk of the banks, right? We cover the credit risk of the banks. So for us, the level of NPL is very important. So historically, there's a strong correlation between the economic growth and NPL levels. If we learn in the financial crisis in 1998, when GDP growth declined to negative 13%, NPL rose to as high as 48%. Yeah. Now, similar pattern we're observing actually during this pandemic. Yeah. If we look at during the pandemic, it is not exactly the NPL metrics that is increasing because of the relaxation given by OJK through POJK 48. What we're seeing is an increased level in loan at risk. Loan at risk. So loan at risk at some point actually has spiked to 3 times level of the pre-pandemic. So in the past, loan at risk hover around 6 to 7% on average. And at its peak during the pandemic, loan at risk went up to more than 20%. In fact, for us, so the loan at risk level that we are showing here is the systemic bank loan at risk, but we're looking at the specific core loans. The loan at risk is actually much higher than this. It could go up to 25 to 29% at some point. So what is happening is, rightly so, the banks are enjoying the policies given by OJK to relax the status, the collectability status of the restructured loans and maintain it at the collectability 1. But what we are seeing now is that the banks are not waiting until the end of the policy, which is March of next year. March of next year. They're not waiting until the end of the policy, which is March of next year, to drop the collectability status, but has gradually since dropped the collectability status and has impacted quite severely to the level of claims for the guarantor company, in this case, Askrindo and Jamkrindo. So we've seen the level of claims have more than doubled since the level of claims in 2020 and 2021, and even has increased even since before the pandemic era. So if you look at Jamkrindo, for example, yeah, in June of this year, the level of claim has already exceeded the level of claim in 2020 and 2021, just half year. Yeah. And similarly in Askrindo, we're also seeing a significant level of increase in Askrindo in the level of claim. And a big chunk of that claims are coming from the loan at risk. So if you look at the bar charts, the gray represents the natural claims and the red bars represent the claims coming from loan at risk. So an increasing and a growing portion of the claims are actually coming from the restructured loans, meaning that the banks are not delaying the drop of the collectability status and claiming these NPLs. Yeah. And in a way, this is good because then we can maintain the balance sheet of the banks. So it's good. But it does have an impact to the guarantor company, in this case, Askrindo and Jamkrindo. So a very important capital adequacy ratio that is used by the regulator to make sure that the guarantor has sufficient capital is actually gearing ratio. And through POJK number 2, 2017, we have to maintain gearing ratio of no more than 20 times. So what we've done is we've simulated the gearing ratio based on the target disbursements of KUR, but we have simulated the trajectories of the claims. So we have 3 scenarios where we simulated the trajectory of the claims. 1, the claim is steady based on the June 2022 levels. 2, the claims are worsened, yeah, to the level that at some point, loan at risk will be back to the pre-pandemic level. And 3rd is in the case where the claims are getting better. Yeah, the claims are getting better. Now, if we look at the impact to the gearing ratio based on these three scenarios, in all three scenarios, even in the case where the claim is getting better, yeah, even in the case where the claim is getting better, the gearing ratio for Askrindo and Jamkrindo in 2024 has breached the 20 times maximum gearing ratio that is allowed by the regulator. So what we're saying here is that we understand that KUR program is very effective. Yeah, it's a pragmatic way to ensure that micro and small to medium enterprise entrepreneurs, they're getting the working capital that they need, and especially during the pandemic. They need that extra breath. They need that extra working capital during the pandemic. And the government has set up a program that even during the pandemic, they can still receive KUR program despite the restructuring, and the impact to the NPL of the banks are quite benign. We monitored that the NPL of the banks are still hovering around 3%. Now, but it does have an impact to the guarantor. So behind the scenes, the role of insurance and reinsurance are becoming more important, because these credit risks are being absorbed by insurance and reinsurance companies. And I think this simulation suffices to say that regardless of which trajectory that we look at, whether it is even getting better, we still need the strengthening of the capital for the guarantor company, which in this case, Askrindo and Jamkrindo, supported by a reinsurance company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Pantro. To add some insight from the domestic insurance industry. Now, to complete our perspective this afternoon, allow me to invite Thomas from Swiss Re to proceed with his presentation. Thomas, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Delil, for including me at this wonderful panel. And thank you all, dear panelists. I will have to do this presentation in English as I don't speak any Bahasa. My apologies. What I would like to talk to you today is about effective risk management for state-owned enterprises. Right? We've heard from the panelists what happens if the risk management is not effective, not to the point. You do run the risk of large shocks destabilizing the system. So what I'd like to talk to you today about is addressing this protection gap. And the first question on the next slide is, what is there in terms of protection gap when we look at the Indonesian state-owned enterprises? So what you have here is two graphs. On the top end of your screen, you basically see the comparison of an Indonesian state-owned enterprise with its peers in the same industry in Asia and internationally in Europe. And the height of the bar is an indication of how much of their assets are actually insured. So the higher the bar, the more they insure, and the lower the bar, bigger the protection gap. And what you see here is clearly, we're not talking about differences in percentages, we're talking here in multiples that Indonesian SOEs are buying less insurance or protecting less of their assets than their peers. So what does that mean when a shock hits? Is that a lot of these assets will be uninsured, which has all the impacts that we just heard from the panel potentially. At the same time, if you look at the lower end of the slide, we compared SOEs across industries in Indonesia as well. And what you see there is that you have a very uneven picture between each of the SOEs. So these are SOEs from different industries, and you see completely different insurance buying behavior. which again indicates to us that there's probably not that much in terms of system in place. So, what can be done to address the insurance protection gap in the SOEs in Indonesia is also looking at what other products might be out there in supplying to the Indonesian SOEs. Do they really get the right products that they need? Here I have 3 innovative products which still have been around long enough so that they're tested and we know they work. You know, going from the left to the right, you have firstly the parametric index-based products, which link the payout of the insurance contract to a predefined index. Why would you care about this sort of product? Imagine that you have risks that are very difficult to insure in the current insurance policies. For instance, if you're a power utility company, insuring T&D lines is very difficult traditionally. These sort of products, the index-based products, can take care of that and complement your insurance buying and close some gaps. Similarly, the one in the middle, a non-damage business interruption, addresses the gap that occurs when there's no physical damage, but still a business interruption. So we've had this, if you remember, a few years back on Bali, when Mount Agung erupted, and then Parsar Airport had to close, not because it was damaged, but because there was an ash cloud in the air which prevented airplanes from landing and taking off. So there was a business interruption, there was an impact on the revenue, there was an impact on the cash flow. This sort of insurance can respond to that. And lastly, I put up environmental impairment liability. I believe with the continued focus on climate, on nature, more and more pressure will come on companies from the regulatory side, from legislative side, looking at strict liability on protecting our environment, and these sort of policies would react to that. So here, just these are just a few ideas of what additional covers are out there that may be interesting for BUMN, for SOEs in Indonesia. Now, how do we deliver these? And I have here three ways. One way is your traditional interaction with your broker, your insurer, and then ultimately your reinsurer through a direct insurance contract. The other one, and I think we've discussed this earlier on the panel as well, is through pooling, right? You can pool risks at the aggregated level, and through that get better buying power and better diversification, and typically more standardized coverage at a very attractive rate. A few examples here on the slide at what level could be pooled. If you're looking at SOEs, this could be at a holding level, at a cluster level, or even at the ministerial level. I think what's important to know for pooling is that you need, as a prerequisite, some sort of financial solidarity within the pool, and you need to have identified perils and risks that everybody who's a member in that pool can identify with. So examples could be cyber exposures or terrorism exposures that the entirety of the pool is exposed to. And the last one I'll talk to you about now. So captives have been around for quite a while. A captive is an insurance company that is owned by a non-insurance company and manages the risks of that non-insurance company of its parent. And next slide, please. And the next one. Yeah. And here are a few good reasons why SOEs, also Indonesia, should consider captives. I don't have time to go into all of them, but typically what you see in the risk management part is that with captives, as a captive, you have access to the reinsurance market, which gives you, more coverage, more options than some of the insurance markets. But crucially, on the financial benefits, you have a better control on your total cost of risk, end to end. As a captive, you pool the risk of your parent company. You're basically the insurance company of your parent company, and then you can decide, depending on the market cycle, whether you're going to retain more risk or less risk, whether you're going to give more risk or less risk away. And this gives some strong incentive. And lastly, on the organizational benefits, as a captive, you also see what's going on in your group. You have all the risk data from the subsidiaries in the group, and therefore you have very good risk insights on what's going well and what's not going well, what you need to address inside your group in terms of risks. Now on the next slide, this shows a bit on how a captive works. So on the left-hand side, you have the typical contractual setup of a captive. So you have the parent company at the bottom, which owns the captive, which you see in the middle. And then you could have sometimes in between a fronting insurance company that issues the paper, that is regulated, that has the right to insure. And then on the back, you typically have reinsurance companies that take off the risk the captive shouldn't take. And what sort of risks are those? You see that on the right-hand side of your slide. We believe that captives should only take on frequency losses. So not the severe natural disaster losses that we just talked about, but more frequency losses that are well known and can be well managed by the group. So the captive layer typically is at the bottom, just above the deductibles. So you want your subsidiaries to still have a skin in the game when it comes to risk management. So they should have some deductibles in place. The captive of the group comes on top, can also take on some more risk. And then after that, the real shocks, the top exposure is then ceded off to the reinsurance market. Finally, this is something that Swiss Re offers, but also other companies. The ways to sort of try out a captive. A captive comes with some investment up front, like you need to set up the captive legally, you need to have regulatory approval, you need actuaries to run the captive to make sure it's run sustainably and smoothly. So one way of just sort of trying out a captive and testing water is by doing it virtually, which essentially means that you're using the balance sheet of an insurance company, and this is still like a regulated insurance contract of an insurance company's balance sheet. You still get all the benefits of the captive in terms of the risk retention, but you don't have all the setup costs that come with a captive. So with this, I hope I gave you a quick insight into what we see with regards to state-owned enterprises in Indonesia, what we see in terms of possible products that could help further close the protection gap. And I hope I gave you some insights into captives. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Your presentation slightly different from previous three, yes. I mean, you're covering different angle, but really that also important aspect of our economy. Actually, we can't deny that BUMN itself is a very significant part of our economy. Some of our BUMN also playing very vital role for our economy. So that we should also pay attention to how we manage our risk within our BUMN. We need to come up with more innovative idea and innovation to arrive at the most optimum solution. Let me remind you again that Slido is still on, and then you can of course ask the question through Slido. And we see here, one question already pop up, and for Pak Haris. Pak Haris, di negara lain natural catastrophe, bencana alam, manajemen risiko bencana alam sering melibatkan asuransi wajib, compulsory insurance. What is your view on compulsory insurance, Pak Haris? Silakan, Pak.
Terima kasih Pak. Jadi ini pertanyaan yang menarik ya, bagaimana sih pandangan mengenai compulsory insurance. Pada hakikatnya kan kenapa sih kita harus insure? Karena sebagian dari risk kita tidak bisa tanggung. Maka kita asuransikan. Kalau kita masih bisa tanggung, dan kita memang mau tanggung, maka kita retain risiko ini di dalam. Nah, kaitannya dengan bencana, apabila memang ini menentukan hidup dan matinya, katakan perusahaan kita, kalau muncul satu bencana itu dan saya tidak bisa tanggung, dan I fully agree dengan compulsory insurance. Ini memang belum jalan di Indonesia. Di Indonesia belum jalan sehingga bahkan diri kita sendiri saja ya mati kan bencana Pak. Ya kan? Sedikit sekali yang punya asuransi mati. Orang asuransi kematian saja tidak dijalani kehidupan, apalagi yang kemudian catastrophic risk. Sehingga pada hakikatnya saya pribadi mendukung tentang ini. Terima kasih.
Kedua nih Pak Aris, tapi kalau kita preminya itu kita bebankan kepada rakyat publik sepenuhnya, gimana tuh Pak? Apa perlu disubsidi? Pandangan Bapak gimana? Preminya Pak, yang kedua itu bertanya sebenarnya masih terkait dengan compulsory insurance. Misalnya kalau kita memiliki compulsory home insurance untuk rumah tinggal gitu Pak ya. Nah preminya ini kalau kita bebankan sepenuhnya ke rakyat, itu bagaimana menurut Bapak? Apa perlu subsidi? Nah,
iya, ini subsidi ini perlu tapi belum tentu dikasih sama Bu Sri Mulyani kan? Jadi dalam hidup kita sebenarnya subsidi itu sudah banyak sekali Pak. Kita sebagai orang Indonesia, mungkin yang duduk di sini tidak kerasa Pak. Ya. Tetapi untuk lapisan masyarakat yang paling bawah, orang yang punya gaji 4 juta, paling tidak dia mendapatkan tambahan subsidi dari government, itu kira-kira levelnya 4,5 juta Pak. Ya. Mulai dari sekolah ndak bayar, sakit ndak bayar, bensin murah, gas murah, listrik murah, itu total ada sekitar 4,5 juta per orang lapisan yang paling bawah. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini, kalau asuransi rumah diwajibkan, ini peluang yang luar biasa sekali. Tetapi tentu tertib administrasinya tidak gampang ini nanti untuk ngitung risikonya. Ya, untuk ngitung risikonya tidak gampang, sehingga yang akan terjadi adalah sama dengan asuransi kecelakaan, Pak. Ya, sudah potong rata saja, kalau rubuh sekian, kalau kecelakaan dikasihnya sekian. Cara paling mudah adalah hantem kromo seperti itu.
Betul.
Karena kalau tidak kan susah sekali nih nanti ngitungnya.
Betul. Terima kasih Pak Haris. Kayaknya Bu Nela mau komen? Iya, silakan Bu.
Mau pinjem Bu?
Kayaknya pinjem Pak. Makasih Pak Haris, Pak. Saya yang pertanyaan ke saya itu yang ketiga tadi ya, challenge. Saya jawab challenge-nya kita itu risk mapping. Nah itu menjawab yang tadi pertanyaan ke Pak Haris itu sebenarnya. Jadi saya jawabnya challenge-nya 2, risk mapping sama bring stakeholder in. Jadi risk mapping itu Pak, jadi kita kan tadi ada skenario risk transfer, jadi ada yang micro insurance, nanti ada layer-layernya tergantung risk. Ada nanti namanya itu kata cat bond, ada yang risiko yang kita transfer itu yang di level negara. Ya. Nah itu berdasarkan indeks. Indonesia itu gede, jadi mungkin kalau kita pooling itu asuransi yang negara itu, kita mau milih yang mana? Itu mau yang one price atau yang mau per provinsi, per daerah. Kalau yang seperti itu akan mahal. Nah bagaimana yang murah itu memang one price, one risk Pak. Tapi kita harus aturlah di dalamnya itu. Diatur dalamnya bahwa standar ketahanan bangunan terhadap gempa harus 9 skala Richter.
Ya.
Itu semuanya bangunan harus seperti itu. Dan harus setiap bangunan harus punya asuransi gitu. Nah itu harus pemerintah harus turun tangan membuat asuransi. Cuman kita sanggup nggak? Makanya kita that kind of regulation, seberapa affordable itu pemerintah mencari saat ini mencari konsep yang seperti apa yang kita bisa mencari risk transfer yang cocok. Mungkin ya itu tadi kita mau bekerja sama dengan akademisi, risk mapping kita dan seberapa sanggup kita untuk mengasuransikan bencana kita dan bangunan-bangunan kita. Jadi kalau kita mau mewajibkan masyarakat kita ya affordable nggak Pak? Gitu, Pak ya. Jadi itu one price one risk. Kalau nggak ya kita per daerah tapi it's expensive. Budget kita sanggup nggak? Itu risk mapping itu Pak. Jadi itu lain hal dan itu ada lagi metodologi yang kita pilih untuk risk mapping itu sendiri. Apalagi jadi dari risk mapping itu challenge-nya banyak lagi. Yang kedua itu bring stakeholder in. Jadi kalau tadi ada pooling fund itu kan ada uang pemerintah ya yang dialokasikan ke situ. Tapi sebenarnya di dalam pooling fund for disaster tadi, pooling fund bencana itu kita harapkan itu nanti bukan hanya uang pemerintah pusat, kita juga harapkan nanti pemerintah daerah juga pooling uang di situ, big company nanti itu akan banyak stakeholder. Nanti kita akan ada sejenis co-financing, misalnya membayar premium asuransi dan lain-lain. Jadi kalau misalnya terjadi disaster, kita sama-sama mereka juga terbantu dalam recovery-nya. Nah itu meyakinkan stakeholder itu Pak untuk bisa percaya bahwa pooling fund ini akan berhasil. Dan kita mungkin sekarang sedang menyiapkan skenario seperti apa, bagaimana setiap stakeholder itu bisa chip in dalam pooling fund for disaster.
Iya, tapi Bu Nela, bisakah saya katakan bahwa sebenarnya terbuka kesempatan yang lebar untuk industri asuransi, reasuransi sebenarnya untuk step up dan mungkin mempropos skema risk transfer yang bermanfaat untuk implementasi di RFI kita?
Jelas Pak, jadi selama ini sebenarnya kita melakukan konsultasi terus dengan industri asuransi. Jadi sebenarnya tujuannya selain kita untuk pengamanan budget dan pengamanan masyarakat dari disaster Pak, tujuan kita juga adalah untuk memperdalam pasar asuransi domestik Pak. Jadi tadi kita juga bagaimana kalau kita bagaimanapun kita harus layering ya, risikonya ini dan itu akan berakibat kita juga harus mengasuransikan bencana ini ke luar negeri dan mungkin akan menyebabkan capital outflow, defisit dan lain-lain Pak. Dan itu kita makanya kita akan sebelum kita melakukan itu kita berencana juga memperkuat pasar keuangan kita, pasar domestik dan oleh karena itu kita berharap pasar asuransi domestik kita sudah cukup kuat dulu untuk membangun industri ini sebelum kita benar-benar mengasuransikan itu pasar internasional Pak.
Terima kasih Bu Nela. We don't have much time left actually. Let me move on to Pak Pantro. Pak Pantro, credit insurance, right? In our country, unlike most other countries, credit insurance also covered by general insurers. And the pandemic revealed that basically the fundamental of general insurance industry is not that strong to really absorb that risk. What's your opinion on this? What should we do going forward to make sure that management of our credit exposure is becoming more sustainable? Pak Pantro.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So when you talk about credit insurance, right? Two types of credit insurance. The first one is government programs, which is we have KUR.
Yes.
And then there's also PEN, Penjaminan UMKM.
Yeah.
And then the other side is non-government program. So government programs so far, we're looking at manageable loss ratio.
Yeah.
And the tenor is actually relatively short, around 3, at the most 5 years. However, when we look at non-government programs, so this is where it's been, I would say, quite problematic Yeah, in fact, at some point, our group, Indonesia Financial Group, through our subsidiaries, we have exposure to, or we've covered banking loans with credit insurance up to 1,000 trillion rupiah.
Yeah.
1,000 trillion rupiah. And a big chunk of it was actually problematic. And so we are in the process of restructuring it, and we've made some very good progress. I think we're now, we have been successful in restructuring, I think 70 to 70% of the portfolio. Now, when we trace back to its root cause, I think there's a few problems. Now, one is there's a price war in the industry.
Yeah.
In the general insurance, among the general insurance companies, the premium has gotten lower and lower, while the risks that are being covered are actually becoming wider.
Yeah.
So this is contrary to, I mean, the logic. Yeah. When you cover more risks, right, the premium should be more expensive. But this is actually in the contrary. So what happened was the underwriting discipline has become very loose, and to some extent it becomes more like a cash underwriting, similar to a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, similar to a Ponzi scheme. And so what we've done was actually we rectified the reserves, both on the premium reserve and also the claim reserve. We reviewed the books exhaustively, but again, we still have about 25 to 30% portfolio that we're still in the process of restructuring. And one of the things that we also observe is the general insurance companies, they are not in the positions to actually cover also natural death. This is against actually the insurance regulations. If you look at the Undang-Undang nomor 40 tentang asuransi tahun 2014, only life insurance is eligible to cover for natural death risk. Yet, because of the price war and almost like all these rules are being breached. So even general insurance are covering for natural death. Now we're also seeing the impact in our reinsurance subsidiary. So we have a subsidiary, IndonesiaRe. We noticed that there's a spike also in claims related to natural death, but it is covered by general insurance ceding company. General insurance ceding company. So I think, all in all, this whole line of business, credit insurance, and even to some extent, credit life insurance, need a major restructuring and revamp.
That's really big takeaway. Thank you very much, Pak Pantro. I'm afraid I only have time for one last question to Thomas. Thomas, parametric insurance, Thomas, we have been trying to promote this kind of cover in this country for many years now, but nothing takes off. What's wrong with that? I mean, any tips, tricks, or maybe success story?
Yeah, you're right. So this has been tried. We had like an MFI protection for earthquakes up in Sumatra, I think, a while back. Look, I don't know the precise reasons. I know that when you look at other countries, staying with the state-owned enterprises that I've mentioned before in my presentation. For instance, in Puerto Rico, we just closed a transaction there with PREPA, which is the power utility company there, where they did exactly that, right? Where they combined an indemnity cover with a parametric cover for their T and D lines at a total cost of risk which was lower than what they had before in indemnity. I think in Indonesia, I'm quite positive. In general, this whole panel discussion left me very, very optimistic about Indonesia. I mean, there's some challenges as everywhere, but I feel a lot of energy and a lot of good ideas coming around, and I'm sure the time for parametric coverage will come as well. If you allow me just to say something quickly on the housing insurance. As somebody who's just buying his first house, it is typically your largest investment in your life and your largest asset. And not having protected that, especially in a place like Indonesia, sitting on the ring of fire, doesn't make sense to me. So I think we need to protect those assets in the right form, as you said, Manila.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, I wish I can continue this discussion. It was very insightful, but we are running out of time, so we need to end the session now. Ibu Nela and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation and insight. Really appreciate that, and a lot of meaningful point coming from you. Thank you very much again, and I'm back to MC, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dalil, for leading the interesting discussion, and please remain on stage for the moderator and also the panelists. And we would like to invite Ms. Beatrix Santi Anugrah as a Director of Development and Information Technology IndonesiaRe to give the token appreciation from IndonesiaRe to our speakers and moderators, please. And also, I would like to say thank you to all the participants who joining virtually. We have more than 1,000 online participants. Please round of applause. Thank you so much. Ms. Beatrix Santi Anugrah, please deliver the token appreciation to Mr. Dr. Insinyur Haris Turino SH MSI MM. And the next appreciation to Miss Nela Sri Henrieti PhD. Please round of applause to Miss Nela. And next appreciation to Mr. Pantro Pander Silitonga. And next for our panelists, Mr. Thomas Heller. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. And the last but not least, for our moderator who leading the interesting discussion, Bapak Dalil, Mr. Dalil Hairat. And now please take a picture together. Miss Beatrix Santi Anugrah, please in the middle. And look at to the camera, please. Once again, round of applause to our moderator and also panelists. Thank you so much. And also thank you to Ms. Beatrix Santi Anugrah as the Director of Development and Information Technology IndonesiaRe. So ladies and gentlemen who joining online and also offline today, thank you so much. So before we continue to the third session and before we move on to the next theme, we are going to have a short coffee break for 50 minutes, and you may have snack and coffee break in front of the ballroom. And don't forget, we also have a showcase corner area that you can visit in the front of this ballroom, and you can watch the videos and ask questions to the person in charge in each showcase. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a coffee break for 50 minutes, and please enjoy your coffee break.
I was really new. I just wanna do you, and I mean something. You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your throat. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? You know I'm such a fool for you. You got me wrapped around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger?
And I'd give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't wanna go home right now. And all I could taste is this moment, and all I can breathe is your light. Sooner or later it's over. I just don't wanna miss you tonight. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. And you can't fight the tears that ain't coming, all the moment of truth in your lies. When everything feels like the movies, yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's made to be broken,
In the insurance industry, IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies.
I was born in the land of the sun, tall green
Backed by a strong commitment to capital and corporate health,
and I don't understand
we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions.
how we've come to surround
Supported by a world-class retrocession panel,
of thieves. Even band without birds.
to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system.
Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sore Bapak Ibu
With
sekalian.
experience and competent professional
Selamat
talent.
sore dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua peserta IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Sebelumnya perkenalkan saya dengan Alvin Nugraha yang akan memandu jalannya sesi pembagian door prize pada sore hari ini. Pada hari ini setelah dengan mendengar banyak materi yang sangat menarik dan di saat coffee break sore hari ini kita akan membagikan 20 hadiah berupa souvenir cantik dari dua anyam yang akan diberikan khusus bagi bapak dan ibu yang mengikuti kegiatan ICC ini secara daring ataupun online. Jadi bagi bapak dan ibu yang sedang ada di depan laptopnya dipersilakan untuk menyalakan videonya karena untuk mendapatkan door prize sendiri caranya sangat mudah. Yang pertama pastikan bapak dan ibu sudah mengisikan daftar hadir yang disediakan oleh panitia. Yang kedua, panitia akan menggunakan random picker dalam memilih satu nama peserta yang beruntung. Yang ketiga, bapak dan ibu yang namanya muncul atau disebutkan diharapkan untuk segera raise hand dan menyalakan video zoom-nya. Jadi caranya sangat mudah dan teman-teman akan mendapatkan sekali lagi souvenir cantik dari dua anyam. Jadi belum Bapak Lintang atau Ibu Lintang, mohon maaf raise hand-nya jangan dulu sekarang, silakan diturunkan terlebih dahulu. Kita akan meminta panitia untuk menampilkan random pickers yang sudah disediakan. Jadi pastikan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang belum menyalakan video cam dari Zoom-nya, silakan dinyalakan terlebih dahulu. Dan jika Bapak dan Ibu belum mengisikan daftar hadir pada pagi hari ini, diharapkan besok pagi sudah bisa mengisikan karena setiap harinya kita akan membagikan sebanyak 20 souvenir cantik dari duanya. Dipersilakan teman-teman panitia, silakan di-share untuk screen-nya. Yang sudah raise hand Mbak Santi, Ibu Santi, mohon maaf Ibu Santi dan Bapak atau Ibu Lintang di lower hands terlebih dahulu karena kita akan mengulang dari awal. Jangan dulu sekarang raise hand-nya, setelah namanya disebutkan baru kita dipersilakan untuk raise hand. Jadi jangan khawatir Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ini khusus bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir secara online. Jadi teman-teman yang hadir secara online akan diberikan souvenir cantik dari dua anyam. Caranya gampang tadi ya, teman-teman akan dipilihkan melalui random pickers dan teman-teman yang terpilih namanya nanti akan dihubungi secara terpisah oleh masing-masing panitia seperti itu. Selamat sore saya ucapkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Ya, kita sambil menunggu coffee break di teman-teman yang hadir secara offline ya di sana di Ritz-Carlton Pacific Place. Jadi teman-teman yang secara online kita akan tetap membagikan kebahagiaan nih, selain tadi kita sudah menerima materi-materi yang sangat menarik dari masing-masing pemateri. Seperti itu. Boleh teman-teman panitia untuk di-share random pickers-nya, kita sudah bisa mulai.
IndonesiaRe are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources. resources with a diversity of cultures.
Sebentar, sepertinya ada kesalahan teknis ya. Sudah muncul ya random pickernya ya. Kita akan mulai untuk undian pertama. Kita langsung mulai, bisa teman-teman panitia ya. Kita hitung dalam hitungan ketiga, 1, 2, dan 3. Kita akan lihat bagi yang namanya muncul, silahkan langsung raise hand dan nyalakan videonya. Untuk yang pertama, selamat kepada Ibu Feti Fatimah Munawaroh. Silahkan Ibu Feti di raise hand dan nyalakan video camnya. Kita akan mengundi sebanyak 20 nama pada sesi sore hari ini. Ibu Feti ada, panggilan pertama pada Ibu Feti, panggilan kedua pada Ibu Feti. Tidak ada. Jika 3 kali panggilan tidak ada, maka kita akan mengacak nomor untuk ke nama selanjutnya. Silakan untuk panggilan ketiga atas nama Ibu Feti. Tidak ada. Oke, tidak ada. Kita remove Ibu Feti dalam random spinner. Kita langsung memasuki nama kedua. Silakan.
And guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies.
In my life.
Untuk nama kedua, selamat kepada Bapak Andi Kristianto. Bapak Andi Kristianto, panggilan pertama Pak Andi. Bapak Andi Kristianto. Oke, selamat Pak Andi. Nanti langsung kita hubungi oleh panitia, teman-teman. Panitia tolong di Pak Andi dari AGI ya. Siap Pak Andi, terima kasih banyak. Pemenang pertama sudah ada. Untuk nama kedua yang akan kita kocok, terima kasih Pak Andi. Kedua adalah, silakan teman-teman panitia dilanjutkan spinnernya.
To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance.
Oke, untuk nama kedua, nama kedua yang kita panggil adalah Bapak Rifki Jundullo. Bapak Rifki panggilan pertama, Bapak Rifki panggilan kedua, Bapak Rifki panggilan ketiga. Tidak ada Bapak Rifki ya, berarti kita akan cek untuk nama selanjutnya. Silahkan. Kita mulai kocokan selanjutnya.
IndonesiaRe for reinsurance solutions.
Sepertinya screen-nya ya ada sedikit permasalahan dengan screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. We cordially invite you to be seated and please join us to next session of the conference. Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami persilahkan untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara dan diperkenankan untuk membawa coffee break Anda ke dalam ruangan. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu, bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer dan masih menikmati coffee break, dipersilahkan untuk dapat membawa coffee break Anda ke dalam ruangan. Sekali lagi, untuk selanjutnya kita akan memasuki sesi ketiga untuk conference kita hari ini. Terima kasih.
For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, IndonesiaRe is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance.
Bisa kita lanjutkan teman-teman panitia untuk nama kedua.
Government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in Asia.
Terima kasih banyak teman-teman yang sudah bersabar menunggu. Kita masih menantikan pembagian door prize untuk ke-19. Oke, langsung ada nama di sini, berarti Ibu Sri Novitaningsih. Panggilan pertama pada Ibu Sri Novitaningsih. Ibu Sri Novitaningsih untuk panggilan kedua, Ibu Sri Novitaningsih. Panggilan terakhir untuk Ibu Sri Novitaningsih. Oke, bisa kita remove namanya dari spinner. Kita lanjutkan ke nama selanjutnya.
And guarantee excellent reinsurance protection.
Ya, siapa nih? Mungkin hadiahnya harus ditampil nanti ya. Mungkin besok kita tampil deh sama teman-teman panitia, kita tampil hadiahnya seperti apa. Selamat kepada Ibu atau Mbak ya, kita panggil Ibu Fani Agustina untuk hadiahnya. Ibu Fani Agustina panggilan pertama, Ibu Fani. Panggilan kedua untuk Ibu Fani Agustina. Oke, panggilan terakhir untuk Ibu Fani Agustina. Bisa kita remove. Oke. Selanjutnya, nama yang akan kita panggilkan adalah
Reinsurance Solution Provider. We continue
Bapak
to
Muhammad
strive for
Taufik.
excellence.
Kalau
In
Pak
the
Muhammad
acceptance
Taufik,
process,
iya dari BRINS ya Pak ya.
speedy
Selamat
claim
Pak
payments,
Muhammad Taufik.
and
Tapi di sini bapaknya nggak ada mukanya nih Pak. Bapak cuma kelihatan backdropnya doang Pak.
and innovation for the
Selamat
industry.
sekali lagi pada Pak Muhammad Taufik untuk pemenang kedua dari
IndonesiaRe
undian pada pagi hari, pada sore hari ini.
in providing
Selanjutnya kita akan undi untuk nama ketiga. Terima kasih Pak Taufik, boleh dilakukan lagi Pak.
Analytic-based integrated technology information system.
Selamat pada Bapak Raihan Pramuseto. Ini saya pengen nyanyi sebenarnya kalau Pak Raihan nih sebenarnya, cuman nggak boleh kayak acaranya lagi formal. Pak Raihan panggilan pertama Pak Raihan Pramuseto.
In the spirit of
Pak Raihan panggilan kedua.
and IndonesiaRe
Agak sulit ya Pak Raihan ya memang ya. Oke, yang ketiga panggilan Pak Raihan, mungkin boleh Pak Raihan ada.
Every achievement and your
Oke, kita remove namanya dari spinner. Silakan untuk panggilan nama selanjutnya.
and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development.
Oke, nama yang beruntung selanjutnya adalah Bapak Andi Kusriandi. Pak Andi panggilan pertama Pak Andi untuk mendapatkan souvenir cantik dari Dua Anyam. Pak Andi panggilan kedua, Pak Andi Kusriandi.
Solution.
Ada Pak Andi. Panggilan ketiga untuk Pak Andi. Tidak ada ya? Oke, berarti kita remove Pak Andi dari... Oh maaf, ada. Selamat Pak Andi untuk mendapatkan souvenir yang ketiga. Teman-teman panitia mohon dicatat ya berarti ya. Sudah ada 3 pemenang dari sore hari ini. Selanjutnya kita akan panggilkan nama yang beruntung selanjutnya. Pak Andi mohon maaf dipersilakan untuk lower hand Pak. Terima kasih. Bapak Sofian Dolof, panggilan pertama Bapak Sofian Dolof masih ada. Panggilan kedua Bapak Sofian Dolof. Silakan raise hand bagi teman-temannya yang ada yang di sampingnya Mas Sofian Dolof dipersilakan. Panggilan ketiga Bapak Sofian Dolof. Oke, kita keluarkan izin dari spinner ya Bapak Sofian Dolof, mohon maaf. Kita lanjutkan untuk panggilan nama selanjutnya. Rekan-rekan panitia kita sampai jam berapa ya kalau saya boleh tahu? Oke, selamat kepada Ibu Alfiana Cindy Hapsari. Ibu Alfiana, apakah masih ada? Masih bergabung bersama dengan kita hari ini? Panggilan pertama pada Ibu Alfiana. Panggilan kedua untuk Ibu Alfiana. Ibu Alfiana Cindy Hapsari. Khawatirnya namanya ada mirip-mirip ya, Alfiana Cindy Hapsari. Bukan Evi Hapsari, mohon maaf. Ibu Alfiana Cindy Hapsari ini dari ACKC Semarang kah? Ibu Alfiana betul? Mohon untuk mengkonfirmasi Ibu Alfiana. Karena ada 2 peserta dari ACKC Semarang sepertinya yang raise hand. Betul ya, mohon panitia mengkonfirmasi. Selamat kepada Ibu Alfiana Cindy Hapsari. Jika emang benar silakan Bu, boleh pakai tam atau seperti apa, dikasih kode aja kitanya biar kita langsung kasih ke Bu Alfiana. Oke, terima kasih untuk Bu Alfiana, berarti sudah ada 4 ya. Untuk hadiah selanjutnya kita bagikan lagi. Masih ada 16 hadiah, tenang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dan namanya ternyata masih ada 792 ya. Kayaknya sampai ada Isya nih kita bisa bagi-bagi hadiah kalau semuanya dapat. Selamat pada Bapak Lukman Ansyori. Bapak Lukman Ansyori panggilan pertama. Bapak Lukman Ansyori panggilan kedua. Bapak Lukman Ansyori panggilan ketiga. Jika tidak ada berarti kita remove dari spinner.
Sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system.
Oke, kita masuk ke nama selanjutnya. Silahkan teman-teman panitia mohon bantuannya.
And competent professional talents. We provide quality reinsurance services. In the spirit of
untuk nama selanjutnya kita memiliki Bapak atau Ibu Erlin Tiadima.
working culture.
Panggilan pertama pada Bapak atau Ibu Erlin.
Every chief
Panggilan kedua untuk Bapak atau Ibu Erlin
our patient
Tiadiman.
and improve the quality of people's lives.
Oke, panggilan terakhir untuk Bapak atau Ibu Erlin Tiadiman.
Foundation of National Development Strategy.
Baik, kita remove Bapak atau Ibu Erlin dari video spinner, dipersilakan.
Indonesia's economic growth. IndonesiaRe for reinsurance.
Untuk nama selanjutnya yang beruntung adalah Bapak atau Ibu Inengah Ternen. Mohon maaf atas kesalahan penyebutan nama. Bapak atau Ibu Inengah Ternen, panggilan kedua.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated because in a few minutes the event will proceed shortly and we will continue to second session, to the third session of the conference. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu, kita akan melanjutkan ke sesi ketiga. Kami persilahkan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer untuk dapat memasuki ruang acara dan bergabung bersama dengan kami. Dan diizinkan bagi Bapak dan Ibu yang masih menikmati coffee break untuk dapat membawa coffee break Bapak dan Ibu ke dalam ruangan. Sekali lagi, kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di area foyer, kami persilahkan mohon berkenan untuk dapat kembali memasuki ruang acara dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah tersedia. Dan jika Anda masih memiliki ataupun masih menikmati coffee break, kami persilahkan untuk Bapak dan Ibu membawa masuk coffee break Bapak dan Ibu untuk dinikmati di dalam ruang acara. Terima kasih.
And one of the largest in Asia. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. IndonesiaRe continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and IndonesiaRe professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia
Welcome back to IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, now before we proceed to the third conference, I would like to present the video of Du Anyam. So, Du Anyam is a social entrepreneurship that empowers women through handicrafts in Indonesia. And Du Anyam has collaborated with Indonesian women craftsmen and present a collection of woven and handicraft products with an authentic touch. So, with a mission of economic empowerment and improving health for women in rural areas throughout Indonesia. And Du Anyam is built on the values of its founders, which are embodied in 3 pillars. First, empowering women. Second, promoting culture and improving welfare. So, ladies and gentlemen, we present Du Anyam.
Tukandai, tobo tena tena tukandai, tede koi ilena po, tobo tena tena tukandai, watan haka watan haka, lerin dore watan haka.
Round of applause to Du Anyam. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the third session, now please allow me to invite Managing Director and partner of Boston Consulting Group to deliver the highlight speech. So, round of applause to Mr. Mark Smith.
Good afternoon, Ibu, Bapak. I'm very pleased to be here today. If we could get the presentation up, please. I want to talk to you about the new risks coming from climate change and also how they will impact businesses and obviously also your businesses as reinsurers and insurers. And maybe let me start off on the next slide with a quote, just to bring it a bit closer. Next slide, please. The quote is, "The science is unequivocal. Climate is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. Any further delay in concerted global action will miss the brief, rapidly closing window to secure a livable future." This quote is from the IPCC Annual Report number 6. The IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Basically, a group of scientists who take all the studies across the world, analyze that data, and come up with a view of what climate change means to the world. Now, this report has to be signed off by all governments across the world, by all nations represented. And so this is not just a scientific document, but ultimately also a political signed-off document. Let me jump in and talk about 6 main takeaways that I think are relevant for this audience from this report. Go to the next slide. The first one is around that climate change is already impacting economies and lives, infrastructure, everywhere. Right? And I was just having a conversation at the table. Obviously, some of the unfortunately very prominent recent examples are the flooding in Pakistan, the typhoons that are currently going through Philippines and Vietnam, just to cite two examples here in the region. When you read about climate change, often you hear, if we stick to the 1.5 degree goal from the Paris Agreement, we should be fine. The reality is, going forward, at this point, even a 1.5 degree scenario is not safe for all. That means some people in the most vulnerable areas of the world, and we are living in one of them here, will actually be also affected. And I'll go through this in a bit more detail, what that means. As so often, the poorest will be hit hardest. Inequity, conflict, and development challenges will further heighten this vulnerability that we have today. Now, this report also talked about something that many people have not heard about so much yet, and is actually topic of the next climate conference in Egypt, COP27, which is adaptation and resilience. You may have heard a lot about reducing carbon emissions, and many of you may have already net zero plans in your own organizations. But adaptation and resilience is taking into account that these effects are inevitable. Climate change will have adverse effects for us, and we actually need to secure our infrastructure, revisit and rebuild different types of industries to have strong economies going forward. The good thing is, and I'll give some examples in a minute, there are adaptation solutions that work, and we have evidence for that. Right? So it's not all doom and gloom, but there's actually solutions that work today already and that will work in the future. But also some climate change changes are too severe to adapt to, and which means there will also have to be loss and damages. So this is basically, you can colloquially say, payouts to people where you cannot adapt anymore, right, and that you need to support. So on the next slide, let me just quickly highlight how this materializes and how this actually comes through in the different climate scenarios. And I just wanted to highlight 4 areas. One is biodiversity, fires, sea level rise, and coral reefs. And I'll tell you which each one of them, why I highlight them. Biodiversity loss is a critical part actually of adaptation. Right? So particularly when we talk about forestry, it's an important way for us to mitigate the negative impact of severe flooding. You can see here that within the different climate scenarios, very quickly, the impact on biodiversity will get more severe, and between 1.5 and the 3 degree scenario, so 3 degree rise in temperatures, average temperatures from the pre-industrial era, it's about 2 times worse. Right? So 2 times more land affected, 2 times more severe. Fires, less an issue here typically, but I think most of us will have seen the news in Europe this summer. Across the 3 climate scenarios, we will see tripling and worse effects of fires. Sea level rise, we in Southeast Asia, and particularly in Indonesia, are one of the most vulnerable areas to sea level rise in the world. Between the different scenarios, we see double, tripling even of the maximum sea level rise that is possible, and that will severely impact economic activity in this place, because we're obviously, a lot of economies are in the coastal region. And then coral reefs, the reason I highlighted here, and you can see the impact, is the warming of the seas is an important element of more severe storms that obviously can cause catastrophic damage. Right? So that's, I guess, the doom and gloom scenario of what could happen. And I do want to highlight that we are already going to see severe climate impacts going forward. Now on the next slide, I just want to bring it home a little bit more to Indonesia. Indonesia, as you can see here, the red bar, is actually rated one of the more vulnerable places in the world to climate change. So place number 73, so the top is the most vulnerable. The bottom ones, you can see them on the left side here, Norway, Switzerland are actually the least vulnerable to climate change. And how does this look like? So for example, in Kalimantan, 1 in 4 people live already in high-risk flood zones. 44% of the people in Kalimantan are exposed to high flood risk, the highest amongst all provinces in Indonesia. We saw already landslides and similar affect many livelihoods, right? So climate change effects are really real here as well. And obviously we have the perennial flooding in this part of Indonesia, which is also getting more severe. We see 4.2 million people exposed to permanent flooding. And on the other hand, we actually see districts who are exposed to severe drought, right? So flooding on one side, drought on the other side. So on this level, obviously, it's difficult to act. So on the next slide, let me take you to an example of some of the climate modeling that we at BCG do with our advanced modeling capabilities around climate change. This is an example in the Philippines, in the area of Bulacan. And what you can see on the picture here is different levels of flooding expected by 2050. So yellow is 1 meter, red is 2 meters. The green areas are farms. And what you can see here is the top 3 sectors that contribute to GDP in this area specifically. Manufacturing is 1/4, wholesale retail 15%, agriculture, forestry, and fishing about the same. And you can see how many assets will be affected by this adverse climate effect that we will see. So this makes it very real to understand which businesses, which parts of the community are going to be affected severely by the climate change. But the good thing is, you can see also, yes, there can be severe impact on GDP, so $3.2 billion US, but there are potential actions in place that can significantly reduce the impact of flooding. For example, mangrove restoration projects on the seashore, municipality, for example, with high fishing would be very well protected through these type of measures. Right, so I guess what I want you to take away is one can really understand where climate impact will hit. It's obviously scenario-based, but one can understand the impact to businesses or whole sectors as such. So what type of risks do we see that businesses are going to be exposed to, right? And businesses in that sense are businesses that you probably have as customers or as customers of your customers. One is business continuity risk. Impact to either physical infrastructure or financial assets or the ability to sell products. So examples of that is, for example, in Indonesia, if you produce metal and you want to export that into the EU, you will need to comply with certain measures around carbon emissions. There's the so-called carbon border tax. If you don't comply, you will have difficulties selling your product, right? This puts your business in jeopardy. Some business sectors will look for carbon neutral products, like maybe, for example, in paper. If you're exporting to countries which are already demanding those products, you will be cut off from that demand. And then obviously from a financing perspective, financing blacklists, we've seen this across the coal industry, but also many funding institutions are tightening the screws on ESG performance more broadly, which puts the businesses under pressure, and if they cannot react, actually puts the business under severe risk. There's legal risks to these businesses. Boards, companies sued for non-action in terms of compliance or reducing GHG emissions. Most famous example was Shell in the Netherlands, who was sued to tighten their measures. Santos, an oil and gas company in Australia, the board was sued for non-action on their climate commitments. But for example, a German utility company, RWE, was sued for damages that happened in Peru to a community affected by glacial melting. right? And they were basically asked to cover the adaptation cost attributed to the company. And then there's obviously catastrophic risk. Right? So whole negative impacts on whole sectors, whole regions, as I just demonstrated on the example of the Philippines. So, in my mind, you know, and I'll be honest with you, I'm a climate guy, right? But I talk to my insurance experts at BCG, and really it's the same story as in many other businesses, which is insurers, reinsurers must really actively engage a whole bunch of stakeholders on this topic. You know, not just the classical ones of investors, brokers, investment clients, obviously your employees, but also obviously regulators, but also NGO and coalitions who can help provide solutions in this space and can work with you, for example, of thinking about what are adaptation solutions, how will they be implemented, and how will that change the risk exposures of the assets that you have. Right? So ultimately impacting your underwriting portfolio, your investment portfolio, also obviously your internal goals of emissions and your regulatory and reporting. I'll just leave you, I guess, with two foods for thought, you know, that I explored with my insurance colleagues around maybe how to think about or what to think about going forward. One is around pricing. So thinking about how to price in climate effects. We already see a cost to insurers today in many geographies in the world. So how do you price that in? And I think some of the speakers earlier alluded to this as well. How do you build catastrophic modeling that allows you to really understand the impacts to your portfolio going forward? Right? And there's also, if you're more on the life insurance side, I guess the question of mortality risk, you know, just actually in Europe, I think there was about 15% increased mortality throughout the heat waves, right? And so this type of data shows us that we just need to think about how we price that in. And then on the capability side, really thinking about how to evolve the underwriting capabilities, a lot more around renewables, climate transition fuels, other low carbon solutions, and how do we bring in and think about helping cost and risk appropriately to be able to be part of the solution and foster these technologies and implement these technologies, and with that obviously support our customers and our customers' customers. So I leave you with three just takeaways. One is climate change and its impacts are real and are happening now. The 1.5 degree target will not be sufficient to stop us from witnessing and seeing climate risks for ourselves and for our customers. Secondly, there are some very specific risks that are coming out for climate to these businesses, and it's worthwhile really thinking about what those are. And I guess thirdly, I think it's a call for action for you to also be part of the solution in driving action in climate change, particularly I think in the question around adaptation and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mr. Mark Smith, and please remain on stage. And now we would like to invite for Mr. Benny Waworuntu as a President Director of IndonesiaRe to deliver the token appreciation to Mr. Mark Smith. Kami persilahkan kepada Bapak Benny Waworuntu untuk dapat menyerahkan token appreciation. Please round applause to Mr. Mark Smith. Thank you so much for your insight, and please take a picture. Thank you so much for Mr. Mark Smith and also Mr. Benny Waworuntu. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the third session of IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 with the topic New Landscape of Catastrophe Risk Climate Change. So, we would like to invite the moderator. She is the lecturer of Institut Teknologi Bandung with expertise in natural catastrophe reserve financing. So ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to Professor Dumaria Tampu Bolon, MSc, PhD.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know how hard it is to moderate, especially for the speakers to speak at the last session of the day. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I hope you are still awake. As the insurance people say, good morning, everyone. Okay, I used to teach students at the university, so I know it's hard to teach at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but I hope you will still awake and pay attention to our distinguished speakers this afternoon. This last session will discuss the topic of new landscape of catastrophe risks, climate change, and we all know, we have heard just now, how the trend in climate is changing, and it will affect the landscape of catastrophe risks. For instance, in thunderstorm, floods, and wildfires due to extreme weather. However, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is located at the meeting point of 3 big tectonic plates. And we know to the southwest, we have the Indo-Australia plates, and then to the north, direction to the east, we have Eurasian Pacific plates, and also we have Eurasian plates. So that cause Indonesia is very vulnerable to tectonic earthquakes, not to mention also volcanic earthquakes. Now, as it was said that Indonesia is surrounded by rings of fire, so we need to learn more about all these catastrophe risks, not just caused due to extreme weather, but also to the geographical situation of Indonesia as the meeting points of these 3 tectonic plates, which will affect also not just if it occurs, fatalities, human lives, but also financial losses due to damages to properties and infrastructures. Okay, now we are going to listen to 4 distinguished speakers this afternoon. Each of one of them are experts in their own fields. So the first speaker who will join us through online, not on-site, is Dr. Andreas Lang, climate change consultant from IndonesiaRe. Welcome, Dr. Lang. Okay, second speaker, Mr. Hemant Nagpal, Executive Director, Catastrophe Analytic Lead, Asia Pacific from Gallagher Re. We would like to invite you to come to the stage, Mr. Hemant. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Hemant Nagpal. Please have a seat. The third speaker is Mr. Diki Edwin Hindarto, Chairman Mitra Hijau Foundation and Senior Advisor GCM Indonesia. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give round of applause to Mr. Diki Edwin Hindarto. And the fourth distinguished speaker this afternoon is Dr. Adi Budiarso, FCPA, Head of Center for Financial Sector Policy atau Pusat Kebijakan Sektor Keuangan Badan Kajian Fiskal. Pada Bapak Adi Budiarso, silakan Pak. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite Dr. Andreas Lang for the first speaker this afternoon. Dr. Andreas, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind words and for the invitation to speak here on climate change and also to include me in this panel, and also apologies, of course, for not being here in person. I'd like to take this time to talk about the impacts of climate change that it has on a major part of our business, of course, which is not cut risks, natural catastrophes, and also how we address some of the problems from climate change. And next slide, please. Just as a quick reminder, you've all seen this kind of graph. This is an evolution of the global mean surface temperature since 1850 from the last IPCC report. And you can see that as a result of rising greenhouse gas emissions, the temperatures have been rising and are now more around 1.2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. But keep in mind that this global mean surface temperature that we always talk about is, of course, a very artificial quantity. As you see here on the right, there are, of course, regional differences in the warming alone. Land masses warm stronger than oceans. The poles are warming stronger than mid-latitudes. And except the warming, of course, also the impacts of climate change when it comes to natural disasters are, of course, not necessarily equal around the globe. So it's a very much we need to keep in mind to keep a regional perspective on everything. Next slide, please. It is by now an established fact that the warming is due to human activity. We can show this nicely with climate model simulations where the man-made greenhouse gas emissions have been switched off. This is what's underlined now here with the green line in the bottom. Such a counterfactual climate, as we call it, does not show any of this stark temperature rise over the last years. And this last, most recent IPCC report once again stated now with the highest degree of confidence that it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the global climate system since pre-industrial times. Next slide, please. So far, the global climate change side of things, for us as a reinsurer, of course, one of the main pillars is nat cat insurance. And so therefore, the individual weather events are in focus. And what you can see here is an overview of the catastrophes in Southeast Asia alone over the last 40 years. And they are color-coded. Red means earthquake, tsunamis, volcano catastrophes. In blue, you see floodings, and in green, storms and typhoons. One of the most significant events loss-wise was, of course, the flooding in Thailand in 2011. But of course, there were many others that you see here in these dots. And all but the red ones, the geophysical ones, the others arguably depend on climate conditions. So in theory, they can all change with climate change. And next slide, please. If we focus now on those and those weather-related events alone. Next slide, please. In Southeast Asia, around 170 billion US dollar overall losses of those weather-related events alone over the last 40 years. And of those, only some 20 billion were insured, again stressing the large insurance gap that we've been hearing about already. If we split those further up by peril, we can see that a large amount of those, the ones in blue and orange, are the so-called secondary perils, so mainly floods, but also droughts and wildfires. And these secondary perils, they have been gaining a lot of importance over the last years. And since they depend on climate condition, the question really is, are they changing with climate change? And if so, how much? Next slide, please. So let's imagine a certain extreme weather event. We typically derive the statistics that we use then for our NatCat models and then eventually for pricing. We typically derive the statistics over an historical period where we have observations. And then you sort the events, you fit an extreme value distribution to them, and then you get some kind of a return value curve, so showing how often a certain magnitude arises. And it has a shape sketched like this here on the left, with the intensity, of course, increasing with return period. But of course, since with warming, the extreme weather events are changing and the climate today is different to the ones over the last decades, this means that this curve may actually look very different now than when averaged over the whole historical period. So that is one of the big questions for us in NatCat reinsurance now. Does the historical record still reflect today's climate? Or in other words, is the likelihood and the magnitude of a certain event still the same as, say, 30, 40, 50 years ago? So this is something that we really need to address in our modeling. And then looking further ahead, next slide, please. What should we expect for the future? And this is maybe not of primary importance now because it's not directly relevant for today's business, but it's gaining much more importance, of course, regarding portfolio steering, risk assessment, long-term risk assessment, and of course, regarding stress testing, which is increasingly demanded by regulators. And this is dependent, of course, on the emission pathways. Could you go one slide back, please? I think there were one too many. Thanks. So this is dependent on the emission pathway, and at least after 2040 or so, before the impact or the warming is rather similar irrespective of the scenario, but afterwards it is very much important to do a scenario analysis because of course, depending on the emission pathway that you assume, the impacts, first of all the warming, but also the impacts from natural catastrophes will be different. The pathways that you see here from blue to red are not connected with any likelihood. They're just meant to show a range of possible outcomes. The pathway, what we call business as usual, where we are right now, would be something between the yellow and the red line, leading to a bit more than 3 to 4 or between 3 and 4 degrees centigrade at the end of the century. And of course, to reach the Paris Agreement of well below 2 degrees or even 1.5 degrees, massive emission reductions would be necessary, and even negative emissions are required for that. What this means for the long-term natural catastrophe risk, though, is of course highly uncertain, not just because of the hazard part, but also, of course, because what concerns future vulnerabilities, what concerns future exposure development and the like. So for the reinsurance, maybe really two main questions are important here that are on two different time scales. So first, how has the hazard changed already? And secondly, how could it develop in the long run depending on the emission scenario then? And for almost all weather-related perils, there is scientific evidence that the risks are changing. What we need now to do is to assess the science, the scientific literature, studies on that, to understand the changes, to identify the mechanisms by what catastrophes are changing, so that then we can translate those mechanisms into our stochastic models and to adequately include them in our pricing. This is, of course, not that easy because you have fundamentally different scales at work. You have the climate world on one hand, which is large scale and over long time horizons. And on the other hand, you have the nutcut world, which is the here and now and very local. And before coming to an end, I'll just briefly show two examples, one of a primary risk and one of a so-called secondary risk, how climate change can really affect those extreme weather events. If you go to the example one slide back, please, to tropical cyclones, be it hurricanes in the Atlantic or typhoons in the Pacific, there are, of course, different mechanisms that are impacted by climate change. We have, on the one hand, warmer waters, which means there's more heat available to fuel those hurricanes, which means the intensity of hurricanes is affected. But also something like size or the decay speed of hurricanes is dependent on the water temperature. Also, with climate change, the atmospheric dynamics, so how pressure patterns, highs and lows are traveling over the Earth is changing. We see signs of a slowdown of the atmospheric circulation and to an expansion of certain cells, which means that the tracks and trajectories of certain typhoons or hurricanes is changing due to climate change. We have a warmer atmosphere, which has implications for rainfall and for the rain rates that are possible within a hurricane or a typhoon. And of course, sea levels are rising, which directly affects storm surge heights. So all in all, for tropical cyclones, we see a tendency for stronger cyclones and wetter cyclones. But on the other hand, it is unclear if climate change itself leads to more or less, so the frequency side of cyclones, this is much more uncertain. Here we do not see a global signal, it's really dependent on the basin you're looking at. And coming to a second example for flooding. Next slide, please, thanks. We, of course, have different types of flooding, coastal flooding or inland flooding. Just want to focus here now on the rainfall part. Here are really two strong effects. One, again, the warmer atmosphere, which can hold more moisture, therefore having a higher chance of larger rain sums. And on the other hand, changing atmospheric dynamics, which means that the forward speed of certain rainfall systems, be it a typhoon or be it a low pressure systems, there's a higher likelihood that they stall over a certain place so that the amount of rainfall that comes down is also increased. Next slide, please. So the question now really is how much has climate change affected a certain event and how can we quantify this? And this can be done by so-called event attribution studies, which are becoming more and more popular. One of the most prominent examples is shown here for the flooding from Hurricane Harvey in 2016, which really led to more than 1,000 millimeter in places of accumulated 3-day rainfall. And I'm showing here on the right side a graph of a scientific paper from the attribution community, which have really quantified the impact that climate change since pre-industrial times to today has impacted this specific event type. And you can do this by comparing these extreme value distributions between a world now that we live in with climate change and a virtual world without the impact of greenhouse gases. And what they found essentially is that climate change has made the event around 15% stronger. So that corresponds to a shift on the y-axis here. Or if you want to talk in terms of frequency on the x-axis, such an event of such high rain sums has become around 3 times more likely just because of climate change. So this is just one example of how climate change can impact such individual extreme events, but it really nicely shows that even events that we observe now are already impacted by climate change. So I hope I've given you a quick insight on how climate change impacts our nutcut business. If you go to the last slide, please. I hope I've shown that already now really man-made climate change is affecting extreme weather events all around the world, and we can show this quantitatively. That means, of course, for us that in order to adequately assess the risk, these changing hazard conditions, they need to be accounted for in our nutcut models. However, the how and how much may really depend on which peril and which region you're looking at. So for the future, maybe as an outlook, the warming we've seen will continue, and with that, many impacts will become unavoidable. That really stresses the need for adaptation and risk reduction. And since risk, of course, is defined as the product of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability, we can expect that the hazard and the exposure are rising. There's really the vulnerability reduction is a vital point here. And in the long run, of course, we really have it in our own hands how strong the warming and with that the impact of climate change will unfold. So really a timely and global emission reduction is crucial here to reduce the risk of extreme weather. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Andreas Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, just a short review. Dr. Andreas Lang mentioned about how the historical records will continue or not to the future, and the scientific results shows there are changes in the climate, and also the importance of modeling this data in assisting the insurance and reinsurance industry, especially in managing losses, financial losses due to extreme weather, such as thunderstorm and flooding. Hence, the importance of scientific modeling and research in the insurance and reinsurance industries. Okay, second distinguished speaker this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Hemant Nakbal, Executive Director, Catastrophe Analytics Lead, Asia Pacific for IndonesiaRe. Please, Mr. Hemant, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And I have to say, I'm honored to be here today. It's been 3 years for me to be back in Jakarta, a very fine city, and seeing it grow even more. Of course, being a civil engineer by profession, or study, I should say, not profession, we were just having that conversation. It also makes me very worried coming here every time. So, okay, maybe next slide, please. Thank you. So, a very good, I think, we had very good set of presentations just before this, and few of the slides, I have to apologize, would be repeating here. But then, are we looking at a new normal? Is it something which has been happening for a long time? Or is it something which is new? Let's find out. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, it's not changing here. Thank you. Okay. So I'll talk to the screen here. So just talking about the taxonomy of climate change risk. So I know we talk about climate change, and this was presented very nicely in few of the presentations. But the way we see it is what we're presenting here is you could divide it into, say, physical risk, transition risk, and also liability risk. Okay, physical risk is what we're going to talk about today. A lot of that, which is to do with the, say, the property risk or the material risk at damage, okay, or which is subject to damage. It can be acute. Acute is something which is, say, an extreme event happening, or it could be something chronic, which is something due to, say, a sea level rise due to climate change. So this is what we're talking about here, the physical risk, what you see on the right. But then at the same time, there's much bigger than the physical risk. There's, of course, transition risk. As we move to low carbon emission or zero carbon emission economies, I know so being in Singapore, we have heard a lot in this region, Southeast Asia, I would say, but not just limited here in APAC as well, of moving away from coal power plants, the net zero initiatives, which have been, of course, pioneered globally, but more so from the European reinsurers as well. So that's something which is coming into the picture as well, transition risk. And then liability risk. I know it was very well covered. But then what is the cost of inaction due to the physical and transition risk which are coming from the climate change risk? Next page, please. I know in the previous presentation this graph was presented, so it's very difficult to come up with new slides. What I will say here is, it was said very nicely in the last presentation, we have seen that the human interface with the climate or the environment has increased the temperature. And some estimates indicate it's about 1.1 degrees compared to, say, 1850 to 1900, which is the pre-industrial revolution era, so as to say. And studies have been done so to indicate that. You do look at the natural variability and what the human influence has brought about as well, which I'm going to talk about in the next few slides. Next page, please. So we do talk about the losses here, which are on the right, and they actually differentiated here by color. So when you look at the meteorological, which is the hydrological is the dark green, meteorological is the light green, which is tropical storms, extratropical storms, local storms. And then there is, of course, the climate events, the one shown in yellow. You do see that the trend is increasing. Okay, these are actual losses. The trend is increasing. That's what the whole messaging is. You get to hear it in the news, in the media. But then should we look into it a bit more deeply to see what's causing that? Of course, to tie in with that is the temperature, which can be observed, is increasing over the years. This is going up to 2000. Of course, the news say the top 5 most hottest year on Earth have occurred in the past 8 or 10 years. That's true. These are the observations. But what's driving that? And then how do we actually relate this? I know it's one thing looking at temperatures. Say, for example, we talk about different effects of climate change. So there is sea level rise, which we are very confident it's happening because since time past, we've been recording the sea level. It was used for navigation. So we have done that. So we are very clear that the sea level is increasing. But the one thing I would like to point out is it's not just due to the melting ice. The other part is also the thermal effect. As the water gets warmer, it actually expands. So you would see sea level rise increasing. It's not just the melting of the fresh ice. So those things also come into play. But at the same time, there's things like extratropical cyclones, tropical cyclones, even wildfire. The science or the scientific consensus on that is not very clear in terms of how it's changing. But this is just the global view. Let's look at what's happening in Southeast Asia. Can we move to the next page, please? Thank you. So what the IPCC report says, and this is, I think, from the last report, so 2021, last year report. But what we're seeing here is the main comment which I want to make is on the top right in light green that you see. What is changing for all the natural hazards is the exposure at risk. So we do have to understand that the exposure at risk, even the distribution of where that exposure is, the accumulation, it's very important. An event which has happened in the past, if it happens today, I think as an insurance industry, we can be very clear, it's not going to cause the same loss. It will cause losses much higher, okay? So if we agree on that, then also should we look a bit more closely into how this is affecting losses due to any perceived changes due to climate change. Of course, a lot of material here, I wouldn't go through it, but if I go on the left, okay, the one point I would like to make is the future warming would actually be slightly less than the global average when we talk about Southeast Asia. But that being said, Indonesia, as a comment was made earlier today, it's 1,000 islands, okay? Sea level rise is a clear and present danger for Indonesia. So even though the temperatures may not be rising just locally, but because sea level rise globally, Indonesia would be affected. Of course, there's comments about rainfall. We do know the rainfall patterns are changing, but how much of it is a natural variability, which may be occurring over multi-decades or due to other factors? Moving on. So we talked about just the science or the observations on climate change, how the temperature is changing and all. But how can we quantify it? So the previous slides talk about temperature, even say sea level rise and other things. But that is one thing. Bringing that from a global level, a top-down level, to something at a country level, or say for an insurer portfolio or a reinsurer portfolio, how can we do that? It's very difficult to have a top-down approach on a global model. So this is where the modeling comes in, or the catastrophe, or the cat risk modeling, as we are used to saying, comes in. Because it can have a bottom-up approach using, say, the science behind the models or the science behind the perils, and then accounting for any changes due to the climate change. Next slide, please. A busy slide. I have to apologize, this one and the next one. But let's see whether I can demystify it for you. Okay. So as I mentioned, how much of the variability that we see, and what is climate variability? It is just movement around the mean, whether it's rainfall, whether it's temperature, whether it's any other, say, typhoon, number of typhoons, their strength. So anything which varies around the mean. And what we have seen with climate change is the volatility between the frequency and the severity of the events, the NatCat events, is changing. Okay? But how much of it is driven by, say, if I look at the middle part here, okay? So you do have the natural climate variability, which is shown in blue. It could be due to, say, just natural factors, such as interactions between ocean, atmosphere, land and ice. But then at the same time, it could be external factors. It could be just the way the Earth spinning is slowing down, how the Earth is going around the sun, and things like that. But then at the same time, in the external factors, we have the human influence, how the human influence is affecting climate change. So if we look at it all in a graph on the bottom left, okay, and I'd like to apologize, I'm showing graphs here, but the main thing here is what we see in blue is, say, the natural variability, which could be for anything. It could be for, say, temperature, could be for, say, rainfall. And we do see patterns of rainfall. I think we have, in this room, we have lived long enough to see there are patterns. Every few years, you would see La Nina, El Nino coming in. So you do have these natural variations, some of them in few years, some of them could be in multi-decadal oscillations, as I mentioned earlier. So that's in blue. But at the same time, if you look at a global warming trend, if you show that in red, okay, so the net effect of that is you would see something, a curve such as in black. So you would see, of course, a trend, but what we're trying to say here is there is an underlying natural variability which is coming on top of, say, a global climate change or global warming. And of course, what's the reality? It's very difficult to say what individual event was actually affected by climate change. So if you look at the scientific consensus on this, it's very mixed. There's no like one consensus saying, yes, this is due to climate change. And we've done studies on that. We've looked at many reports. What we see is 2/3 of those reports actually say climate change actually made some of those events worse. But there's also 1/3 of those reports which say, actually, you know what? Because of climate change, there's no influence. So as you can see, the consensus is divided, of course, depending on the peril. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm used to looking down, so it's updating later. Again, a busy slide, but give me maybe a few minutes to try to explain this one. Okay. The main question we're trying to ask is, we've been, of course, showing a lot of graphs. We've been saying there's a problem. We know there is risk. But how do we quantify the risk? Okay. And one thing which I want to make clear here is, or maybe message it, not make clear, message is, climate change has been happening for some time. We are in the middle of it. Okay. And it's gradually, of course, the temperatures are increasing. Okay. That being said, we also want to quantify what is the risk due to this. okay, and using the present models, of course. So what we do is we look at this natural variability, which I talked about in the previous slide, and then we looked at any warming, which is coming on top of that, okay? And what the reality is, the CAT models are actually covering that well. So if you have a recently updated model, okay, or a recent model or a model which is developed with recent information, what we're expecting is it actually incorporates any of those learnings from the recent, say, global warming trend. Of course, if there's a model which is 20 years old, it will not capture the recent history. I think as insurance industry here, you would know, when you're looking at claims history as well, you would want to look at the most recent claims history. You would never go back 50 years to say what was the claim history. Very similar if I would like to compare the two. So they would capture that. But what they would not capture is any extreme events which may come about later due to the present warming. Okay, that's what the CAT models are missing, if I might say, which is there on the left side. Okay. So what we're doing is, which I won't read through it, but what's in the middle is, we actually look at adjustments. We do a deep evaluation of the models to see what's covered, what's not covered, what's missing. And what we do is we do adjustments to help clients come up with, say, their own climate view of risk, if I may say that. And of course, the key takeaway messages, if I may say. So the CAT models, they are covering some natural variability, which is inherent as a peril, okay? They can capture global warming to an extent with a limitation. But at the same time, there is an adjustment needed, okay, for the appropriate selection of the model. One thing which I thought wasn't mentioned today is we have to understand that even the science of climate change has a lot of assumptions built in. So we do have to understand that as an industry, and then at the same time understand what are the limitations to that, and then choose the appropriate solution based on it. So maybe I'll just conclude on the next page. Okay. To just conclude here on this slide is, of course, climate change is there. We can measure it. That's why we know it. It's, of course, increasing the volatility, as I said, about the frequency and the severity of events. So what's the frequency doing? It's earnings erosion for any company, insurance, reinsurance. You would have the erosion in your earnings. Severity is what could actually affect your capital and solvency. That's why we do modeling. We want to look at what is your 200-year PML, 250 PML. But then at the same time, you do have these key concerns, which I mentioned here, which we would like to help the industry actually answer. Maybe I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Hammond. Thank you, Mr. Hammond Nakmal. Just a quick review of the recent presentations. There are changes in the exposures of risks due to the change in trends in climates or global warming. Hence, financial losses suffered by individual governments and also insurance and reinsurance industries will be significantly affected. The natural climate variability, which is the variations around the average state of the climate, need to be modeled, as well as the global warming. Hence, catastrophe modeling for each of the hazards, for instance, floods and thunderstorms, are really important, but also to make adjustments on the modeling due to assumptions that need to be checked, and also due to the data that are used to develop the catastrophe models. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our third distinguished speaker is Pak Diki Edwin Hindarto, Chairman Mitra Hijau Foundation and Senior Advisor GCM Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Pak Diki.
Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. So, today is very exhausting day. I know that you are very tired, no? Me too. Because I'm waiting for our sis to only to speak for 15 minutes. But yes, today I will not make you more stressed, more confused. So, saya tahu bahwa sangat susah memahami perubahan iklim, apalagi memahaminya dalam bahasa Inggris. Maka saya akan cerita dalam bahasa Indonesia. Baik, next slide please. Ya, ini saya dan kebetulan di foto di depan di Jalan Sudirman. Dan memang kerjaan saya di bidang energi dan perubahan iklim sudah lumayan lama, 27 tahun saya di bidang ini, dan alhamdulillah sampai dengan sekarang memang banyak sekali percepatan yang terjadi, terutama dalam kebijakan perubahan iklim. Next slide. Ini saya mencoba menyimpulkan apa yang dibicarakan mulai dari tadi pagi sampai dengan sekarang. Jadi sebetulnya yang terjadi ini hanya satu gambar ini saja. Ada COVID bencananya, kemudian resesi yang sekarang ini juga sudah mulai terjadi, ya. Resesi nanti tanya Pak Adi nanti secara detailnya seperti apa. Kemudian kita juga menghadapi perubahan iklim. Karena resesi itu menyebabkan, resesi bisa terjadi ada dua hal, karena COVID dan kemudian ditambah dengan adanya perang, tadi kita cerita panjang mengenai perang Ukraine dengan Rusia dan segala macamnya, ya. Dan akan bertambah lagi kalau kemudian ada perang yang terjadi di tempat lain, ya. Ini kemudian juga menjadi penyebab perubahan iklim, karena perang itu menyebabkan krisis, dan krisis menyebabkan orang kekurangan energi bersih kemudian beralih ke batu bara semakin meningkat. Jadi apa yang kemudian dibicarakan dalam Paris Agreement itu hanya teori. Kemudian bisa terjadi perubahan iklim semakin meningkat, dan kemudian yang menjadi masalah kita kalau kemudian biodiversity kita kemudian akan kolaps. Ini adalah katastrofik yang sebetulnya, karena ini adalah mulai terjadinya kemusnahan umat manusia. Selanjutnya, next please. Ya, ini saya coba menggambarkan, ini diulang 4 kali grafik ini tadi oleh 4 orang yang berbeda, tapi memang sumbernya sama, IPCC. This is a proof that we are talking the same things with different languages. Saya kebetulan pernah menjadi negosiator Indonesia selama 6 tahun di UNFCCC, dan ini juga menjadi landasan kami untuk bicara bahwa terjadi pertumbuhan yang sangat cepat dalam masalah emisi, dan kelihatan sekali kalau kemudian digambarkan dalam grafik, maka kecepatannya seperti ini, ya. Dan kenaikannya sangat drastis. Dan 2 tahun terakhir itu kemudian tidak bertambah baik setelah adanya krisis dari pandemi maupun kemudian sekarang krisis perang. Percepatan pemakaian energi non-fosil, percepatan pemakaian energi fosil itu semakin banyak. Selanjutnya. Dan ini yang terjadi urutannya. Kalau kita bicara greenhouse gas yang semakin meningkat, kemudian terjadi efek rumah kaca. Efek rumah kaca menyebabkan perubahan iklim, pemanasan global kemudian menyebabkan perubahan iklim, dan akan terjadi climate disaster. Jadi ujungnya itu adalah bencana. Yang kita lakukan mungkin sangat sederhana, kemudian kita memakai listrik atau memakai BBM dengan boros, tapi akibatnya adalah adanya perubahan iklim dan bencana iklim. Selanjutnya. Ini slide ini juga sudah ditampilkan tadi oleh pembicara sesi sebelumnya, tapi yang belum ditampilkan oleh beliau, kalau kemudian kita lihat bencana yang terjadi di Indonesia dari tahun 2008 sampai tahun 2021, kecenderungannya sangat meningkat. Bahkan dari tahun 2008 sampai dengan sekarang, itu hampir 5 kali lipat jumlah kejadian bencananya. Dan paparan Ibu lihat, tahun 2021, dari 5.402 bencana yang terjadi, itu hanya 25 bencana yang bukan bencana iklim. Atau 99% bencana yang terjadi di tahun 2021 adalah bencana iklim. Hanya ada 25 kali letusan gunung berapi dan kemudian gempa bumi yang menyebabkan kejadian korban, fatality ya. Tapi yang lain adalah ternyata adalah bencana yang diakibatkan perubahan iklim. Jadi ini Bapak dan Ibu harus sadari dan ini akan semakin cepat dan semakin meningkat kalau kemudian semua negara masih seperti ini. Selanjutnya. Ya, ini datangnya kita sudah tahu ya dari mana datangnya apa gas rumah kaca dan paling banyak memang semuanya adalah dari kegiatan kita. Dan sekarang ini meskipun Indonesia mempunyai target yang makin tinggi, selanjutnya klik aja. Tolong diklik. Ya, selanjutnya. Kita sadar bahwa memang harus ada upaya-upaya untuk menurunkan emisi secara global. Karena itu kemudian terjadilah perjanjian-perjanjian internasional yang kemudian pada akhirnya diterjemahkan dalam undang-undang dan diterjemahkan lagi jadi kepres, diterjemahkan lagi jadi kepen, kemudian menjadi aturan-aturan termasuk salah satunya adalah keuangan berkelanjutan, kemudian juga ESG, dan yang lain-lain. Itu sebetulnya awalnya adalah karena adanya perubahan iklim dan kemudian adanya perjanjian global, sehingga kemudian diterjemahkan dan diturunkan kemudian menjadi peraturan-peraturan yang di bawahnya. Dan apa yang terjadi di Paris, itu adalah satu perjanjian yang paling banyak disetujui oleh negara-negara di dunia, ada 197 negara di dunia, bagaimana kemudian negara-negara di dunia sepakat untuk melindungi generasi ke depan dari efek perubahan iklim lebih parah. Jadi kita harus mencoba untuk menahan laju perubahan iklim. Menghentikan sama sekali itu hampir mustahil. Tapi bagaimana menahan laju perubahan iklim? Selanjutnya. Ini adalah perjanjian Paris, tadi sudah dibahas oleh beberapa panelis, bahwa intinya di sini ada dua hal. Yang pertama adalah ada mitigasi atau target penurunan emisi yang harus dipatuhi oleh seluruh negara, kemudian ada adaptasi, ya, dan juga ada pendanaan. Pendanaan ini yang diharapkan memang ada yang datang dari bantuan negara lebih maju, ada kemudian juga datang dari pasar, dan juga ada dari negara itu sendiri. Sehingga kemudian kalau diterjemahkan di dalam modal pembangunan, maka ada berbagai jenis modal pembiayaan untuk itu. Salah satunya memang yang paling banyak adalah dari negara itu sendiri. Jadi dari kemampuan dari negara itu sendiri dalam menangani perubahan iklim. Baru kemudian ada yang dari pasar, kemudian ada dari atau negara yang lebih maju. Tapi yang menjadi marah di sini adalah ternyata setelah adanya kesepakatan Paris, tidak hanya negara saja yang bergerak, tapi ada banyak private sector yang kemudian ikut berkomitmen untuk menurunkan emisi. Kalau Bapak dan Ibu googling, itu ada RE100, itu adalah kumpulan perusahaan-perusahaan yang berkomitmen untuk memakai 100% renewable energy dengan target pada tahun tertentu. Ada juga sekarang ESG rating, ada macam-macam sekali ya. Dan itu tujuannya sebetulnya sama. Bagaimana membantu masyarakat dunia kita bersama-sama mengurangi perubahan iklim. Yang jadi masalah adalah apakah ini sustainable? Inilah tugas nanti insurer, bagaimana kemudian menjamin ini jadi lebih berkelanjutan. Selanjutnya. Ini adalah target Indonesia terbaru dalam penurunan emisi, dan ini baru diperbaiki 3 hari yang lalu, ya. Ini baru sekali bahwa kita memang menambah target yang tadinya 29, akhirnya sekarang jadi 29%, sekarang menjadi 31%, kemudian 41 menjadi 43%. Ini baru sekali target ini tambah. Ini menunjukkan bahwa pemerintah Indonesia tahu bahwa ini perubahan iklim memang harus kita hentikan bersama-sama. Yang menjadi masalah adalah bagaimana caranya dan bagaimana implementasinya. Selanjutnya. Dan ini adalah target juga bahwa kita sudah punya net zero emission, rencana kita untuk menurunkan emisi dan menjadi 0 pada tahun 2060, tapi lagi-lagi di sini kita bicara pada implementasi yang harus betul-betul terukur, transparan, dan kemudian berkelanjutan. Kalau di Indonesia ada 3 hal yang kemudian selalu menjadi pembahasan, ya, yaitu ada sektor energi, kemudian sektor transportasi, dan kemudian sektor kehutanan. 3 itu yang kemudian menjadi sumber emisi yang tertinggi. Di sini kemudian implementasi dari penurunan emisi dari 3 sektor tersebut, itulah yang kemudian akan membutuhkan Bapak dan Ibu di situ untuk menjamin bagaimana kemudian risiko-risikonya bisa diatasi dengan asuransi. Selanjutnya. Dan kalau kita bicara secara global, memang apa yang disebut sebagai perubahan iklim, ini adalah risiko asuransi. Jadi ada banyak sekali studi-studi yang menyatakan bahwa memang semakin meningkatnya perubahan iklim itu adalah semakin meningkat risiko asuransi. Segampang itu sebetulnya. Jadi apa yang saya sampaikan tadi sebenarnya bisa disingkat jadi satu kalimat, climate change equal to insurance risk. As simple as that. Ya. Dan ini kemudian menjadi semakin meningkat risikonya karena semakin meningkatnya perubahan iklim. Selanjutnya, saya punya banyak slide warna-warni. Yang kemudian menjadi langkah-langkah berikut yang harus dilakukan, itu adalah bagaimana mitigasi dan adaptasi perubahan iklim. Mitigasi itu adalah bagaimana cara mengurangi emisi dari berbagai sumber emisi, ya, terutama adalah gas rumah kaca. Dan kemudian adaptasi adalah bagaimana kemudian kita merespon perubahan iklim dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Itu kemudian climate risk-nya itu bisa well managed. Artinya kemudian risiko dari climate itu betul-betul masih bisa kita kontrol. Dan yang menjadi masalah kedua adalah bagaimana dilakukan secara berkelanjutan. Bisnis kemudian menerjemahkannya secara lebih mudah, diantaranya adalah dengan asuransi dan kemudian kegiatan-kegiatan yang berwawasan lingkungan dan berkelanjutan. Jadi makanya kemudian sekarang marak sekali green financing, kemudian green insurance, dan green bank, dan segala macamnya, termasuk juga ada sustainability implementation. Selanjutnya, dan ini juga sudah disampaikan tadi oleh rekan saya tadi, bahwa memang kalau kita bicara risk, ini ada 3 hal yang menarik. Yang pertama adalah physical risk, kemudian liability risk, kemudian transitional risk. Pengalaman saya selaku implementer, karena saya juga punya banyak proyek-proyek saya, sekarang total untuk kegiatan mitigasi itu ada 49 proyek, dan sekarang semuanya berjalan dengan baik. Masalah physical risk itu benar masih bisa dihitung. Liability risk juga masih bisa kita perhitungkan, ya, ini karena ini adalah masalah asuransi, bagaimana asuransi kemudian bisa bertanggung jawab untuk bisa membayar pada tahun ke N gitu, ya. Yang jadi masalah di Indonesia adalah selalu transitional risk. Ini kemudian yang akan menyebabkan risiko-risiko yang harus ditanggung oleh implementer. Dan transitional risk, klik lagi, tolong. Transitional risk yang kemudian paling banyak di Indonesia, yang paling tinggi, tolong, ya, ini ada physical risk, ya, tapi kalau untuk transitional risk yang paling banyak dan paling sering saya temui di Indonesia, itu adalah justru ketidakpastian dari peraturan pemerintah. Paling gampang, contohnya paling gampang aja, kemarin baru rame minggu lalu, orang pemerintah menetapkan akan ada pembagian kompor listrik. Semua sudah siap-siap, rakyat sudah harap-harap cemas. 2 hari yang lalu dibatalkan. Risiko pengusaha kan tinggi sekali di situ. Nah, kalau kita bicara physical risk di sini, itu lebih karena adanya dampak atau risiko yang benar harus dihadapi karena adanya banyak bencana. Jadi bagaimana kemudian kita bisa menanggulangi risiko karena adanya bencana-bencana iklim tersebut. Klik lagi, dong. Tapi apabila kita bicara masalah transition risk, ya, ini adalah bagaimana kemudian kita semua bisa menanggulangi risiko-risiko yang sebetulnya bisa kita kontrol, tapi kemudian selalu terjadi. Akhirnya menjadi tidak terkontrol. Jadi contohnya saja, kita menggantikan coal fire power plant, kita menggantikan PLTU batu bara dengan renewable energy. Maka pada saat kemudian kita menggantikan, maka akan ada teknologi risk di situ. Kemudian ada policy risk untuk masalah matikan PLTU-nya sendiri. Kemudian ada masalah stranded asset. Apakah PLTU-nya nanti akan menjadi besi tua atau menjadi apapun itu ya. Kemudian bagaimana kemudian harga dari energinya sendiri. Juga risiko masalah price risk di situ. Pemetaan dari risiko ini, saya harapkan nanti teman-teman dari asuransi kemudian mampu dan bisa untuk memetakan mana-mana saja risiko-risiko yang benar akan bisa dihadapi dalam kegiatan-kegiatan, baik itu mitigasi maupun adaptasi. Karena pasti akan terjadi. Selanjutnya, saya sudah habis, saya minta tambah 2 menit, Bu. Jadi, beberapa tipe asuransi yang kemudian dibutuhkan. Ini kalau menurut saya, ya, karena adanya banyak bencana dan segala macam, maka pertama kali yang dibutuhkan memang crop insurance atau asuransi untuk panen. Itu mungkin akan dibutuhkan dalam masa-masa ke depan di Indonesia. Kemudian juga forest insurance. Ini sudah terjadi. Forest insurance itu banyak, tapi yang masuk banyak kan justru adalah asuransi dari luar dan masuknya ke pasar karbon. Karena banyak sekali pasar karbon di Indonesia justru yang mengembangkan hutan di konsep REDD+, Reducing Emission on Forest Degradation and Deforestation. Ini kemudian melahirkan forest insurance ini. Kemudian environmental liability insurance, itu juga kemudian akan sangat dibutuhkan ke depan. Aquaculture insurance, dan yang menarik 5 dan 6 ini, kita juga akan butuh banyak sekali asuransi. Mungkin produk-produk yang baru, dan ini silakan saja nanti dipikirkan dan dikembangkan, ini usulan saya saja, bagaimana kemudian transisi energi itu kemudian bisa lebih terjamin karena adanya asuransi untuk renewable energy implementation dan asuransi untuk energy efficiency implementation. Kalau di luar negeri itu ada yang namanya ESCO, katakan. ESCO itu menggaransi. Garansi bisa pakai asuransi, bisa tidak gitu ya. Tapi dia menggaransi penurunan energinya. Kalau di sini tidak ada. Kan asuransinya belum tahu risikonya ada di mana. Selanjutnya, ini slide terakhir saya, jangan khawatir. Ya, apa yang kemudian harus dilakukan oleh perusahaan asuransi? Ini sekedar usulan saya saja, pemikiran saya. Terus terang pada waktu saya diminta menjadi pembicara di sini, saya agak bingung juga. Asuransi apa yang saya tahu? Memang hubungan saya dengan asuransi cukup dekat dengan BPJS ya. Tapi dan saya coba untuk menuliskan apa saja kira-kira yang akan dibutuhkan ke depan. Saya mengusulkan pada teman-teman bagaimana kemudian teman-teman untuk lebih ambisius lagi untuk melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan capacity building dan peningkatan pengetahuan untuk masalah membuat satu skill yang baru ya, bagi industri asuransi terkait perubahan iklim dan dekarbonisasi. Akan banyak sekali kegiatan ke depan yang membutuhkan pemikiran bagaimana kemudian asuransi ini dikembangkan untuk mendukung program-program pencegahan perubahan iklim. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, saya juga mengusulkan di dalam perusahaan sendiri kemudian akan bisa Bapak dan Ibu akan meningkatkan awareness dari perubahan iklim sendiri. Jadi di dalam perusahaan asuransi sendiri harus secara jelas kemudian tata aturnya bagaimana dan bagaimana kemudian menteri perubahan iklim ini sendiri, masuk masalah ESG dan segala macamnya. Kemudian ketiga, peran saya adalah mendevelop atau menciptakan produk-produk baru yang terkait dengan tantangan perubahan iklim ke depan. Akan banyak mungkin produk-produk asuransi atau insuransi yang kemudian akan bisa dikembangkan bersama. Dan yang terakhir adalah educate the market. Dan ini adalah kejagoannya orang asuransi, karena saya dari tidak ngerti asuransi menjadi diedukasi ngerti asuransi. Educate the market artinya kalau ada produk baru mengenai perubahan iklim, maka harus disiapkan bagaimana kemudian penerimaan masyarakat. Itu saja, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Diki. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Diki, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick summary. Pak Diki mentioned before, there was a Paris Agreement signed by 197 countries, agreed to prevent the escalation of global warming. One of the ways is to apply the emission reduction, and in Indonesia as well as timber plantation. And there are 3 risks related to global warming, which are physical risk, liability risk, as well as transition risks. And Pak Diki also gives some suggestions of some of the insurance products that might be developed by the insurance and reinsurance industry, such as crop insurance, forest insurance, as well as environmental liability insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, this third session, the last distinguished speaker is Dr. Adi Budiarso, who will speak on behalf of the Badan Kajian Fiskal, ya Pak ya, as well as the topic in disaster risk financing due to, in particular, catastrophe risks. Please, Pak, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ibu. Distinguished previous speakers and all of the audience and participants. First of all, I would like to highly appreciate the organizing committee, ya, Pak Beni, Pak Julian, and all the team. I think this is a really great event for all of us. Let me focus on my 8th slide. Yeah. I will try to cover 4 key elements in my presentation, but let me focus on the 2 most important things. First is on the, the opportunity of insurance and reinsurance, and the second is on the challenges and how to tackle the challenges to support Indonesia capacity to mitigate the risk that has already been discussed quite thoroughly from the previous speakers. Let's go to slide 8. Indonesia disaster risk financing and insurance. Next slide, slide 8, I think. From the previous speakers, we have already understand. Even the IndonesiaRe reported that 177 billion US dollars has been consumed to tackle the disaster since 1950 until 2021. The recent report, Deloitte, reported that 178 trillion US dollars must be ready available to tackle climate risk in the next 50 years. So disaster and risk is really exposed to almost everyone. Let's try to understand on Indonesia context. When we had tsunami in Aceh, how much it cost for the government of the whole community? It was around 20 until 120 trillion, Ibu. So that was less than 1% of our GDP in 2020. But COVID-19, how much it cost for Indonesia government? It cost 4.6% of GDP. So we have to consume 695 trillions for improving adversity, saving lives, and economic recovery. That's why the Indonesia capacity to address risks associated with the climate change, as well as COVID-19, is really important. Let's turn to next slide. I have slide number 8, I think. If you can see here, yeah, because this is one has already been presented from previous speakers. On slide 8, next slide. Next slide, to the Indonesia disaster risk financing and insurance. Next slide. Yeah, after this one. if you can see from this slide, the impact of the past disasters and also the capacity of Indonesia to protect or to provide umbrella to support, Indonesia capacity to address the risk, it can be reported from these slides. Yeah. You can see from the bottom, yeah. So the disaster funding from Indonesia, it can cost the realization around 10.41 trillion. So Indonesia already improved our capacity to allocate in our budget 1 until 4 trillion every single year. Next slide. If we try to improve our capacity because the exposed potential risk associated with even, a disaster is really huge. That's why when we try to improve our capacity, that means we need to improve our capacity to shifting, not only to absorb it, but to also create financial institution, financial instruments to improve our capacity to address that risk. So when we talk currently, the government already released the pooling fund, purpose for pooling fund, and how then we can improve our capacity following that one is on sharing the burden to every single person, not only for government budget only. Next slide. So when we talk to providing umbrella for everyone to be ready to expose to that huge risk, so how then we can understand about our current challenges? That's why I would like to also expose to all of us about the role of the financial sector, the insurance industry in Indonesia. Let's try to review that first on the principal roles of insurers. Insurers exactly will promote kind of a capacity for individual to let your money work for you, even before and after catastrophe event. So when we see Indonesia financial sector currently, let's see now the second slide after this. Indonesia insurance and pension is portraying the capacity of Indonesia to save for aging population, to save for exposing towards risk. So in total, it's just only less than 13%. Yeah, 5.8% for insurance and 6.9% for pension. Indonesia current GDP is 1 trillion US dollars. So 2045, Indonesia GDP could be potentially 9 trillion US dollars. So if we do nothing, if we do business as usual, so the potential insurance and pension probably not more than 2 or 3% increase. So if we would like to do something to reform, change behavior, so this is the way Indonesia will have huge capacity to improve our readiness towards climate change risk, to address agility problems, as well as to promote sustainable and inclusive development. Let's say Malaysia. Compared to Indonesia, Indonesia insurance really can improve by 3 or 4 times. Because now Malaysia can do that. 20% of GDP is already the deepening of insurance business in Malaysia. Let's now talk about the insurance asset that already show positive growth. But then again, the potential is there, it's huge. So we can potentially improve by 3 or 4 or 5 times from now. Next slide is the investment. Yeah? Insurance industry investment grows very positive. Yeah? But then again, premium claim, insurance premium by line, I think compared to even ASEAN 5, we still have a great potential to accelerate the process of transformation. Then again, disaster insurance and regulation. So this is what Pak Diki also reminded to all of us, that we need to collaborate with everybody, with every single line ministries, even with the private sectors. Insurance law currently under review. The government will promote another omnibus law with the initiative of Parliament within this year. So the government already, worked very closely with the Parliament to, secure the initiative to reform and preparing Indonesia for better future through financial sector. Next slide. So this is how then we can also emphasize the role of insurance and reinsurance industry. As you can see here, the government budget is the way we absorb all of the risk. And it is very limited, 1 to 4 trillion per year. We must improve our capacity to promote contingency financing, pooling fund, as well as deepening our insurance industry. Next slide. If we try to compare insurance and risk mitigation, then again, Indonesia Maju 2045, we must reach this opportunity together. Otherwise, if we do business as usual, probably not much difference than now. Then we will have to consume the risk, we have to consume, we have to then lag behind the other countries. So, looking forward to that great opportunity. So in the international benchmarking, for example, to close protection gap from disaster risk management through insurance and reinsurance, my next presentation is portraying how the micro level at national scheme and macro level, compared to other countries, we can try to catch up. Mexico, for example, China, Philippines, France, as well as we already have very generous people in Indonesia. We have zakat, we have social funding. But then again, we must make those industries grow. And those industries work very hard for us. Not Indonesia people work for disaster. No. Let's prepare before the raining comes. Indonesia has consortium of state asset insurance since 2019. I think Pak Benny will be part of the consortium, of course. Yeah. Let's work together. We have very, very, dynamic initiatives. But then again, that's not enough. I can assure you, that's not enough. We have to improve the velocity, the process of the reform 2 times, 3 times, even 4 times and 5 times. Let's try to review a bit glance on the insurance sector challenges. Next slide. So this is portraying on the evidence base that insurance penetration in Indonesia has been the lowest partly compared to ASEAN 5. Indonesia will become chairman of ASEAN next year. This year, Indonesia has been very successful, arguably, for Indonesia presidency for G20. And we do hope that we can, enhance that position to looking forward for Indonesia, Golden Indonesia in 2045. Insurance density and the regulation has been quite long time ago, never been reformed. So this is the best time for us to reform, to support the insurance sector challenges, to mitigate or to address the low penetration and low density. How to do that? One among other things, first is human capital. As you can see here, accountants, actuaries, insurers, asset managers, we must work together. But the development of this profession has been stagnant in the past 5 or 10 years. So this is wake-up call. We want to improve the penetration, we want to do the reform, we must to work out with the strengthening our human capital. Next slide. So this is also another challenge that we must face together. Since last decade, the growth of financial sector and insurance workforce that I've already indicated before, as you can see here, accountants, valuers even, and actuaries, has been need more attention. In terms of the workforce, we are quite young, but in terms of the literacy, is very low compared to the average, yeah, in ASEAN even. So if you try to look at banking, for example, banking industry has been quite dominating in Indonesia financial sector, 79% since last 5 or 10 years. But this is the opportunity of insurance and pension. You know, how to promote that Indonesia people can set aside some of our funds now for the sake of our readiness to cope with the huge risk associated with pandemic COVID, with disaster, hydro, as well as climate change risk, as well as the aging risk. Last but not least, the opportunity is still there. I already indicated about the collaboration in KPBMN, as well as Indonesia and regional and as well as multilateral. When we did improve our action plan on G20 pandemic COVID-19 since 2020, Indonesia policy in terms of fiscal and finance has been benchmarked and well addressed, well collaborated among G20 members. That's why Indonesia is one among of exemplar on our capacity to challenge and also to address COVID pandemic since 2020. And with that, that's creating another, positive aura for all of us. Then again, Indonesia is far more ready now to transform, to reach Indonesia Golden Year 2045, which is Indonesia inclusive, Indonesia very strong in terms of the readiness towards climate risk disasters, as well as promoting sustainable development and prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Adi. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Adi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very, very late in the afternoon now. In my watch, it's about 5:15, so I'm not sure how awake you are or attentive you are at this time, but I hope you will bear with me and to answer a few questions, just few questions before we end these sessions. Probably the first questions I like to ask from our first and second speaker, Dr. Andreas Lang and Mr. Hemant, regarding the catastrophe modeling, for catastrophe risks. There are changes in exposures. Could you just give like a short explanation regarding the catastrophe models in also with Dr. Andreas as well, in adjusting the models that have been developed, but also to look at the future of catastrophe risk, which are changing. Maybe Dr. Andreas first, and then
yes.
Mr. Hemant.
I could maybe start off. So yeah, you touched upon a couple of important points here. I would say for any nut-cut risk modeling, we have, of course, the different components of hazard, exposure, and vulnerabilities. And for our daily business, I would say, we need to make sure that we have a risk-adequate pricing. That means that the hazard nowadays is adequately included. So on the part of the hazard side, we use some kind of, it depends, of course, on which region you're looking at. But we are trying to identify the different trends there that are changing in the hazard, and then kind of use some kind of a detrending mechanism to apply the changes to where we are right now, because the prime outcome that we need to have is to have the right hazard conditions right now, today. The exposure, of course, is always changing. We use data for this, of course, from different sources. So this is anyway a very dynamic data source. Since, I mean, we can just see it, how the exposure has developed over the last 50, 60 years in many of the exposure important regions. Just look into A very good example always is the Gulf Coast in Florida. If you compare a picture of like some 60, 70 years ago with now, how much the exposure has changed over there. Of course, it shows that it's not only, of course, the hazard, so the natural part that is important for our risk modeling here, but the exposure is, of course, has a very large role to play. And if we look forward, of course, we expect that the exposure is rather increasing as well, as same as the hazard, as just because of climate change alone, we expect the hazard to increase in most places. That really stresses the part vulnerability here has to play in this equation to to reduce the risk in total, to increase prevention, to increase resilience. I think here really some important parts that lie in the vulnerability side of the whole risk equation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Andreas. And Mr. Hammond, what is your opinion on this?
Okay, thank you. I'll try to answer in a different way as well, and to add on to the comment Andreas made. So the thing is, with CAT models, it's something what we call exposure rating. So if you're familiar with the actuarial practice, so it's exposure rating, while say a burning cost, which is looking at past experience of losses, is what we call experience rating. So the models are designed to take new exposure in, because it's like an add-on. So you have the hazard, the vulnerability already inbuilt, and the financial module, and what you're doing is you're adding your exposure. So in that sense, the model can actually account for growth. You can do scenarios, you can do stress testing to account for growth in exposures, which we do. We have done such studies. That's one thing. The other thing that you can do is you can look at hazard. Say, as I commented earlier, events which have happened earlier, if they happen again, they're not going to cause the same kind of loss. And that's one of the stress testing. Say, for example,
Exactly.
I would say the Japanese regulator.
Yep.
They have the 70-year typhoon and say a 200-year earthquake. But they have those historical earthquakes chosen as well. And what they say is you run this on your portfolio every year,
yep,
and then you provide that. So you can look at it in different ways, actually. And that's one of the things you can do. Just one thing to end, just give me one minute on that. So the thing is, we have to also understand this is the growth engine of the whole world.
Yes.
We are in Asia, which is the growth engine. I know we haven't talked about China here, but then if you look at ASEAN as well, so I know there was the pitfall in 1998, but you look at the growth that is happening. So when we look at exposures year on year, you're looking at double-digit growth, not just here, but other parts in Asia as well. I think this is where the growth is happening. So we need to account for that growth year on year as well. And it's the loss mitigation comes into play as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from these two gentlemen the importance of insurance and reinsurance companies in Indonesia to also develop departments within the reinsurance companies in catastrophe modeling, I think, and to include also the changing in trends in climate in also developing products for catastrophe risks. I think that's very, very important in Indonesia. Okay, Pak Diki, regarding considering renewable energy, transitioning from what is currently being used to renewable energy, what can you suggest regarding this? Especially there's a question there, for instance, about nuclear energy in Indonesia. Can you give any comments on that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. If the question is regarding the nuclear, we know that in Indonesia energy strategy, nuclear is the last option of the energy transition.
Yeah.
So in Indonesia, our strategy is from the coal-based electricity goes to the gas, and meanwhile the renewable energy Sorry. And then, if it is not enough, renewable energy, nuclear will come at last. In the world, only few countries that are not still develop nuclear, like France, they are still develop nuclear, but the country, they are not trying to reduce. Japan still trying to develop, but after Fukushima, they reduced the nuclear because, again, that yes, the nuclear emission is very low, but the risk of the nuclear itself, because we know that the catastrophic climate change also happen every day is very high. So we must consider between the risk and the opportunity to implement the nuclear. That's my answer, Bu.
Thank you, Pak Diki. Last question to Pak Adi, Pak, regarding the disaster risk financing. So probably I would like to ask these questions on behalf of the insurance and reinsurance industry, Pak. Regarding the capacity of the insurance companies and reinsurance industries on taking the risks of let's say the state-owned assets for insurance. Not just because you explained before, there is like parts of it is going to be tackled by pooling fund, but then there's also transferring the risks. So there is a problem here when the insurance and reinsurance industries are more than willing to accept the risk, but then again the capacity part. So I guess this is a big question that the insurance industries would like to know. How is the government thinking or finding solutions on this matter? Thank you.
Okay, let me try to answer with the two perspectives, yeah, Bu. First on the whole industry. With the lower than 7% of GDP, that means we do believe that the capacity or the potential of insurance industry is there. Yeah, we need to cope with it. We need to try to, again, push harder, yeah. And the second, if we try to also with regard to the government as well as the people. Now the government has just realized we have to improve also the commitment, yeah. And also the greater potential for us to support is basically through the state asset-owned company, and also state-owned companies as well, on promoting, disaster risk financial insurance safety net. So that is again, that's also part of the agenda. Then how to promote, capacity of the budget. If we try to see Indonesia currently, even to support 4% of GDP to handle COVID-19, we have to reduce 2% of tax ratio. We have to increase the capacity to collect more loans, yeah, for budgeting Indonesia COVID pandemic task force, as well as the promoting immunization as well as the vaccination. So Indonesia is currently in the positive trend in the future. So while we're improving now, the Indonesia economy has been, the growth has been there, above the previous even pandemic, 5.2, 5.3. So we're looking forward for positive growth, even one among other, compared to the emerging countries. Indonesia is one among the best in terms of the growth and in tackling pandemic COVID-19. So Indonesia currently is promoting to recovery, but also to promote another reform in the financial sector. Improving capacity to raise tax, improving the capacity of the people to change their behavior, Probably if we try to compare to other countries, Indonesia expense for insurance and pension is the lowest in the ASEAN 5. That's why, if we try to work together, the government capacity will also be improving, surely, but certainly, in the future. So with that, we do believe Indonesia Maju, Indonesia Emas is at our hand. That's the expectation, Bu. Let's work together.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause, Bapak Ibu. Okay. I guess one of the importance of any modeling, Pak, any modeling, and this goes also to the insurance and reinsurance companies. In any modeling, if we want to develop also the insurance and the reinsurance industries, we need to have credible and valid data in the first place. So that's very, very important. Otherwise, whatever methodologies we use, whatever catastrophe models that we use, then it's gone in vain. So importance of valid and credible data. And as well as developing the human capital, as you mentioned before. Not just actuaries, accountants, especially in coming 2 years' times when the International Financial Reporting Standard need to be applied also in Indonesia. So human capital, as Pak Adi was mentioning, is very important to be developed in Indonesia, and we do not have much time in it, right, Pak? And universities and industries and governments, these three pillars need work together. So I need to plug this in because I'm from university. So thank you very much for this. So the last comments from all the four distinguished speakers. Would you kind enough to give a short last message to all of us here? Maybe starting with you, Pak Adi. Short but very important message to each one of us.
Okay, Bu. Indonesia is really great country, and we have a brave people and smart people. Why? Probably exposed with the risk. Indonesia is really brave, you know.
Yeah.
Even with no insurance, we go to the street.
Okay.
With no insurance, we looking forward for the future. We are smart, but we need to be smarter. We are probably good or best, but being the best is not enough. We have to be better.
Yep.
We have to spend more for insurance.
Yep.
We have pay much attention for the longevity. We must cope with disaster potential with climate change. That's why government already indicated the program. Let's work together. Let's work together with academicians, with the people, with the private sector, with all of us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Pak Adi. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Adi. And Pak Diki, short message, important for us to hear.
Yeah, thank you very much. We know that ahead we will have a lot of works, and then insurer and insurance company will take very big roles in it, because we need to ensure that everything that we will do, we can do it better. And we must work together, and this climate change is our mutual challenge. Not only challenged by the insurance company, not only challenged by the government, but also the challenge for everybody in the world. So the only way to mitigate and to adapt with the climate change is we must work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Diki. Yes, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you. I think you mentioned a lot of the points I was thinking of, so I'll have to think something quickly. The thing is, insurers and reinsurers, they are affected by climate change because of the material risk at damage. But what we have seen is it's not limited to property. It can affect other lines of business as well. So the interplay between different lines of business, having consensus with the scientific community as well, and of course, looking at ways to mitigate the risk. I think that's the way forward in terms of climate change risk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Hammond and Dr. Andreas. Short message, Pak. Dr. Andreas? Are you still with us? I'm not sure. Oh, yes, you are. Okay. Short message. Short message.
Short message. A lot of things said already. Climate change is definitely here to stay. We have to work together. Industry, science, public sector. Everybody has a role to play. And I think at the center of this really is the increasing resilience in the short term, and definitely, of course, emission reductions in the long term. And I think what, of course, reinsurance industry is affected by climate change, but there's also a big role to play for the reinsurance industry themselves in promoting the transformations needed there.
Thank you, Dr. Andreas. Thank you for staying with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to stand up, all of us. We need to stand up right now, if you don't mind, okay? We've been sitting for hours and hours and hours and hours, and let us look to the left, to the right, behind us, in front of us. Let's give a big round of applause to each one of us. Yay! We are still here. We are still awake. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for your participations.
Okay, round of applause to Professor Dumaria Tampupalan. Wow, really wonderful insight. Please remain on stage, and we would like to invite to deliver the token appreciation to Mr. Robi Yanuar Walid as the Director of Risk Management Compliance Human Capital and Corporate Secretary. Please to the stage to deliver the token appreciation to the speakers and also for the moderators. Berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Mr. Heman Nagpal. Congratulations, thank you so much. And next, the token appreciation to Mr. Diki Edwin Hindarto. And also to our speakers, Mr. Dr. Adi Budiarso. Please round of applause. And also our beloved moderator, Professor Dumaria. And of course to Dr. Andreas Lang. Thank you to be our speakers, and the token appreciation will be delivered to your office soon. And now please take a picture together. So round of applause to the moderator and also our speakers. Thank you, Mr. Robi Yanuar Walid as the Director of Risk Management, Compliance, Human Capital, and Corporate Secretary. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the valuable insight to all the speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. See you soon. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of our agenda for today. And hopefully, through our discussion today, we can raise awareness of the importance of the reinsurance industry. And of course, we will meet again on the second day of the IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 tomorrow, September 29, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the same place with the interesting topic. And please, to all the participants, bring your name card for join tomorrow events. And for all the participants who joining IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022 will get the e-certificate, and we will inform you how to access the e-certificate on the last day of IIC 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, on behalf of the entire organizing committee, would like to thank to all of the guests and participants for attending the first day IndonesiaRe International Conference 2022. It has been a wonderful and productive day, and thank you very much. Tia Yustia Helpto signing out. See you again tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
hanya bilik bambu, tempat tinggal kita tanpa hiasan, tanpa lukisan. Beratap jerami, beralaskan tanah, namun semua ini punya kita. Memang semua ini milik kita sendiri. Hanya alang-alang pagar rumah kita, tanpa anyelir, tanpa melatih. Hanya bunga baku tumbuh di halaman, namun semua itu punya kita. Memang semua itu milik kita. Lebih baik di sini, rumah kita sendiri. Segala nikmat dan anugerah yang kuasa, semuanya ada di sini. Rumah kita. Haruskah kita beranjak ke kota?